morning and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. We are live from Aberdeen for day 2 of the 89th annual party conference for the SNP. We had a really interesting day yesterday and we have another full bill this morning. So to sum up yesterday, there was a really interesting leadership strategy debate where they have now decided that the majority of seats in Scotland will then progress the SNP forward to pursue independence. And I can now see that we are just about ready to go live to the day 2 of the conference, so we will be catching up with everybody later. Sorry, that's my mistake. So just to sum up what we'll be looking at today, we've got conferences this morning on wind turbine planning and on fishing rules, so lots of stuff. And here we are ready to go to the conference now. In addition to this morning's conference, there will also be a speech from Plaid Cymru as a fraternity party. So the leader of Plaid Cymru is anticipated to give a speech, as well as later on this afternoon, Depute SNP leader is also to address the conference, saying that Westminster is dragging down Holyrood and the general election will be the next chance to secure independence. So we'll be coming to you at lunchtime for more about this morning's conference.
We're all feeling it right now. The cost of the weekly shop is increasing, energy bills are rising, rents and mortgages are up, everything is stretched, for some to impossible lengths. But this isn't just a cost of living crisis. This is a cost of Westminster crisis. Here, the Tories and Labour are focused only on each other, leaving people like us to pay for the chaos that they created with Brexit and all the rest of it. The fact is, Keir Starmer's Labour shows no desire whatsoever to reverse the cruel and damaging Tory policies that got us into this mess. Scrapping pledge after pledge, they've thrown their principles to the wind, and every broken pledge is a kick in the teeth to children, families and communities all over Scotland. But in the Scottish Parliament, we have a government showing that it's on the side of the people it serves. With the limited powers at our disposal, the SNP is helping 300,000 children with more than £1,000 a year through the Scottish Child Payment, increasing access to free childcare, and spending over £700 million to counter the impact of Westminster welfare cuts.
We're doing all we can to help families as prices soar, and we'll continue to do so. But we could do so much more. Independent European countries of Scotland's size are wealthier and fairer than the UK. With all of our resources, with all of our talent, why not Scotland? With the full powers of independence, we can build a country that reflects the values, aspirations and hopes of our people. Not a country held back by Westminster governments we didn't vote for. Westminster is broken. It offers no alternative to the suffering people are facing. So while Labour scrap pledge after pledge, this is my pledge to you. The SNP and the government I lead will always be on your side. At a time when we deserve real change, the Tories and Labour simply offer more of the same at Westminster. In the Scottish Parliament, we will give our all to protect you from the worst of their cruel and heartless policies. We will be resolute in keeping you and Scotland on course for a better future as an independent nation.
Good morning, delegates. A very warm welcome to day 2 of the 89th SNP Annual National Conference. I hope everyone enjoyed a great evening in Aberdeen last night and that you're making the most of the fringe events on offer. If you can, pop into the exhibition area. You'll be able to pick up your copy of Independence magazine and speak to all of the exhibitors too. But to kick off our session this morning, I am delighted to welcome to the stage for a panel discussion on our priorities for Scotland, Jamie Hepburn, Minister for Independence, Shirley-Anne Somerville, Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, and Michael Matheson, Cabinet Secretary for NHS Recovery, Health and Social Care. So welcome to them all.
Well, thanks very much, Kirsten, for that introduction. Good morning, conference. I hope you all had a wonderful day yesterday. I certainly think it was a fantastic day. What a wonderful debate we had on the way forward yesterday. I know we're going to have a great day today as well, and that's going to kick off with this panel discussion. I've got the really easy part. I'm just going to ask the questions, so it's actually Michael and Shirley-Anne that are going to be doing all of the work. No change there, they'll probably tell me, but looking forward to hearing what they've got to say. Yesterday we had that discussion about the way forward. We've come to a resolution. We're going to come together, and the priority now, of course, is to make sure that we're out there working day in, day out to make the case. And you can be quite assured that I'll be doing that, Michael will be doing that, Shirley-Anne will be doing that. There'll be leadership from the government, First Minister down, but we're also going to be relying on each and every one of you to be out there across your own communities to make the case. So that's what we're going to be doing in the coming period. But today is also a chance to remind ourselves of the incredible record of delivery that we've had over what is now an extraordinary 16 years in government for the SNP, showing that we can deliver for the people of Scotland. Things like free tuition for university students here in Scotland, free prescriptions investment in our school estate for the benefit of our young people. So we have been delivering for people and their priorities, and we're going to keep doing that. We're still delivering just now, and I'm really delighted that we have two excellent Cabinet Secretaries, Michael Matheson, Cabinet Secretary for NHS Recovery, Health and Social Care, also a supporter of the world's greatest football team, Partick Thistle Football Club, fellow traveller. That was the right response. And also Shirley-Ann Somerville, the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice. I don't know what football team, if any, she supports. Maybe we'll cover that in our discussion. So we can all be a little guilty at times of forgetting what we have delivered. And there's a lot of things we've done that are now just taken as a given. I've talked about some of those things in terms of free tuition, in terms of free prescriptions. They've only come around as a consequence of the political decisions that have been made by us as a party. And we should never, ever forget that. And we should always be reminding the people of Scotland of that record of delivery. So that work obviously continues. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw a few questions to my friends here up on stage so that they can tell us some of the areas that they're prioritising in their portfolio, some of the activity they're doing. And Shirley-Ann, I'm going to start with you. You've recently been involved in ensuring the introduction of automatic payments, helping low-income families with social security payments. So I wonder if you could tell us a wee bit about that and some of the other activity that you're doing.
Thanks. And just for full disclosure, I'm a Fife Flyers fan. I'm an ice hockey gal rather than a football fan, I have to admit. But on the issue of what's happening within the portfolio, there's a huge amount that we can be rightly proud of. Jamie's absolutely right. I was just at a fringe event with the Joseph Rowntree Foundation where we were getting shown some polling that they'd undertaken. And one of the key things that came out of that was that we've got a huge opportunity to be able to tell people about what we've actually delivered in government, and Jamie's point about the fact that these things don't happen by accident. They're a political choice that we've made. Some of the aspects within my portfolio really go to the heart of what is important for people at the moment, and that's tackling the cost of living crisis and tackling poverty. So we're actually spending about £3 billion a year tackling poverty and helping people at times of crisis. That's the choice that we've made to make sure we're investing in people. And one of the important reasons for that, and it's a big difference between us and any UK party, and I include very much the Labour Party in that, is we see social security as a human right. We will all, at some point in our life, have to depend on social security, whether it's through illness, whether it's when we have a family. And at that point, we need to be able to be reassured that the state is there for them, that the government is there for you. And you can't say that about the UK government at all. They're rolling back from so many pledges. And again, I make the point that that's not just the Tories, but that's Labour as well. So if you look at that £3 billion we're spending, part of that is, of course, the Scottish Child Payment, called by anti-poverty campaigners game-changing when it came in at £10. It's now £25 per week per eligible child. Now, we've got a job of work to do to make sure that those that are eligible know about it and can claim that, because that is their right. And we've also got a job of work to do to make sure that's as simple and easy as possible. And that's why a lot of the payments that are attached to the Scottish Child Payment are now automated. Now, why does that matter for people? It matters because we are there at times of crisis and at people's times of need, that we're there to make their lives easier. If one of the things that government has got to be there for is got to be there to support people in times of crisis. And one of the ways, one of the many ways we can do that is through social security. And you've saw some of the examples about the priorities that the First Minister is putting into that. As soon as he got elected, you know, there was the tripling of the Fuel Insecurity Fund. There's also, just within the programme for government, just announced the opening of the Independent Living Fund. So we are all doing our utmost to make sure that at people's time of need, we're there for them. And at the same time, reminding them that we're doing that with limited powers of the Scottish Parliament and how much more we could do if we had the full powers of independence as well.
Thanks, Shirley-Ann. Thanks, Shirley-Ann. I mean, I'm sure Michael would agree. Certainly in my own area, we see the real benefit of the Scottish Child Payment and the delivery through social security in Scotland. Michael, one of the things we've seen down south is a raft of industrial action in the NHS in England. We've not seen that here. How have you done it?
So, well, yeah, it's a very good point, Jamie, because one of the things that has happened over the course of the last year in the NHS across the UK is it has been plagued by industrial action by its staff, but not in Scotland. And the reason it's not happened in Scotland is because we've made the choice to work with our trade union colleagues, the staff side representatives, in order to try to avoid industrial action. And the reason I say that is because it's important that we all recognise is that our National Health Service isn't the big fancy new buildings, isn't the high-tech equipment that's provided, it's the people who work within our National Health Service. So, when we make an investment in our staff, we are making an investment in our healthcare system and in the quality of healthcare provision that people will receive. And it's because of the actions of this government that NHS doctors in Scotland, NHS nurses in Scotland, NHS allied health professionals in Scotland are the highest paid of any part of the UK. And that's because we value them, their skills and the contribution that they make to our society in providing first-class healthcare right across the country. You only have to now look at the implications that the industrial actions had for England alone. In England, there are now something in the region of 7.7 million people now on a waiting list. They estimate that the cost of the industrial action alone has cost the UK government over £1 billion. And alongside that, over 1 million appointments and procedures have been cancelled. Our NHS and our social care system is under enormous pressure at the present time. It's been building up for a number of years. It obviously came to a particular crunch point during the course of the pandemic, and that pressure is being sustained and is continuing as we go forward. Therefore, my responsibility, this Scottish Government's responsibility in health, is to do everything we can to support those who work within our healthcare system and those who require access to healthcare services. And that's why we made the decision to invest in our staff, and that's why we're taking the approach that we've taken in Scotland in the delivery of healthcare. We haven't gone down the route of privatisation, as you see increasingly happening in other parts of the UK, something which is not just in favour with the Conservative government at the UK level just now, but is also favoured by the Labour Party. They've already set that out as part of their ambitions, should they be elected at the next Westminster elections. But we as a government have taken a decision to make sure that healthcare remains within the public sector, delivered on behalf of the people of Scotland. And I'll finish off in this point that we shouldn't forget. Shirley-Ann mentioned some of the actions we've taken around social security. Jamie mentioned some of the measures that we've taken forward, for example, free prescription charges. Each item now in a prescription in England costs £9.65. Let's keep in mind why we abolished prescription charges here in Scotland and why we prioritise that as a government. Because there was evidence that demonstrated many people were finding the cost of prescriptions too high and could no longer afford to take the medication that was being prescribed by their clinicians. If we were in a position where we continued to have prescription charges here in Scotland, probably broadly in line with where they are in England, you can imagine the many households, particularly during a cost of living crisis who would be quite literally turning their back on the treatment that their doctors are prescribing for them to meet their healthcare needs. That's the tale of two different governments, where we've prioritised investing in our staff, investing in the public sector provision of healthcare, and investing in making sure that we tackle health inequalities. And it's the approach that I'll continue to take, and this government will continue to take, in driving forward our healthcare policy.
Thanks. Thanks, Michael. One of the things that I've been tasked with by the First Minister in my area of responsibility is taking forward the ongoing publication of the Building a New Scotland series of prospectus papers around independence. Now, we've published 5 already, setting out the underpinning economic strengths of Scotland, the economic opportunities that we have, laying out our plans for a written constitution that could guarantee people's rights, setting out our approach to citizenship, not having the reductive approach that we see through the UK government. And that's work that's going to continue, and I'm delivering that with ministerial colleagues. So it's no secret there's going to be one forthcoming on health, there'll be one forthcoming on social security. Just let's be careful, we can't say too much detail because we'll get in trouble from the presiding officer if we don't tell Parliament first. But I suppose the question I would have, we'll start with you, Shirley-Ann, is what difference would independence make to the areas of responsibility you have?
Well, I kind of touched on that in the first answer. It would make an enormous difference. So we can make a huge difference to people's lives with the limited powers that we have if we use them to the maximum. And we are, and we will continue to push those boundaries to make sure we're doing that. And we have made a difference. We've got 90,000 less children in poverty because of the actions that the Scottish Government has taken. But at the same time, you've got a UK government that is dragging people into poverty because of the UK social security system and the aspects around the benefit cap, the rape clause, local housing allowance, which hits you when you're in the private rented sector. All of that remains at Westminster. So we're sitting there doing absolutely everything we can, and we are determined to keep doing that because it is the right thing to do. But we're still doing that with one hand tied behind our back. And that is the utter frustration of trying to tackle poverty in Scotland in the here and now. And I think one of the key points, again, that we have to stress to people is those aspects that I said are the worst of the UK government policies. They're not changing if Labour get in. They're all staying. You know, they're going to have a review. I don't need a review to know that the rape clause is the most abhorrent policy that any government could come up with. But somehow we get into the point where Keir Starmer said in an interview they're going to look to implement it more fairly. Well, that is just an unacceptable position to be into. And I think that's one of the key things that we have to remind people is we will continue to do everything we can to get people out of poverty because it is our absolute first priority in government. But we do that under difficult and challenging contexts. We do that under a context of our capital budget getting cut by the UK government. Again, no signs of that changing if Labour get in. We do that under a system of handouts. We have to wait on the budget coming from Westminster so that we can work out how much money we have to protect the NHS, to invest in the NHS, to protect our public services overall and our education services that Jenny Gilruth was greatly talking about yesterday. We're making a big difference, but that is again so utterly limited by the context that we are in. So what difference does it make to have independence? It's the same that we know all along. We can make the better decisions for people of Scotland here and now. And we need to be able to show what we've done in government and demonstrate to people how much more we could do in independence. a proper real living wage that we could actually implement, employment law here, maternity law here, changes that we could make to people's lives, whether they're working, they're not working, whether they're disabled, whether they're pensioners, whether they're in rural Scotland, island Scotland. The difference we could make is great under devolution. It could be so much more under independence.
Thanks, Charlene. Mike, what about you've already talked about the privatisation approach at Westminster. Clearly, that could have some effect here. Independence, what difference could that make for our health service and social care in Scotland?
So let me touch upon two areas, Jamie, that it's important for us to become independent because of the impact that it has on our health and our healthcare system here in Scotland. You only have to look back over the course of the last 10 to 12 years where you can see that health inequalities and mortality rates increase. And they increase right from the very point when the UK government started to introduce its austerity policies, which meant that the social net that was provided there through Social Security started getting cut back, and we can see the direct impact that it has on people's lives. So the economic and the fiscal policy that's been taken forward at a UK level is not only damaging people's health, it is quite literally killing people. Austerity policies kill people. Premature deaths and health inequalities widening as a direct result. As an independent country, we would be in control of our own economic policy, able to make sure that we take forward economic policy that is about tackling the ever-increasing inequalities that we have in our society. We only have to look across to our Celtic neighbours in Ireland, operating with a budget surplus to invest in public services, while we're in a position where we have continued cuts to public expenditure as a result of UK government fiscal and economic policy. So the first thing we'll be able to do as an independent country is to run our economy in a way that's about tackling inequality and making sure we become a fairer, more equal society. That would be good for your health. And the second thing we can do, or we need to be mindful of, because of the way in which the UK government's block grant system operates, the Barnett consequentials that we get as a result of the UK government's decision on expenditure. If they spend more money in health, provided by the Treasury, then we are entitled to an allocation of that through the Barnett consequential system. But what's happening with increasing privatisation of the NHS in England is that rather than making the investment from the Treasury into the health service in England, they're actually getting private companies to provide that investment instead. They provide the equipment, they provide the buildings, they provide the staff, and the NHS basically just pays them a fee for the provision of that service. The direct consequence that has for us is it means that there is less capital investment getting into the NHS in England, which has a direct impact on our Barnett consequentials. So as they increase and ramp up their privatisation, the amount of money that Scotland would be allocated for health will increasingly decline in the years ahead. We can't afford to continue to be in a union that is going to privatise a key part of its public sector like the NHS, because it will end up starving our NHS of funding here in Scotland. That's the consequence of the economic and social union that we have at the present time within the UK. So our options are to make sure that we pursue an economic and social policy that tackles health inequalities, creates a healthier, fairer, more equal society, or we remain tied to a system that's increasingly being privatised that will starve our NHS of the essential resources it requires. I know the choice I believe we should make, and it's up to us to make sure we persuade our fellow Scots to follow us in becoming an independent country.
Okay, we've probably got time for one more. I'll see Kirsten's not back, so maybe you're getting this for the whole morning. I don't know. No, there's probably time for just one more question. We talked earlier about what's been delivered so far, but of course, delivery continues, and maybe useful to know what's coming up. Michael, we know that winter's a difficult period for the NHS. Can you tell us what planning is going on right now to make sure we're ready for that time?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, Jamie, our NHS and our social care system are under enormous pressure as it stands at the present moment, and that pressure just becomes even more intensified during the winter months. So next week, of course, being mindful of the presiding officer, next week I'll make a statement in Parliament setting out our winter plan. So what have we done differently this year? Well, we started the winter plan development in March. As soon as I actually came into office, it was one of the first pieces of work I commissioned. We have looked at the whole system, brought together all of the different parts of our health and social care system that will play an important role in helping to support the delivery of health and social care during the winter months. And we'll set out some of the financial resources which we're providing in order to support our health and social care system over the course of the winter. So there's a lot of detailed work going in, and given the work we've also put in helping to make sure that we don't face industrial action, it will also allow us to make sure that our staffing levels are going to be stable during the course of the winter months. But I want to just say a couple of things that are really important in terms of being on my desk, is that as we come out of the pandemic, there are still far too many people who are waiting too long to get the treatment that they require. And one thing Conference can be absolutely assured of is that we plan for the winter, but also planning for the future. That we're planning to make sure that we deliver the level of healthcare treatment that's necessary to get our waiting lists down further than they are at the present moment, but also how we deliver a sustainable healthcare system for the future. How we make sure that as demand increases, as the disease burden increases over the course of the next 10, 20 years, is that our NHS in Scotland will be able to meet those demands. And that's about investing not just in buildings, in equipment, but also investing in our NHS staff and those who will be looking to work in our NHS and social care system in the future. So as we prepare for the winter, be assured that we've very much got an eye on how we also drive our healthcare system and our social care system forward in the future to make sure that we have a sustainable health and social care system that can meet our future demands. And as a government, we are determined to make sure we do that within the public sector with the investment that's needed to make it happen right across the whole of the country.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. We've got all these witnesses now who can testify to how seriously we take the authority of the presiding officer, so that's helpful. I can see Kirsten's over my shoulder, but I think it's fair to put the same question very quickly to Shirley-Ann. What's coming up in social security?
So in social security, one of the biggest things that's going to be coming is the introduction for the carer support payment. So that's our new alternative to carers allowance. What difference will that make? Well, again, we're going to do it in a different way to Westminster, no surprise there. And I'll give one example right from the start. But what we're doing is we're increasing eligibility to those that are in full-time education, because we know that a lot of younger people have been missing out. There'll be other changes to carer support payment once we complete the full rollout as well. There's also other aspects just out with social security which I want to touch on as well, and that's the importance of affordable housing. Now, we have a good track record on delivering on affordable housing, but we know there's a lot more that we need to do. We've seen the publication of the Rural and Island Housing Action Plan, and that demonstrates our commitment to ensure that we're delivering affordable housing right across Scotland, and that we're recognising that that might require different solutions in different parts of Scotland, and taking that very seriously. And our Housing Minister, Paul McLennan, has been doing a huge amount of work, particularly over the summer to make sure that he's getting that plan right for rural and island communities. So our commitment, not just on social security, but also on tackling poverty in other ways, and one of the important ways is around affordable housing, is going to be key for the delivery as we move forward into the winter and into next year. So there is a huge amount that we have done, an enormous amount that Michael, myself, other Cabinet Secretaries are determined to do over the forthcoming years. But we all know that the real prize about how we can make a change for people is with those our powers of independence. So we've got a real opportunity to take out a record of delivery to the people of Scotland, to remind them of what we've already done, to prove to them what we're going to do in the couple of years up until the Scottish Parliament election, and then how much more we can do after that if given the opportunity.
Thank you, Shirley-Ann. Well, thanks both, Shirley-Ann, Michael. Hopefully that's a very clear demonstration that when you hear the nonsense from our opponents that we're not delivering from Scotland, it is exactly that. It is a nonsense. And I can tell you, if it had any ministerial colleague up here, you would have heard a really strong record of delivery as well. Shirley-Ann, Michael, thank you for everything you're doing in government. I've had the easy job, just asking the questions. Maybe you can show your appreciation for my colleagues.
A big thanks to all of our panel. That was a really great way to open up our Monday morning. So, Conference, we now move on to resolutions, and the first resolution that we will deal with this morning is number 6, which is entitled Fishing, Marine Protection and Community-Based Conservation, and that will be moved by Angus MacLeod of Shettleston Branch, to be followed, seconding the resolution, by Councillor Glenn Reynolds of Peterhead. So welcome, Angus.
Thank you, Convener. Delegates, I want to start with a story. About 90 years ago, one of our party's founders, Sir Compton Mackenzie, then Lord Rector of Glasgow University, set out to create an organisation to protect traditional fishing grounds and to ensure that Scottish fisheries would provide jobs for generations to come. Alongside him was the folklorist John Lorne Campbell, my great-grandfather Donald MacLeod, known as Ndot, and his brothers, and many other Barra and West Coast fishermen. Together, they created the Sea League, Common Iascarin Namara, to fight for Scottish fishermen and to protect our seas. They organised and campaigned, and then in 1934, the Illegal Trawling Scotland Act became law. But they continued to look at and advocate for sustainable fishing practice and marine protection, following models being used in Norway and the Faroes. Now, times change and technology changes, and our environment is changing. But I tell this story today to remind ourselves that our national movement from its earliest days has sought to empower our fishing communities. So, turning to the text of the resolution, and given the nature of the debate on fishing and the environment, my branch felt it was important we return to first principles. It is a question of values. The resolution is an amalgamated one, including text from Peterhead Branch, Orkney Branch, and Nehellan and Nier CB. And what it seeks to do is reassert the importance of community leadership in our fisheries and marine protection policy. Fundamentally, if we let our communities be involved in policy design, we will have more informed policy that will be workable and that reflects the reality of the sector. In other words, bechor gan yula a vitango gan the hieskerin a dolgemuth is a kuren behe and kunnerst gus an dui geviug. Ha jalis agus glich gesachke a bechor a vi ches mien jespits and bi me ein klachke na mada. Ha vuth na vunstje de choirschruchten agus de roi vehe as ha I a kria kulter. Shakisht kjarstis a hasho. And as we are calling for greater community and sectoral involvement from the get-go, the resolution does not seek to rewrite a fishing and marine protection policy in 3 paragraphs on behalf of those communities, Rather, it is a firm statement of our belief and values as the supreme governing body of the Scottish National Party that fishing and marine protection policies should be led by our maritime communities. There's been much talk about world-leading policy in this sector, and I agree, but world-leading for whom? Let's be world-leading in terms of community involvement and world-leading in terms of promoting sustainable fishing. So, to conclude, and with a further return to first principles, all of us in this room want to be governed by a government that recognises the people as sovereign, not the imperial crown and parliament. So as we look and work towards independence, it is time now to ensure that our policy making looks first to the people, that with a sense of social justice and protecting our most fragile communities, we reject the centralisation and top-down bureaucratic culture forged in Whitehall. Please vote today to support the entirely reasonable and entirely just principle that those who risk their lives working at sea should have a serious say on the policies that affect them. Please support the resolution. One and thank.
Angus. To follow Angus and seconding resolution number 6, please welcome Councillor Glenn Reynolds, who will be followed by Francis Murray.
Good morning, Conference. Conference, I'm very happy to second this resolution as someone within a CA, including Peter Hidd, who were not only behind much of the drafting of the resolution, but is an area world-renowned for its fishing industry. Following the recent selection process, I should also add, Conference, that I also, as the next MP for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, will send... Thank you, Conference. Will send Tory MP Andrew Bowie packing in 2024. An area with its own distinctive coastal community. Colleagues, the process surrounding HPMAs has not been our finest hour, and the Scottish Government is doing the right thing by rethinking this process and its timetable. Fishers believe that consultation and meaningful engagement with communities has not been adequate and will be essential in achieving the greatest benefits from marine management measures that will improve the health of Scotland's seas. A localised approach, colleagues, ensuring that local communities are consulted and have a core role in designating HPMAs, is crucial for these sites to have a significant positive impact on the environment and our coastal communities. The First Minister, Humza Yousaf, had assured MSPs that policies will not be imposed, quote, on communities that don't want them, close quotes, and reiterated that HPMAs are still at a very early stage, with criteria and site selection to be decided. So we must get this right by our coastal communities, still reeling from being used as Brexit poster boys by the Tory party. The fishing industry has said exactly that in terms of the Tory betrayal that they have been subjected to. But colleagues, this HMPA process also sits alongside that currently underway in terms of the local governance review published at the end of August, which found that people like those in Peterhead and other coastal communities desired much greater control over what happens in the places they know best. And this, as stated in the governance review, creates an exciting opportunity to promote what could be the biggest transformation to democracy since devolution. Peterhead is a fishing capital, and in bringing forward this motion, the local fishers worked with the fishing industry and conservation groups on this motion and managed to create something that both camps could agree on. We should be looking at a win-win situation for all stakeholders here. Peterhead have led the way on this, and the Scottish Government can now do the same. Colleagues, please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Our next speaker speaking in favour of the resolution is Francis Murray of Naheelan and Yar constituency branch, to be followed by David Burkett from Peterhead branch. Welcome, Francis.
Martin Va. We in Naheelan and Yar constituency branch are very pleased to support this resolution, particularly with the important addition of the words "and fully island-proofed" in the first sentence of paragraph 3. Communities and community voice are key to any future fishing and maritime proposals. We must never again present our political opponents with the opportunity to portray this party as being disconnected from our coastal communities, which of course they attempted to do earlier this year, with the Labour Party in particular having the audacity and hypocrisy to ignore its own policy, which is no surprise to any of us, in its rush to condemn the consultation. However, moving away from their false outrage, there was genuine upset and anger in our communities that our government could be even considering such an unwelcome approach to maritime conservation as the late and unlamented HPMAs. So passing this resolution will ensure that local knowledge, local experience and local priorities will be front and centre going forward, and that local democracy will be the winner in our fragile communities. As the First Minister said yesterday, we need to listen to the Scottish people, and this resolution will show that we do intend to listen to the fishing communities and that we are truly the party that serves the interests of all Scotland's communities. Please support the resolution.
Thank you very much, Francis. Delegates, our next speaker speaking for the resolution is David Burkett of Peterhead branch, and he'll be followed by Councillor Brian Goodall. Welcome to David.
Good morning, Conference. It's an honour to support this resolution today. I live in the largest white fish port in, I was going to say Europe. Well, still is in Europe, geographically at least. I'm inclined to that for now. And it's a fishing community I want to focus on today. Colleagues, I'm a seafarer. I've worked in the same harsh seas as they have. I've seen the risks they take. I've wept at funerals for friends who've paid the ultimate price, not in uniform in some far-flung war, but just to provide the seafood that leads the world. Colleagues, I'm sure you guessed by now, it's hard, hard work. The people doing it deserve to be richly rewarded for it. I'm sure we can all understand why recently they felt a little bit unappreciated. And as you can imagine, trying to promote the SNP, independence and return to the European Union has been a sore fecht in our area for a wee while. But colleagues, when the sun didn't rise over Boris's Brexit uplands, when the rivers of milk and honey that were promised didn't flow forth, the anger and disappointment was palpable in my community. And crucially, our seafood and fishing sector were starting to talk to us again. We were starting to mend burned bridges, and we were starting to make progress, and that was until the prospect of the highly protected marine areas came along. No government is ever going to get everything right all of the time, and we have to put our hands up that definitely wasn't our finest hour. The need for conservation is undeniable, but we got that wrong. Conference, quite often in areas like Peterhead in the North East, there's a feeling that a government in Edinburgh is just as remote and out of touch as one in London. And when I, as a loyal party member, started to feel that too, well, alarm bells were ringing. So I was really, really glad when the Scottish Government decided to pause the implementation. We now have an opportunity to get this right. Conference, no one has a bigger stake in the sustainability of our world-leading Scottish seafood. No one has more lived experience of cack-handed conservation measures being applied by far-off legislators. It's difficult to say that, isn't it? And no one actually knows how to do conservation better than the good people who already catch and process our seafood on our behalf. And my friends, we do very well to listen to them. Successive out-of-touch UK governments have let them down. Boris Johnson's remote and out-of-touch government certainly let them down, breaking every Brexit promise made to them. Let's not have our SNP-led Scottish government added to that long and undistinguished list. Conference, let's change the story. Let's be the government that listened to them. Let's be the government that empowered them. Let's not be the government that impoverished them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And our final speaker on resolution number 6, speaking for the resolution, is Councillor Brian Goodall.
Good morning, Conference. A few weeks ago, I travelled from Rosyth via Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh to Little Loch Broom with a group of fellow volunteers for the Restoration Forth project. Our mission, and we chose to accept it, was to collect and clean thousands of native oysters that had been specially farmed for us. Scraping and cleaning those oysters was the first stage of a biosecurity process that would allow us to bring them back east with us so they could be released at some specially selected sites into the Firth of Forth. These oysters would become the first native oysters in the Firth of Forth for over 100 years. Restoration Forth is a brilliant example of a community-based conservation project which is restoring 2 key habitats, native oyster beds and seagrass meadows. The seagrass provides a fantastic habitat with a huge amount of biodiversity, and it also sequesters a significant amount of carbon. And the oysters will hopefully re-establish their own unique ecosystem, providing a new home for a great many different aquatic species. But the oysters also provide us with a cautionary tale, as around 100 years ago, the native oyster beds in the Firth of Forth became the first fishery in the world to be fished to extinction. The idea that humans could impact a species that seemed so abundant was just something that no one ever thought about back then. But now we know better, and we have absolutely no excuse for ever letting such extinction events happen again. So there's no expectation that an oyster fishery would ever be re-established in the Forth, as it's a different species, the Pacific oyster, that is now used in most commercially farmed oysters for human consumption. But as this motion highlights, and as the other speakers have mentioned, there are a large number of other fisheries around our waters which require a focus on sustainability, and this is vital. What's even more important is that this is done in partnership between conservation science and commercial and community interests. That will be the way to provide the most positive future. We also need to recognise that we're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, and there will be times when the need for conservation will trump local commercial interests. And that will mean a local partnership approach will be more challenging, but it will still be the best way to go. So, Conference, with that note of caution, I hope you will agree the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Brian was our final speaker on resolution number 6. We have no cards in seeking to speak against the resolution. So can I take it, therefore, that resolution number 6 is passed by acclaim? Thank you, delegates. That moves us on to resolution number 7, which is entitled Wind Turbine Planning Policy. And to move this resolution, please welcome Ian Murray from Falkirk South Branch, who is a first-time speaker at conference, to be followed by Councillor Gary Bowes. So welcome to Ian.
Good morning, colleagues. Sabah al-Khair al-Hurita Palestine. We're all aware of the issues faced by many households relating to energy poverty. Currently, it's estimated that 23% of all households in Scotland are living in fuel poverty, according to statistics from the Fuel Poverty Panel Scotland in October 23. I'm sure you all know that we live in one of the windiest habitable places in the world, and this morning I'm here to propose a motion that by making use of such a bountiful renewable energy resource, we could assist in alleviating energy poverty for many households in Scotland. We propose to amend the current planning policy to allow small wind turbines to be permitted under acceptable development. Currently in Scotland, planning rules state that you can't place a building-mounted wind turbine on your property without planning permission. Furthermore, any application is automatically declined if the wind turbine is less than 100 metres from a neighbouring property, regardless of the wind turbine size. This 100-metre rule precludes a huge majority of households in the country from benefiting from this free renewable energy source. In our proposal, we state that small wind turbines should be used. So what do we mean by a small turbine? It's now possible to purchase a 2 kilowatt or 4 kilowatt, and I believe up to 7 kilowatt vertical axis wind turbine, which is shaped a bit like a barrel. It stands upright and is not much bigger than a satellite dish on the side of your house. These turbines are capable of generating significant output at very low wind speeds. The rapid evolution of wind technology has led to an increase in the durability and efficiency of these pieces of kit, as well as a decrease in the cost of producing them. In fact, they're now readily available to buy online at Amazon and other retailers. We know that not everyone's a fan of wind turbines, but these are very different from the giant horizontal axis wind turbines that you see in the hills and in our coastal waters. In this proposal, these small domestic wind turbines would be regulated to ensure they're fit for purpose. They would be engineered to cope with our climate, not just the wind, which can be sometimes very strong, but the huge amounts of rain we have to deal with. In other words, you'd only be allowed to mount one on your property if it was an approved model. They would be designed to have a low noise figures, effectively emitting no more noise than that of a fridge when they're generating. They would be limited to maximum dimensions and thoroughly safety tested for domestic use. They would also be designed to minimise visual flickering, which has been known to affect some people prone to photoepilepsy. These small turbines have a design life of around 20 to 25 years, and currently a payback time of 1 to 2 years, depending on the model that's been installed and where it's located. So what would happen to households who install these turbines? We know the wind doesn't blow all the time, but a domestic wind turbine, assuming 50% power 50% of the time, will generate 4,380 kilowatts. This equates to £1,401 of electricity at 30p per kilowatt hour, which is the current average cost per kilowatt hour in Scotland. Potentially, this is nearly £1,500 off the average domestic electric bill every year. It's not an insignificant amount of money for people who may be struggling to keep warm or feed their families. The aspiration is to make this type of renewable resource more available to everyone. It's something that we could start to roll out as soon as possible. We know Scotland has a long history of engineering and innovation, and this proposal, if adopted, would have a knock-on benefit to employment through a Scottish Government certification process for licensing the generators. We would need installation technicians and would aspire to create future engineering, design and manufacturing jobs to provide these approved turbines for the domestic market in Scotland. Our proposal is that Conference resolves to request the Scottish Government to investigate the viability of amending the Planning Scotland Act to allow domestic vertical axis wind turbines to be erected under permitted acceptable development. Research should also be funded to establish a methodology to test, certify and hopefully manufacture domestic wind turbines in Scotland. We move to implement this proposal during the current Scottish Parliamentary term and subject to appropriate consultation with relevant stakeholders. Conference, please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Ian. Conference, please welcome to the stage to second resolution number 7, Councillor Gary Bowes, to be followed by George Bruce. Welcome, Gary.
Good morning, Conference. Can I firstly thank Ian for bringing this forward? I think it sounds like a small change, but it actually could be something that's very, very significant to domestic properties. Technology has a habit of moving faster than legislation. The 100-metre rule, as Ian has already laid out, is described in the motion. I can only assume that it is for the large wind turbines which we see all over our country, which are producing wonderful electricity for us, and it's actually the cheapest form of production for electricity. will not mention anybody putting a tax on that recently, which is just a disgrace. The capacity figures as laid out in the motion are significant in a domestic environment. I have an electric car myself, and a 7 kilowatt charge on renewables would be fantastic. National Planning Framework, sorry, I'm on the Planning Committee in Falkirk, so National Planning Framework 4 is still in its infancy, and therefore now is a really good time to bring this forward. You'll be pleased to hear I'm going to keep this nice and short for you. So, Conference, please agree the motion and allow it to go to consultation with the relevant stakeholders. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. And following Gary, please welcome to the platform George Bruce of Dundee West Branch, who is speaking in favour. George will be followed by Dave Dugan MP.
Good morning, Conference. Conference, I won't take up too much of your time. This sounds like an eminently sensible motion and an eminently important idea. I work as a renewable energy lawyer, so you can imagine my delight when I realised on my day off I'd come to conference to talk about exactly what I talk about every day at work. Conference, these permissive development rights, though they may seem insignificant, are really, really important. They provide those putting in place developments an easier route to get planning permission than going through a full process. Under the 1992 order, as it stands, and as my colleagues from Falkirk have been laying out, you need a small amount of prior approval, but you do not need full planning permission when you're developing a single turbine in the situations in which they are approvable. As we've been told, that is a situation where they have 100 metres distance from other dwelling houses. Now, I think the idea of considering whether an urban setting could be consulted upon and whether that could be viable is absolutely crucial. Conference, we see developments like this all the time. They will be absolutely necessary for our renewable revolution. But it's also really important that we take everyone with us. Allowing people to microsite, allowing people to feel the real benefits at home of the renewable revolution is so, so important, because as we all know, these turbines will be so, so important, but we need to make sure everyone reaps the benefit of this renewable revolution. That's all I want to say on the resolution. Please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Please welcome to the platform, speaking for resolution number 7, Dave Dugan MP. Dave will be followed by Gilbert West. Welcome, Dave.
Thanks, Kirsten. Thanks, Conference. I'm very grateful to Falkirk South Branch for bringing this resolution before us today, because it speaks to the situation that we find ourselves in terms of the climate, in terms of climate justice and energy justice. It speaks to the twin priorities of the energy crisis that we find ourselves in, and we're all very familiar as independence advocates about the calamitous injustice of people across Scotland being so energy rich and so fuel poor. It's a situation which is unconscionable and demands significant change to the way that we do things as regards energy. And that's, I think, really what this resolution is seeking to do. It thinks outside the box. It takes a look at a situation which is probably inadvertently creating a drag on renewable energy investment in a domestic and small-scale sense, and says, how are we going to fix that? How are we going to do that? How are we going to help regulation enable rather than prevent domestic and small-scale wind generation? When I'm down at Westminster speaking about energy, I see a dysfunctional Tory government, probably soon to be replaced by an equally dysfunctional Labour government. I see planning policy in England that puts the considerations of visual impact immeasurably ahead of the ambitions of climate justice and attempting to ameliorate the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. Conference, in the latest auction round, which is what the Department for Energy releases energy generation schemes across these islands with. In the latest auction round, almost every single wind generation project was in Scotland, and precisely none, not one megawatt, not even a kilowatt of wind is going to come from England. So yet again, we find ourselves under the Scottish Government, the SNP Scottish Government, leading the way on wind generation. And this resolution is a very helpful signpost to our colleagues in Scottish Government to say that the excellent situation that we've created over these last 16 years with renewable energy and in wind in particular can be improved substantially by allowing small-scale domestic wind. This resolution, colleagues, speaks to the advances in technology which have resulted in a drop in the price of these generators and the quality of them in terms of their noise impact on neighbours. It invites and, in fact, opens the door to Scottish Government to have a consultation which recognises the improvements that have been made with this technology, and it allows people an opportunity to try and take the edge off the colossal energy bills that we pay. Nothing, conference, creates a local supply chain like local demand. If we want to see investment in local supply chains manufacturing this type of equipment in Scotland, then the best way to do that is to create local demand here in Scotland. And yet again, Scotland can demonstrate to the rest of these islands, this is how you do it, and it's the SNP that are going to make it happen here. This resolution speaks to the ambition that the Scottish Government has already shown. We have an ambition in Scotland to have 20 gigawatts of wind by 2030. That is much easier said than done. But despite that, thanks to 16 years of progressive legislation from the SNP and the Scottish Government, we've got 9 gigawatts already. We know the value that wind brings to the climate and to our consumers, or rather it would, if we weren't snared into this union with the dysfunctional energy market that we have in the United Kingdom. So while we're producing all this cheap, clean energy, we're still paying 4 figures every year for our electricity. It's a scandal, conference, and it's one that we know well how to rid ourselves on. So, in closing, thank you to Falkirk South Branch. Please support this resolution.
Thank you very much, Dave. Conference, please welcome to the stage our final speaker for Resolution 7, speaking in favour of the resolution, Gilbert West from Western Priest Branch. Thank you.
Morning, Conference. So I actually work and talk with people in renewables every day in active travel, and a common theme that we have in all our conversations is, yes, but. And our conversation usually then descends into various barriers that are caused by outdated planning and procurement regulations, which is why I'm in favour of this resolution to amend and update the planning system to allow building small-scale wind turbines on buildings. The current regulations seem arbitrary. It would be like saying every 7th house and every 3rd street can have internet access. It just doesn't make sense at all in an urban environment. And as has been stated, we're not talking about the 200-metre high kind of wind turbines that we see on the hills of Dumfries and Galloway or offshore. We're talking about a small metal or fiberglass cylinder that's 3 foot by 1 foot. It's negligible in terms of impact on the visual environment. They have a role in urban areas on buildings where solar may not be viable because of shading issues or structural issues. So they do have a great role there. And while, in terms of the size of these things, we'd need, say, 1,500 mini turbines to produce the same amount of electricity as, say, one of these turbines that we see here, you may think, well, why bother? Why not continue to invest into large-scale wind? But it is worthwhile because the resolution suggests that we actually use the low-voltage transmission poles in rural areas to host these turbines. There's 500,000 of these utility poles out there. which is a great idea because it actually avoids a lot of the ground turbulence that you get that reduces the efficiency of turbines. And so even if we utilised, say, 20% of these transmission poles, we'd actually build a distributed power station of around 700 megawatts installed capacity. So again, it's not a massive amount, but it is starting to become equivalent to, say, a couple of medium-sized wind farms. So about 12.5% of our current electricity demand. So it is a win for further decarbonisation of the grid, but it's actually a lot more than that. We're talking about energy co-ops in urban areas where local people can have a hand in their energy generation. We're talking about jobs and ongoing work for decades in rural areas. And we're also talking about small-scale domestic manufacturing, fabrication and maintenance, the development of transferable skills, the like of which will actually go on and people will be able to use those in other areas of completing the energy transition. So please vote for this resolution.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. Delegates, we have no more cards in for this resolution and no cards in to speak against. Can I take it, therefore, that you are content to pass this resolution by acclaim? Thank you, Conference. Small public service announcement, because there was a lot of interest in that resolution. There is a fringe event on at lunchtime on the same topic, Unlocking Scotland's Offshore Wind Potential, which is in Conference Suite 1A at 12:30. So you may wish to go along there, and you will see all of the fringe events detailed in your conference guide. There are fringe events, I think, for everybody and every area of interest. A couple of other points just to make to you. There are events on in the evenings as well, and I know that people had a good time at various of these yesterday. I see that West Hill, Kintore and Blackburn branch have very creatively organised a conference canvas and comedy night, and I like the sound of that. A bit of canvassing before you get your comedy night sounds like a very good use of time to me. So canvassing in Blackburn is at 6:30, followed by comedy night at 8 o'clock. So if you want to go out there and lend them a hand with that, I think that will be very well received, and I'm sure it'll be a good evening. And just before we move on to resolution number 8, I'd like to highlight to you that there are 2 topical resolutions which have been agreed for this afternoon. The titles of these are, firstly, extension of residency permits for displaced Ukrainians, and secondly, asylum process. The text of these resolutions is on the website, so you can have a look at that just now and get cards in if you would like to speak. And if you have a topical resolution that you would like to submit for tomorrow, then you can do so by emailing debates@snp.org before 9:30 tomorrow morning. And as ever, if you want to speak in any resolution, in any debate, if you get a card from the stewards who are at the side of the hall, see them helpfully holding them up so you know where they are, and get that to us on the stage, then we will always do what we can to have a balanced and representative debate. So with thanks to you for bearing with me through all that, we will now move on to resolution number 8, which is entitled Rural New Entrants Fund. And this resolution will be proposed by Lucy Beattie of Wester Ross branch. Lucy is a first-time speaker at conference, and our next speaker seconding will be Marie Todd, MSP. So please welcome Lucy Beattie.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucy Beattie. I'm the second officer of the Wester Ross branch. I'm also standing as a prospective candidate for the area of Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross at the next Westminster election. Conference, there is scant opportunity for young people to access housing in remote and rural areas. Scotland, the nation, our nation, is a civic society. And as mentioned yesterday, Scotland's greatest resource is the people of Scotland. Yet, in our remote and rural areas, we are witness to a population decline that has gone on for centuries. And a significant decline is still happening in modern times. We may see areas of the Northwest's population drop by 12% in 2040. So what are some of the headline figures? In the Highlands, working age population has declined by 3.2% over the last decade. Compare that to the rest of Scotland, where the working age population has grown. 45% of businesses struggle to find staff accommodation, and key workers struggle to find accommodation. Now, the Highlands has 51% of Scotland's landmass, yet these are startling figures when you look at the figures for people waiting for houses on the Highland Council waiting lists. School rolls are falling, and they're falling fast. Ullapool High School, for example, went from 250 pupils when it was opened as a new high school in 1999, which has dropped to 185. Gairloch High School is at 89 pupils, Kinlochbervie High School 33. Durness Primary School has just 2 pupils. So undoubtedly, supply and demand comes into play here. For example, if you look at the average house price in Gairloch last year, this was £300,000. Stack that against a wage average in the Highlands of £28,000 a year. Stack that against problems which have been brought to us from south of the border with the crippling rise in interest rates that has come about on mortgages. So many of you will know that Professor James Hunter has written on this, and he wrote for the Scottish Land Commission in his report in 2019 that recommended routes for the repeopling of the Highlands. And the SNP is committed to promoting all Scottish interests. Therefore, I ask you to support this resolution that proposes routes that will support young people, as defined per the EU definition for agricultural areas, those aged 40 and under, to access land or housing through support to access low-cost routes to finance or buying. Now, this resolution has been supported with a lot of input with folks from the Sutherland branch, the Westeros branch, and Inverness City, and I'm grateful for everyone who gave their input today to bring this to you. So that land and housing resources are protected by a right of preemption, we would like to guarantee that these resources are protected as well for social housing in the future, where deemed necessary, and to use these measures to continue and to perpetuate the good work that could be brought about by a fund like this. So that land assets in the public sector can be identified and made available to new entrants at their current use value, we would also like you to support this resolution so that these assets can be identified and made available. Now, there are lots of positive case studies for targeted community-led housing which abound, and they have been greatly supported by a number of measures brought about by the Scottish Government. For example, in Loch Broom, a development in 2008 saw 1 GP retained in our area, 1 mountain rescue medic, 1 teacher, 1 oyster farmer, 1 marine biologist, 9 children. But we propose that this resolution and these measures will bring more vital change to rural areas. This support will give a clear message to young people looking to access housing. And so let's bring this change. Let's say, welcome, we need you, come home. So to conclude, I'll ask, how can we reach a situation where more land is realised for housing, where land is not held on hope value or on speculation by developers? Undoubtedly, this is linked to land reform, and there is a lot of good work that's being done right now through the Scottish Land Commission and the Housing Directorate. And there will be more work to do, and it should and will continue. But a rural new entrants fund will help bridge these gaps. It will help to empower our communities and to empower our young people and to keep rural Scotland thriving. I would ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And to second resolution number 8, please welcome to the platform Marie Todd, MSP.
Conference, I'm very glad to second this resolution, and I'm really proud of the work that my branch have done to propose a solution to one of the most vexing challenges that we face, not just in Wester Ross, but in many parts of rural Scotland. As MSP for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, and as Minister for Social Care, I am acutely aware of the ageing demographic that we face in my part of the world. We've suffered centuries of depopulation. In recent years, the pandemic has pushed the price of housing in rural areas right up. We've had an influx of retirees who are, of course, very welcome, but they're often cash buyers, and young people cannot compete. Brexit has almost destroyed us in the Highlands. So we had a falling birth rate for decades, and in 2000, that birth rate started to rise, and that was because of all of the Eastern Europeans who came to live in the Highlands. But because of Brexit, which of course, the conference needs no reminding, we voted resoundingly against, many of our European friends and neighbours have left, and no more are coming. Every industry is suffering labour shortages. To give you an example, I live in Ullapool, a really fabulous place. Many of you will have visited on holiday. Now, our restaurants in Ullapool, at the height of the summer season, were unable to open 7 days a week because we don't have enough people to work there. Every industry is suffering. It's not just hospitality, it's not just social care. Most of our businesses can't grow because the limiting factor is not having enough people to work in them, not a shortage of market. Many of our villages are becoming unbalanced, so if more than half of your houses in your village are holiday homes, it's pretty hard to keep your school open. And Lucy detailed the falling school rolls that we have all over the Highlands. So I want to draw your particular attention to the one line in this resolution where social housing or self-build homes are proposed, a permanent residence restriction on use and resale would apply. That, I think, is absolutely vital. We need government support to restore our population in the Highlands, but where government support is given, it can't possibly be then within a few years become a second home. Where government support is given to homes, they must remain homes. Now, there are a significant number of unoccupied properties. Mortgages aren't always available for that type of purchase, and this fund would enable new entrants to access risk-free funds, to purchase sites, to make capital improvements. Conference, if depopulation is not addressed, the cost of supporting rural communities will continue to rise. This measure will pay for itself over time. Thriving rural communities are vital to Scotland. I'd go so far as to say you can't survive without us. We're doing all the important stuff. All the energy is up our way. All the food, the crofters, the fishers, the farmers, we produce all of that. We are absolutely vital to the health of this nation. So, Conference, I'm asking for your help and support the motion, support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Delegates, with no further cards in to speak on resolution number 8 and no cards in to speak against, can I ask if you are content to accept that resolution by acclaim? Thank you very much, delegates. So moving on in our programme, you will see that the next item on our agenda is something that is always a highlight of our conference, the Fraternal address from Plaid Cymru. So I'm really delighted to welcome to conference the member of the Synod for Ynys Môn since 2013 and since June 2023, the leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iowerth. A huge welcome to Rhun.
Friends, Carajin, Cyfeillion, a very good morning, pushing afternoon to you. It's a real honour to be here with you in Scotland today among friends, old and new. We'd coordinated our conferences rather well this year. The SNP in Aberdeen and Plaid Cymru in Aberystwyth last week. This act of solidarity between our two Abers, reflecting the strong bond between our nations. And let me say thanks to your Aberdeenshire man, your spokesperson on Wales, Richard Thompson, for addressing our conference in Aberystwyth. Richard, I hope you felt a very warm welcome there. The welcome I've had here certainly confirms to me the deep affection between our parties. It's my first visit, actually, to Aberdeen, somewhere I've always known as a proud footballing city from my football sticker collecting days of my childhood. And let me congratulate you as a proud footballing nation on qualifying last night for next year's European Championships in Germany. We're not there quite yet. I did watch Wales edge closer to qualifying with a wonderful performance last night. But I tell you what, I have to be very, very careful here. Scotland has inflicted plenty of pain on Wales in footballing clashes over the years, so perhaps least said the better. It's also my very first visit to Scotland since becoming leader of Plaid Cymru, but already today your welcome has made me feel like an honorary Scot, even if only for one day, so thank you so much. Before I delve further into our shared vision, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to Humza Yousaf for his kindness and hospitality today. Our thoughts in Plaid Cymru are with Humza's family, in Gaza, and with all the innocent civilians in both Israel and Palestine who are enduring the pain of this ongoing tragedy. It takes a person of great strength to speak with such clarity and compassion during such trying times. Scotland, you are fortunate to have Humza as a leader who stands firmly for justice. We're both relatively new leaders, so let me introduce myself. The leader of Plaid Cymru since June this year. I marked a decade since being elected to our Parliament, the Senedd, this summer. But before that, I spent nearly 20 years as a journalist and a broadcaster. I only had the pleasure of attending an SNP conference once as a political correspondent, I think many years ago in Perth. And I can assure you that being here giving this address on behalf of Plaid Cymru is a lot less stressful than chasing politicians around with a news camera. But I'll still chase a few of you for some selfies later on in the day, perhaps. I've lived and worked across Wales, born in the Southern Valleys, then moved further north to Gwynedd, then further north still to the island of Ynys Môn. I later studied in Cardiff, where my wife Chinos and I started our family, and then we brought up our 3 children on the island that I'm now so proud to represent. And that experience guides my politics. I'm clear, Plaid Cymru is a party for all of Wales, north, south, east and west, urban, rural, those who speak Welsh and those who don't. One Wales, like one Scotland, 2 European nations working together as one team. You know, both our parties have been through challenging times of late, but the need to build a better future for the people of our nations means that being downbeat just isn't an option. Those political challenges may seem at times as if we're performing some political high-wire act, daunting and precarious, but I and we in Plaid Cymru know that it's challenges like this that strengthen our focus and our resolve. In 1979, Wales voted no to devolution. Many believed we'd lost for good, but the spark of hope was never extinguished. And in 1997, a week after Scotland had said yes, so did Wales. We wouldn't be muted again. We could finally raise our voice as a nation. And in the years since, whether in opposition or in our time in government, Plaid Cymru has been consistent in the vow that we make to the people of Wales. We will always stand up for them. We have no London party bosses to keep us in check. Our focus will always be on our communities and our nation's interests. That's what makes us different. Plaid Cymru exists to give Wales a voice, just as the SNP gives Scotland a voice. What's clear from the energy here in Aberdeen is that this is a party as determined as ever to raise that voice, to speak up. You are the spark that still ignites. I know our sister party, the SNP, will never give up on Scotland's future, just as Plaid Cymru will never give up on Wales's. Conference, I am so proud, as Plaid Cymru's new leader, to be renewing our shared political partnership today. Hamza and I have today committed to strengthening our bond. The SNP and Plaid Cymru share a long history, bound by a common cause to support our communities today, whilst looking to tomorrow and our opportunity to forge fairer and more prosperous nations through independence. From the days of Gwynfor Evans and Winnie Ewing, our parties have stood side by side and have crafted a unique alliance in these islands, one that we will endeavour to strengthen further. Our shared mission is to improve the lives of the people of our respective nations, in stark opposition to the inequality at the heart of the United Kingdom. And remember, we're never driven by wanting to break up a family, but rather to give each member of the family the tools needed to succeed. Together, we want to build a future where our communities thrive and where our children can reach their potential. This is not just a partnership, it is a bond of solidarity. It is a bond of solidarity, and today we're renewing that bond, guided by our shared principles of fairness, equality, and crucially, self-determination. As we approach the next UK general election, let's get the message out that we are the alternatives to the cosy Westminster consensus. Our communities are close to buckling after 13 years of Conservative austerity. People are struggling to make ends meet. Living standards across the UK are plummeting. But faced with this dire reality, what does Keir Starmer propose? A veneer of competence, but with a glaring absence of the empathy and compassion that our communities need. He pledges to maintain the cruel two-child benefits limit, just more competently. He promises to persist with inhumane anti-asylum policies, but to do so efficiently. He's content to deny opportunities to our children by following in the Tories' Brexit footsteps. And yes, we're the only parties in our nations that really call out the Tory Brexit for what it is, an utter failure that's costing us dearly. And the refusal of the Westminster parties to engage with that Brexit reality makes one thing clearer than ever. Our European futures must be in our own hands. Both Westminster parties show a frightening lack of ambition. We deserve better, and that's where the SNP and Plaid Cymru come in. We can and will make a stand for a brighter and a more compassionate future. After the blues of 13 years of Conservative rule, and as Labour's red fades into a dull grey, the SNP yellow and the green of Plaid Cymru are needed more than ever. Our message is clear. Together we stand for hope, we stand for fairness and ambition, in stark contrast to the Westminster politics of indifference. There wasn't a single mention of Wales in Keir Starmer's speech last week. Not one. Wales has voted Labour for a century, and that's the thanks we get. We in Plaid Cymru look up to what you have achieved in Scotland. You've shown that real change can be achieved by acting boldly in government. Thanks to the SNP, Scotland is becoming a pioneer in reducing child deprivation and lowering inequality for children. The Scottish Child Payment has been called a lifesaver. 316,000 children have benefited, with 90,000 lifted out of poverty this year. Now that's a record to be proud of. That's how we show. That's how we show our party's ambition compared with both the Conservatives and Labour. Labour want to deny benefits from the poorest children just because they have siblings by keeping the Tories' two-child benefits cap. We are delivering. In Wales, it's only thanks to Plaid Cymru that Labour agreed to introduce universal free school meals. They'd voted against. Time and time again, we made sure it was delivered. And Conference, it's by ensuring that Plaid Cymru and the SNP return a strong group of MPs that we can stand up against the condemning of our children to more austerity of ambition. Only we will hold Westminster parties to account, both Tory and Labour. So, Conference, friends, we stand united here today. Scotland and Wales, the SNP and Plaid Cymru. We stand at a crucial juncture, but we do so together. We will confront the challenges ahead together with clear-eyed determination and never, ever forget that we represent the hope and ambition that our communities so desperately need. We stand against the politics of indifference. We've achieved milestones that have defied cynics in the past, and we will do so again. Let's fight the next election with optimism for a better Scotland, a better Wales, and a better future for all our people. Plaid Cymru will be with you all the way. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very much, delegates. Conference, our party and our movement is built on the hard work and the dedication of our amazing SNP activists. It's truly the case that we stand on the shoulders of giants. So I'm delighted to welcome to present the President's Prize, our own party president, Michael Russell.
Thank you, Kirsten. The context for the President's Prize is always service to the party, service to Scotland, furthering the cause of independence. But each year when I'm looking for the person to receive the prize, I talk to quite a number of people about the issues that affect them, the people who have impressed them, and the ideas that we need to talk about at this moment in the SNP. And one of those was touched upon actually by our friend from Plaid Cymru. It was a feature of the debate that you've just had on Rural New Entrants Fund. And it's about the way in which the SNP and the relevance of independence touches every single part of Scotland. As a former rural MSP of a constituency that had 23 inhabited islands, I called out for the rubbish it was, the idea that in some sense the SNP was a central Scotland party or an urban party. The SNP is the party of the whole of Scotland. And those parts of Scotland that need the biggest help, the biggest support, the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, have had it from this party and will always have it from this party. And that is particularly well known amongst those who work in the branches and constituencies within the Highlands and Islands, where people have laboured long and hard to make sure that the message gets everywhere. And sometimes that's a little harder than doing in the middle of cities. There may not be tenements to climb, but there are very long roads to drive, and sometimes they're difficult to drive in the middle of winter. But people keep going. They keep going to get the message across and to make sure people are supporting the SNP because they've heard the message of the SNP. And therefore, I want this year to award the President's Prize to somebody who has worked tirelessly for independence and for the SNP in Wester Ross. Sandy Mackenzie is here today, and I'm shortly going to go down and, with Humza and present the prize to him because he can't come up and join us. But Sandy Mackenzie has had a remarkable career within the SNP, not looking for a career, but looking to help his fellow citizens, his fellow members, and the area which he comes from and in which he lives. And amongst the many achievements, including making sure councillors were elected, making sure MSPs were elected, making sure MPs were elected, was ensuring that in the communities, for example, the community of Ullapool, people turned out and voted yes in 2014. Now, regrettably, we're going to have to ask them to do that again. But if they do that in even greater numbers, then the Highlands of Scotland will be like the rest of Scotland, pointing the way to independence. I want to thank Sandy on behalf of this party for all the work that he has done. And I want to point out that there are, hard as Sandy has worked, there are people in every part of Scotland, in every SNP branch in Scotland, and in every constituency in Scotland who deserve this honour too. And I hope over the next 12 months to spend some time talking to those people and to recognising others who have contributed so greatly. And I'll be later in the year asking people to bring those names forward. But I want to thank Sandy today and thank him on behalf of the SNP. It is because of Sandy that the flame burns so brightly still in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland.
This is yours, sir. Shall we get the picture of the three of us together?
Can you come into the light a bit more? Yeah, yeah. Just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. That's about there, yeah.
Come in.
Oh, yeah,
come
on,
in.
come on.
Come in.
Come on.
I think there's a gentleman here for the last one. There's always one more. Okay. Thank you. I'm your guys' biggest supporter. Well done. Congratulations.
Behind all great men, we know. Let me say hello to another quick friend.
Thank you very much, delegates. Huge congratulations to Sandy on this well-deserved award. I hope you'll enjoy your lunch, enjoy visiting Fringe events and the exhibition area, and we'll see you back sharp at 2 o'clock.
Members in the party. We're the youth wing, and we're known for our campaign machine. We're always out by-elections, for elections, and for our policy campaigning as well.
So how did you get involved in that?
I came along to a conference, and the convener at the time was like, "You're a young woman, here's a leaflet, come along to a fringe event." And at that time they were launching their campaign to get the TIE campaign into the Scottish Government, into the programme for Scotland, and they did. So that was kind of like my first look into how productive and successful the YSI can be.
Yeah, amazing. And what other kind of movements have you seen the YSI do successfully, and what kind of challenges have you seen once you've been there?
So the YSI had a big campaign when I joined, which was raising the military recruitment age from 16 to 18. That wasn't backed by the politicians that were implementing the policy. However, the party actually listened to the young people, and we were the ones that shaped the policy. So that was quite a big move, and we also achieved that through negotiations with the MPs as well. We've had other campaigns that have been successful around mental health awareness, around a campaign over a school leavers toolkit to ensure that school leavers have all the resources necessary when they leave school. Period products, free period products, and dignity when it comes to periods has been a big one for the YSI as well. Those are the ones that are off the top of my head.
And how important do you think it is for political parties to engage with the youth wings, especially with the independence movement?
So essential, because there's so many ideas that come from the young people in our party, especially those that are like 16 and have just joined, and they're feeding in what they're hearing at school and at university and college, and that allows us to kind of hear about the policies that would be really interesting, important for young people, especially when we're trying to shape a country for the future of this country.
Yeah. And so do you tend to do most of your work with Holyrood or with Westminster as well?
We do most of our work with Holyrood because Westminster don't listen to young people or Scottish people. So it is really just like banging your head against the door. But when it comes to manifestos and meetings with ministers, they're always so receptive. And you can see that in just the last Holyrood manifesto, which had so many pledges for young people that have already begun to be implemented.
Yeah. And what plans does the YSI have going into the 2024 general election?
I think it's mostly around campaigning, and we're currently looking at the policy platform that we would like to raise with the party. Obviously it hasn't been called yet, so we haven't quite got there yet, but I know there's a lot of focus on HIV awareness, which OFI, the Out for Independence, have also been raising. A campaign I've been looking at has been banning the use of NDAs for sexual harassment and bullying, and I know that's something that Lib Dems, not Labour, the Lib Dems have actually been raising. So there are individual policies we've been looking at, and specific issues that we think would affect young people that we'd like to see in the manifesto, alongside independence, of course, but that was, of course, discussed yesterday.
Yeah. And bringing it back to the conference, did you see the Plaid speech just now?
I didn't manage to see that because I was on the stall. We were waiting to see Hamza. Yeah.
So what are you hoping to see this afternoon and moving into tomorrow? The kind of energy in the place is really palpable. It's been very electric almost. Are you happy to see the kind of positive energy that's been going forward?
I was very surprised to see how packed the agenda is. There are a lot of really good resolutions. Just the first resolution was on bringing energy into public control, and I think that set a really good tone for the conference. And I think there's been some really good debate so far, and I think the independence debate brought that to life. So I'm excited to see how the different motions that are coming forward. There's some interesting internal sessions to come up that also allows us to get into the nitty-gritty, which I also enjoy. And it's just really nice to catch up with everybody and share what the YSI has been doing. This year we ran our international conference where we brought youth members from all across Europe to Edinburgh, self-funded of course. So that was really an amazing experience, and we have different youth organisations taking motions to their parties about supporting Scottish independence. So even if it doesn't pass, they're still raising awareness of our cause.
Yeah. And there's been a big focus on kind of community spirit, what it is to be Scottish. Do you think that that's what sets the SNP apart from other political parties, because there is that focus on kind of unity spirit.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because we really listen to our members, which I think is really important, and I feel that as the YSI, as the YSI community, we're really listened to, and we're really respected by not just the leadership, but other party members. So I think that's really important, and the affiliates all have a really good relationship between each other as well. So I think that's really important.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Erin. Erin, for joining us. Really excited to see what the YSI do next. And so we've got a packed agenda for this afternoon. We've got more interviews coming. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So we've got more guests coming up on this super interesting to hear from the just to hear how the process these numbers is, and also how energized and enthusiastic that is definitely quite good. Conservatives and from Labour. And so we have our next guest for this lunch break. Welcome. Hello, welcome to Broadcasting.
Hiya.
For our viewers, if you could introduce yourself and maybe what your relationship is to the party, how you got involved.
Okay. So I'm Siobhan Toland. I am a local councillor in Dundee. I've been in the party since 2014, just after the referendum, and become more active after Brexit, I think. Yeah.
The surprise is there.
Exactly.
So how did you first get involved within the party? Was it the referendum that kind of sparked you into?
Yeah, well, it was the independence movement first of all, and I remember everybody has this tale about how they began to think yes or no for independence, but mine's just slightly different because it was always, for me, it was just a natural, yeah, of course, independence is what it should be. It was more about kind of getting involved. So my son was about 3 at the time, so I used to drag him down on a Saturday, and we used to go leaflet in Edinburgh. This is where we're still in Edinburgh, so that was about probably the year before the referendum ended, and then we began to get involved there. And then when I joined the SNP after 2014, honestly, a wee bit of disappointment because there was a vibrancy of the Yes movement that didn't quite get reflected in the SNP in terms of the meetings and stuff, but I got involved in local Yes movements when I moved back to Dundee and so forth as well. So I think that's about it. The shift into the SNP, I would say probably more the pandemic. I mean, I was always involved in the SNP, but not maybe to that degree, because I think that the SNP to me were one of the few structural organisations that looked like they were helping. And that's how, strangely, I began to judge people. It's like, how did you help during the pandemic? What do you do? How can you help? And did you help? Kind of thing. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty normal way to judge, especially during the pandemic. Did you help? Were you there, or were you just kind of in power?
Yeah. And for me, it was the SNP and it was the faith communities that both, I think, kind of came to the fore and offered help and support in individual ways and structural ways as well. Yeah.
And so were you at the conference yesterday? Did you see the independence debate?
I did. It was long and it was slightly tiring, but it was an important debate, and I think that we made the right decision. I think that the only, I would say, kind of bone of contention perhaps in terms of the debate was it going to be 50% or majority of the seats or a majority of the votes, and I think we probably made the right decision. I was certainly in favour of the majority of seats rather than votes, so that seems to have passed quite well. I think that now it's done, I'm hoping that I'm picking up on this, that there's a bit of a sense of relief that we've set a path, and now the hard work starts, because we have to convince people that independence is the way forward. I went to a fringe this morning on the getting behind the attitudes of the average SNP voter, and we were talking about that earlier actually, and one of the things was the raison d'etre for voting in Scotland seems to be to get rid of the Tories. So there's a bit of a battle there, I think, for the SNP, because obviously Labour has more power at a UK level. So we'll see what happens, but this is where the independence debate has to be make or break. We put our best case forward for the general election and let the people of Scotland decide. I think democracy is democracy.
And there was a lot of discussion yesterday within the debate as to whether the SNP, if they put it as the votes, would be setting themselves to a higher standard, or a standard that's not being held. That no one else is holding themselves to.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that statement, that if they had passed the votes, then they would almost be setting themselves an impossible target?
I think there is an element of that. It's not a referendum, so it's not a 50% plus one vote situation. Everybody else governs on the basis of they get a majority of the votes, and sometimes not even a majority of the seats, sometimes not even the majority of the seats, because obviously you've got coalitions and stuff. So I do think there was an element of we were almost setting ourselves up to a standard that no other political party met. It's not a referendum. It's not a referendum. It is a general election, and it's not our fault that it's not a referendum. It's a general election. We go by the means available to us. Having said that, it's not an either or, and I think it is on a continuum. The more votes we get, and the closer to 50% we get, then the stronger our case can be, and the more confident we can be in our case moving forward. We have mandates, and I think that's maybe we can't take one election in isolation. We come from a history of many, many mandates. Things change, of course, but this is, for me, a stage of let's move forward. It's not an either or. I think if we'd set ourselves for 50 plus 1% of the votes, then it would have ended up in an either or situation.
And how important, obviously, is going to be campaigning in 2024? And how do you think that the SNP can best put themselves out there and get the message across that, yes, you want the Tories out, but also, the SNP is the party that voters should be putting their support behind?
I think that's the dilemma that we do now have, the fringe discussion that I went to earlier on kind of talked a bit about that dilemma, because what we have is we've always been almost in opposition to the Conservatives, and that to a certain extent is an easy one, because people in Scotland define themselves by their dislike of the Tories, and that's certainly what that polling fringe said. So, but what we're doing now is we're up against actually another social democratic party. So the values underlying both parties can broadly be similar from an electoral point of view. Labour would disagree, but I think ultimately that's the same. So then the division becomes purely constitutional. That's I think where we're at, and from an electorate point of view, from a common sense understanding point of view, why wouldn't you vote Labour if it's a guarantee to get rid of the Tories? Whereas the independence debate is much more long term. We would never have, and we can argue that we would never have a Rishi Sunak government in Scotland, because it's not kind of the way it's wired. We would never have a Liz Truss democracy, and we can ensure we can't. I couldn't get into the constitution debate, but we can ensure that we can't. But it's a long-term goal, and sometimes when you're desperate, you'll vote for short-term gains just because they're more certain. So that's where I think we have to pitch ourselves, is that we are. We can do this successfully, and I think for me that's where we get that. We must be very clear to the electorate that if we get this majority of seats, we will pursue independence. Myself and Maureen, we are the regional reps for the North East on the NEC, and we did our first regional assembly, and that was one of the things that came across, and that was one of the things I fed back, is the membership especially want to know that we've had numerous mandates and nothing seems to have happened. We have shifted, we've shifted, but nothing concrete seems to have happened in terms of, you know, becoming independent. I think that the membership want to know that that's going to happen, and I think we need to sell that to the electorate as well. To me, it's the election is, it's a real test case, and I think that we're reaching a stage where, win or lose, we have to take that leap, and we have to jump into that, and let the people decide. Put the best case forward and let the people decide.
And say if the electorate, if the voters, they do go for that quick fix, and Labour maybe win more seats, and the SNP don't win that majority of seats, how do you think that the movement can be continued, and how do you think that it can be reinvigorated with the kind of passion?
I mean, there's probably a couple of things there that, you know, movements ebb and wane. There is, I mean, historically, movements have shifted in and out. They've had their dips, they've had their successes. There's also the other element, however, that movements do eventually die. They die through losing or they die through winning. So it really depends on where we're at. I think morale would become low. Then we'd probably need to reset and rethink a more longer term strategy, I think. I'm a historian of trade, I suppose, but one of the things, and this is the feedback that I gave as well in terms of the regional assembly, is that, you know, our historical window is probably beginning to close. That's why I think the general election is so important. So it would be a kind of case of resetting. But having said that, I never thought that we would see the Labour Party in Scotland regurgitating, and sorry, that's the wrong phrase, but, you know, resetting and reinvigorating themselves. I never thought that would be the case. What was interesting about the workshop was that what they were saying in terms of the polling is it's not necessarily that Scottish Labour are increasing in popularity, it's that the SNP are ebbing. So it's not anything positive that you know, Labour are doing as such. It's more that the SNP is, there's faith being lost in the SNP and what it can do and how it can think. The next test would be the Scottish election, and then we would have to do that.
And how important do you think personality will play? Obviously, Hamza Yousaf, the more that people are getting to know him, the more popular he is. The same can be said for Ansas Sawa, the Labour leader. So how important do you think that the personalities of the leaders in Scotland is going to be?
It's an interesting one, I think, because I have been thinking about this, because Nicola was such a big character, and you know, there was that kind of genuine love for her, and I think the pandemic kind of increased the intensity of that relationship. But one of the criticisms was that independence would fall if Nicola fell, because it all centred around Nicola. What we're seeing, of course, is that the SNP are ebbing in terms of popularity, but independence is not. So it's not tied into personality. So I think that that's actually a positive thing. I think the difference with Hamza is as well, and that's not a criticism of Nicola, because I think sometimes we need different things at different times, is that I think Hamza is much more kind of horizontal in terms of how he works, and what he wants is he listens and he wants the power to be dispersed a bit more, and that's not a criticism of Nicola. I'm going to be kind of clear on that, because I think at the time we needed a strong leader to get us through the kind of the pandemic and the crisis, and I think that she gave us that, but actually I think she instinctively understood that we maybe needed something different, and I think Hamza gives us a different form of leadership, and he gives us a different form of party. One of the first things he did in the NEC was to look at the democracy of the party and rethink that. but also, on the other element of that, Humza is a genuinely kind of nice guy, genuinely caring guy, and you can see that. And I think it's one of those things that again, going back to that workshop that we did, the more people know of Humza, the more they like him. So at first it was like his ratings were quite low because it was like nobody knows Humza. And I remember because, when during the election, the leadership election campaign, and we were saying, it's not a bad thing that people underestimate Humza, but we saw something in Humza that people are now beginning to see. And I think if you look at the events over the last few days and what Humza has done on an international level, he's changed the discourse in something that's unbelievably important. So there's a kind of two-side of this. I think his personality will, win people over. But at the same time, let's not make it about a personality, and I think that's where Humza could be useful as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so there was obviously a lot of talk coming up to the conference about division in the party, and is there a split? Can it be solved? Can it be mended? Obviously, Kate Faulkner is not here.
Yes, actually I never noticed that, but yes, yeah.
And so do you think that the bridges are being made within the party, especially with the debate yesterday, and do you think that there is a kind of solid, united future for the SNP?
I'm from Dundee SNP and we're never really subject to much division. I'm going to be absolutely honest, we're kind of quite focused, and I have been in other branches in other areas, and you do see these divisions, but Dundee is relatively solid, so I come from a position of, is there divisions? Really, honestly, is there? But I'm aware that there is that kind of, I suppose, I wouldn't say it was a split, it's probably more a kind of slight fragment. I think that we have been a broad church, and it has embraced historically massively different political positions. But actually I think, and this is where the leadership contest maybe came in as well, again, we're talking about that, somebody had asked, Kate Forbes and Humza were relatively close in the first votes, but what you saw in the second votes was that Kate Forbes' votes went to Humza, but not near as much Humza votes went to Kate Forbes. And I think there is a rationale for that because there was that kind of social conservative, the progressive that Bat Humza didn't necessarily like. I think there is a shift in the ideological discourse of the SNP that has moved towards a progressive politics, and that's maybe where the split has resulted slightly, I think, in terms of the politics of it. Having said that, I think it is the only way we win independence is through that socially progressive model. So I don't want to be too controversial, but I think we were all a bit blown away by Joanna Cherry's hand of friendship yesterday, and that was a surprise, a pleasant surprise, and that seems to, she spoke very highly of Humza, and I think so there's an element there that there is an attempt to provide and re-glue ourselves back together maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Another fascinating interview. 2 seconds, really interesting insights. I'm sure we'll know. So our next guest is just coming into the studio. Welcome.
Hi.
If you would be able to just introduce yourself to.
So my name's Ruth Watson. I'm a journalist and broadcaster, and I'm always happy to support broadcasting in Scotland. I'm glad to see you looking better as well.
Yes, thank you so much. We've never met in person. Thank you so much.
One of the nice things about conference, you get to meet lots of folk that we only meet in the virtual world.
Absolutely. So how are you feeling about the conference so far? Obviously yesterday was it's been very busy. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I think the thing that surprises me in some ways is that the press release from the SNP following on from yesterday's conference discussion about independence and the route to independence that it really only seemed to focus on the first part, which was the using Westminster, the majority of votes, as a mandate to pursue independence. And what interested me was, and I've sort of spoken to a few politicians about this to ask why, the SNP press release really just seemed to focus on that part of the process. Whereas for me, as a journalist, the bigger story is what came after that. So what comes after Westminster? So the majority of votes being used to secure a mandate for independence, and it was pointed out to me in a conversation with somebody today that that's in itself is new. In the past, it's been, give us a mandate for an independence referendum. And what is being made clear in this instance is that the mandate will be for independence and the route to independence itself. So that is big. What came after that was a discussion and conference approved the setting up of a constitutional convention. Now, to me, that's significant that if all this is part of the plan, because that, of course, then means that the Scottish Government can release funds to be able to fund a constitutional convention and that civic conversation. And if, for example, an independence referendum is denied, although it is not the only route. And again, Hamza Yousaf, the First Minister, was very clear, an independence referendum is not the only route to independence. So obviously, for the international community to recognise Scotland as an independent country, a majority of the electorate that has taken part in the vote needs to want independence. Now, polling's looking very good for Scotland. So I don't know. I mean, if, for example, a majority of seats was won and the majority of votes as well was won, would that then be the case that the First Minister would go, okay, well, that's it. We're going to now negotiate for independence. If a majority of seats is won and the First Minister and the team go, okay, we've won the majority of seats, we're going to start working towards a constitutional conversation. We've got a draft constitution that's been already worked on, very impressive draft constitution. I've seen it, a number of people I know have worked on it, and yes groups around Scotland have been consulted on it. And then for, if the UK government was going, okay, let's have an independence referendum, well, that's fine. But if that doesn't happen, for the Holyrood election, in 2026, pardon me, if that was then used as the way in which a plebiscite would be held, a legally recognised, internationally recognised forum. Now, all of those things, I think, provide really solid, internationally recognised routes by which the Scottish Government can say the Scottish people have spoken, the Scottish people have decided that they want independence. It is now for us to negotiate our exit from the international treaty that is the Act of Union. And that is not something that the UK government can stand in the way of, because it's like a divorce. You can't, just because one side doesn't want the divorce to happen doesn't mean the other party can't leave. So I'm very surprised that that is not being spoken about more. I was speaking this morning to a national commentator who takes part in a lot of international and national kind of conversations and TV programmes, and he was saying, yeah, I kind of didn't really understand what was going on yesterday. So we had a quick chat. I kind of outlined for him why, for example, Holyrood is so important, because it means that 16 and 17-year-olds and New Scots, it's more democratic because they get a chance to vote. And explained the route using the Constitutional Convention and how that civic conversation is so important in developing engagement and actually stepping outside then that media conversation that often just says everything that Scotland does isn't great. And you're like, oh, all of that suddenly makes sense. So I don't understand why the SNP has not put out a press release that makes it make sense, but that's my précis anyway.
Do you think the media will be coming into the 2024 election? Obviously in the 2019 election, you basically saw the media completely decimate Jeremy Corbyn. How important is the SNP to not control the narrative, but to handle on the media?
I don't think the SNP ever can control the narrative. I think that we have a media which is owned by an ever-increasing concentration of billionaires and owners who have a very vested interest in the status quo. I think that what the SNP needs to do is stop the unforced errors. I think what the SNP needs to do is get on the front foot. We've got Murray Foot, for goodness sake, the guy's a tabloid editor. He understands the news, he understands a punchy headline. We need to stop, I don't know, it's not quite the obfuscation, but almost the fear of being good at PR. You know, we need to get good PR, we need to be on it, we need this rebuttal team. And actually, it's not just about having a rebuttal team, we need to have positive, punchy messages that get the messages out. If the SNP PR team cannot get a good news story out that is clear and concise about the amazing discussion that I was at yesterday, that gives me cause for concern from a PR point of view. As a journalist who's interested in news and current affairs and people being given the information they need to make their own minds up, I think that the SNP as a party needs to be better. I think that activists and members need to have clear messaging that they can clearly understand and take round the doors. And I think that the media is going to do what the media does. It is up to us to have positive and honest messaging that we put out over social media. Don't get tied up in petty party politics or people's personal ambitions or arguing with Botti Stan numbers 5, 7, 8, 9 with all the football flags and don't even bother. Life's too short. So we need a good message. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to believe in Scotland, and we need to get a bit of positivity, and we need to convey to people that people are so tired, people are so scunnered because they're just fighting to survive, they're just fighting to eat, to feed their kids, to heat the homes. And we need to get across a clear message without the cynicism that actually all of this is about making democracy for Scotland better. And I think there's a lot to be said about engage. I mean, I noticed yesterday there was a whole, vote SNP for independence and get rid of the Tories forever. But actually, Hamza Yousaf at one point, he was very clear, and he said, Tory governments, we don't elect forever. And I think that point's very, very important, because I live in quite a Tory area. I live in a rural area, there's a lot of Tories. And when I speak to Conservatives with a small c, who are very pro-European, have never considered independence before, now no longer will vote for the Conservative Party because of their impact on farming, their impact on sort of rural and environmental policies. But they are very, very interested when you speak to them about an independent Scotland developing new political parties, including a right-of-centre party they need not be ashamed of. Perhaps one that looks more like the party that Angela Merkel led, for example, although it's changing a bit under the new leadership. So I think that we need to have, and I think that's one of the things about the Scottish Constitutional Convention which excites me, is showing people the potential for what a new Scotland, a future Scotland would look like.
It's almost like removing Scotland from the kind of chains and the binaries of the semi-two-party system down in Westminster, and to say that it's not going to be Tories, Labour, SNP in a new independent Scotland. There can be a whole plurality of parties. It doesn't have to be first past the post and everything like that. It's the ability to have that forum in that conventional constitution. And so to bring it back to the conference, did you see Plaid speech?
I have to say, I spent a large part of this morning going around the stalls and talking to people. So again, I probably will catch up later on by watching Broadcasting Scotland on Catch Up with the day's events. But actually, for me, one of the really interesting things as a journalist coming to conference is speaking to all those other people that are here. So speaking to farmers, speaking to people at Marie Curie about cancer care, speaking to people from Unison. You know, there's so many people around the conference that are here. And for me, that's a really, really important opportunity. It's one of the really good things about coming to conference that I'm interested in as a journalist is, you know, speaking to people about the range of other issues which affect Scotland. So it's not just about, for me, coming here, it's not just about SNP policy and seeing what those... I trust the members to decide well. For me, it's about having those conversations which are difficult to have in a post-COVID world and sort of, you know, living in a rural community. So yeah, I've missed all of this morning, but I will catch up later on Broadcasting Scotland. But yeah, I mean, for me, for example, speaking to the people at Unison at their stall about the issues that their members face and what they think the Scottish Government can do with the powers that we already have. So if, for example, I was at a Scottish Land Commission meeting recently, if, for example, we were to change the way that property was taxed, so that the big land, so for example, there's a small island off the west coast of Scotland where the local landowner pays, who owns most of the island, pays less tax than the local primary school. That's not uncommon. So if the Scottish Government were to use the powers that the Scottish Government has to change taxation to actually charge people on wealth, not just income, then we could have enough to pay the people at Unison enough. So there are, and I had a really interesting conversation with the people at the post office, and I need to remind people, as they reminded me, the post office is not the same as the Royal Mail, because I came in being a bit bullish about Royal Mail and went, yeah, but we're the post office. We're actually the last banks in many rural communities. And I went, oh yeah, you're right. I'm a journalist. I should know that. So it's actually really interesting. Oh, and I met a Dalek. So it's, yeah. So being at conference for me is about more than what's going on in the hall. Because what's going on in the hall, I can catch up with later on Broadcasting Scotland.
That's a really lovely attitude, because it's more than just politics here, because it's about, like you said, bringing people together, having conversations with people, and learning a lot. And I didn't know anything about the post office until right now. I would like to know a little bit more about why you met a Dalek, how you met a Dalek.
Go downstairs, have a look around, there's a Dalek! But the whole thing is that it's not about party politics. Politics is the way we live our lives, and the influence on how we live our lives, how well we live our lives. And that, of course, interests me greatly. But I think that using this opportunity at conference to network, to meet people and activists from other parts of Scotland, all of that interests me. But yes, I do sort of dip in and out as well. But I'm actually very lucky. I'm here with a number of colleagues, and yeah, I have faith that other people will be voting for the policies that matter. I'm not such an egotist. I think my voice needs to be heard.
Yes, I get you. And so, what are you really hoping to get out of the conference, apart from these fabulous conversations, and apart from things or anything else?
What I want to get, as a journalist, I made a point of never being affiliated to any political party. And actually, I didn't particularly care. I wasn't loyal to any one political party. I was sort of a political tart, if you will. I kind of voted tactically. But in 2016, 3 days after the vote for Brexit, I joined the SNP because it was the only party that, for me, made sense for joining, for achieving Scottish independence and to be back in Europe, which to me is a primary issue. And it was, that's sort of been a driving force for me. So for me, being at this conference, what I found extremely interesting is listening to some of the fringe events, for example, to Heather Anderson, the Dundee councillor, who is still an honorary MEP, listening to Mike Russell talking about Europe, listening to Angus Robertson, just listening to, so for me a big part of this conference has been getting the vibe on what people think about Humza Yousaf as First Minister. Now because I pass as white, but I'm a mixed race person, and so I'm part of the BAME group, the Black and Minority Ethnic group. So I've had the good fortune to be involved in committees and at meetings where Humza Yousaf has been present over the years. So I always supported him from the get-go, because I'm aware, actually the guy's a really decent guy, and I like his ethics and I like where he's coming from. So I always thought he would be a good First Minister. And I've been very interested to hear the way in which those who didn't vote for him are coming behind his leadership and listening to people, their assessment, their honest assessment of him and his first few weeks in power, months in power, and the direction that the party is taking. And so for me, the biggest takeaway has been listening to the level of engagement and the level of optimism that people have, that the democracy within the party, the voice of the grassroots is being heard, that the direction the party is taking is one that the delegates here that were at the meeting yesterday that actually heard what it was about are really enthusiastic about. So for me, I've come away with a bit of a spring in my step. I can see a route map that is undeniably democratic and that which will lead us to Scottish independence and back in Europe, which for me is huge. And I think that's something that's essential for all of Scotland and for the well-being of everybody, so that we can then move on to getting our democratic voice heard in the future. So yeah, so I'm feeling pretty positive.
Absolutely. Well, that's excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the show, everybody.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And that series of interviews, again, we are still on Iowerth. And we have our next guest from our private so really fascinating. Thank you to everyone who has so far. It's really interesting to hear my different perspectives from everyone at the party. It just shows the wealth and rich voice of opinion in Aberdeen. And we have just been joined by our next guest. Hello, Maureen. How are you?
Hi, Saoirse. Nice to meet you in person.
I know. I just had the exact same thing with Ruth. I've never met in person. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yes, great, thank you.
How are you enjoying the conference?
Yeah, it's good. Yes, I think we all came here with a bit of trepidation, but it's been really good. I think it's been really reassuring for people who are here and who are watching it online. And yeah, I think it's very positive going forward.
What were you mentioned feeling a little bit of trepidation. What in particular were you kind of the most anxious about, trepidatious about coming into the conference?
Well, I think the SNP and the Scottish Government has just had such an onslaught from the mainstream media and our opponents, much of it not justified. So I think members are understandingly quite nervous. I think if you haven't been out on the doorstep speaking to people, who are still very pro-independence and more thinking about it, but also there are people who are a bit more, as we saw in Rutherglen, a bit more worried about the SNP and the future of Scotland, which again is understandable because people are thinking about the cost of living crisis and paying their fuel bills. But I think what came across yesterday during Stephen Flynn's speech, the debate on the nationalisation of the energy companies, and then the debate about Scotland's constitutional future, is that we need now, having sorted out the process, talk about why independence is the answer to some of these real questions about our standard of living and the fuel costs. So yes, I think it's positive going forward.
And how do you think that the SNP will best communicate? Obviously, it's a little bit of a bubble here. How do you think that SNP are going to best be able to communicate to the electorate all of the kind of conclusions made today? Or over the last year?
Well, I think on the doorsteps and out campaigning on the streets, street stalls. You know, we have a huge membership. We have a huge activist base. We could always encourage more members to become active. But even, you know, speaking to the rest of your family, to your neighbours, to your friends, to your work colleagues, and, you know, furnishing them with the tools to show how independence and a fairer economy, a well-being economy, can really transform Scotland. I mean, you know, I was listening to a mainstream media conversation this morning, and it was still about, oh, how can Scotland afford it? You know, Scotland is a hugely wealthy country, not just because of the energy resources in renewables, and, you know, like many people, unfortunately, we're going to have to rely on oil and gas for a while, as long as we try and stop burning it as soon as possible. But for other things, we need it for chemicals and things. So, yeah, if we can get these messages across directly to people and not through the mainstream media, I think, you know, we've got a huge opportunity to reassure people, because people are open to the idea. They want change, and we've got to show that having Scottish independence is the change that can really make that difference. And not just changing the deck chairs on the Titanic of failing Britain, whether it's red deck chairs or blue deck chairs, you know, that the whole way that the economy is run is just for the rich, is not, it doesn't happen in other countries.
Such a apt and succinct what's the word?
Analogy.
Analogy. I think that's an excellent analogy. I could definitely be using that one, changing the deck chairs on the Titanic. So is there anything going forward in the next session or even tomorrow that you're looking forward to seeing, or even like hoping to see?
To be honest, I read the whole agenda when it comes out, and then I forget what's happening in each session. I'm looking forward to the speeches. I think the Fraternal greeting from our colleagues in Plaid Cymru was really good. You know, people talk about the SNP having been in government since 27, and, you know, they're tired. How long have the Labour Party been governing in Wales? Does anybody say that should be changed out? Well, I'm sure there are some people that do, but not the mainstream media again. So, you know, as I say, it is such an onslaught, unconcerted onslaught from our opponents at the moment. But Hamza is just so statesmanlike, isn't he? I mean, the way he has conducted himself with, you know, an eye and an ear on what's happening in Gaza is just so admirable. It's, you know, I mean...
It's an unimaginable situation,
yeah.
And he's handled it with such grace and also just strength. And Ruth was saying in our previous interview, he has effectively shifted an entire discourse on the matter, because you have the Westminster politicians taking almost the complete reverse stance on Hamza, but he has internationally asserted himself and asserted his position. And do you think that just
Well, I think it was interesting that last week Hamza had already met the Jewish community and the Muslim community, and only at the beginning of this week was Rishi Sunak doing the same. You know, and Hamza's not a leader. Honestly, really? You know, the comparison that we have to make with Westminster is all the time is just so bad. But people can't see that he is such a statesman. You know, I've seen it for months. I've seen him on the doorsteps in the constituency that I'm part of. And people who get to know him on the doors are really impressed. And then they go and talk to their neighbours, and people were coming out the doors and say, oh, it's not away already, is he? You know, so yeah, I think word is getting around that he really is a statesman, and I think, his speech tomorrow will hopefully solidify that.
Yeah. It's an interesting one because a lot of people, the consensus has been the more that people get to know Hunter, the more positive the outlook. I think that really speaks to him as a leader as well, because it's one thing to be immediately popular, but it's one thing for your personality to shine through and for your leadership skills to almost grow. And so, shifting to your own constituency, could you talk a little bit about how momentum is for the SNP, or even how morale is going into the elections next year?
So, although I don't live in Aberdeen South and North Kincardine, I'm still a member of that constituency. I'm convener of the constituency branch, and we're out canvassing twice a week. So our results are still holding up really well. Stephen Flynn is our MP, and obviously he will have a high profile as leader of the Westminster group going into the election, whenever it is. The sooner the better. I hope it's May rather than October next year. So yes, we're quietly not taking anything for granted. As I say, we're out knocking on doors every week. So, but in other constituencies around, similarly, those who are out working now rather than waiting until the election is called are getting similar views. And I think it's really important that members do go out and listen to people on the doorsteps or in street stalls, and really find out what people are thinking about, because everybody's under the cosh. And if you could say, well, there is another way, because austerity isn't normal for a country to, as an economic policy to follow. It isn't happening in other countries, that you cream off all the money for the rich and leave the rest of your population on the poverty line. That's just not normal. And we know that countries like Denmark, Ireland has a higher GDP than Scotland. Now, I'm old enough to remember when Ireland was in dire poverty. And now, as still part of the EU, they are flourishing. And we've heard people in conference, especially from the Highlands, really missing EU money for infrastructure projects. And the Westminster government's alternative, I can't remember what it's called, but it's pittance, pennies compared to what we used to get from the EU. So I think the prospect of rejoining the EU is very much in people's minds as a way of making sure that Scotland can prosper again.
And there was a really interesting quote yesterday from the strategy debate, that Scotland's leading export isn't whiskey, it's not tourism, it's not farms, but it's the people. And there's a really strong kind of sense of community here at the conference today. Do you think that that's almost a unique part of the SNP, that how strong that community feel is?
Yes, I mean, our people are our best and our greatest resource. And, people talk about the education system failing. Well, it's not. We have a higher percentage, something like the mid-90s% of our children leaving school and going to investing in Scotland compared to the whole of the rest of the UK, apart from London and the southeast. We're the third place in terms of inward investment. So all of these things we need to present in a clearer way going into this next election, and showing that independence is the answer.
Yes. And obviously there's a little bit of division, division's maybe not fair, but between Highlands and in the south of Scotland. How do you think that the SNP can ensure that all areas of Scotland are best served by this party?
Well, I think our opponents would like to try and instill that division in Scotland. As a North East MSP, I was continually saying that the North East does get its fair share. probably all, if you were coming by car, came up the new Aberdeen Western Peripheral route into the northeast. In terms of school building, their share, obviously because of COVID and the rising prices, and actually companies not even bidding for sections of dueling that route, and the money just doesn't go as far as it used to. There have been delays in the dueling of the A9 and the A96, but that will still happen. And listen, there was no word of it happening under Labour when they were in control of the Scottish Parliament or before the devolution. So there is still the commitment to do that. Because of COVID and the rising prices and the fuel prices, it's going to take a bit longer because prices have risen exponentially for the contracts and getting companies to bid to do that. So, I think the southwest of Scotland does need an upgrading of the route to Northern Ireland. But hey, again, it wasn't done under Westminster government, and why is everybody expecting this all to happen, immediately?
Yes.
Devolution and the SNP come to power, rather than having put the onus on other parties before. So yes, there's still loads to do, of course there is. But the will is there for the SNP Scottish government to do that.
And linking back to the Plaid Cymru speech it was a fabulous speech, and he focused so much on the kind of fraternal bond between Plaid Cymru and the SNP, and how there's shared values of equality and self-determination. In an ideal world, Plaid Cymru, SNP, how important do you think that relationship would be in 20 years, 30 years?
Absolutely, because by that time Wales will have their independence too. I mean, they're moving apace in Wales to realise that independence is a possibility and is normality. And obviously we've got the situation, unfortunately, in Northern Ireland where there's no government, but will we see votes on a united Ireland? So the future of the union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is on the way out, I think. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think that is the long-term prospect in these islands.
And should Plaid Cymru get their independence beforehand? How much do you think that they'd be able to help in that?
Absolutely. I mean, if you can see other countries. Well, that's what annoys me about mainstream media in this country, that we're so insular and only looking at Britain, and we're getting more insular because since we've left the EU, that we don't see or hear or read about what other countries are doing. So in taking Scotland forward, we're not having to reinvent the wheel, we're just having to see what other countries can manage to achieve.
Yeah, I think a comparison that's pulled a lot is Denmark, was what they were talking about yesterday. Denmark and Ireland, when you look at small countries that are energy rich, they've got all this potential that just needs to be unlocked. It's incredibly energy rich, which links to one of the discussions yesterday about bringing energy under public control. Is that something that you support? Obviously that resolution was passed. So what's your thoughts on energy policy, and in an independent Scotland it being under public control?
Well, look, listen, if Margaret Thatcher hadn't privatised the energy companies, look how rich Scotland could have been, especially if we'd had our own oil fund. We could be as rich as Norway per head of population. And, again, the UK is an outlier. It's the only country that's discovered oil and not set up an energy fund. I think Iran maybe didn't either. But the only two countries, all the others have. I remember we used to talk about Scotland being the Saudi Arabia of the North. And we could be that rich had we developed our oil and gas resources in a different way to the benefit of the people, not to the benefit of the oil companies. So I think in an independent Scotland where we would have control of the licences, taking control initially of the fields and things is a way forward. I think, you know, there would be, well, we managed to nationalise the railway industry, haven't we? And that's because the subsidies that the Scottish Government had to pay for private companies to own it, you know, was not profitable, and the money was going out of the country as well, because Abellio, who had it latterly, was a company in the Netherlands, so also partly owned by the government, if I recall. So these things are possible. You know, I'm old enough to remember when governments changed at Westminster, that went from privatisation to nationalisation and then back again with the Tories and Labour going back and forth. Now there's no difference between red and blue Tories. So that's not going to happen in a Westminster situation anymore, but these things are possible and have happened in other countries.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously looking internationally, do you think that these kind of small independent countries and the kind of newer states, do you think that they'll be key allies to Scotland internationally?
Absolutely. Look how in Europe, when we were dragged out, you know, the people in the European Parliament said we're keeping a light on for Scotland. You know, that was tear-jerking, wasn't it?
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining everybody.
Thank you very much.
So that is... Thank you so much to Rhun. Fabulous introduction. So, very... Well, let's talk about lunch break. And so we have one... Broadcasting Scotland.
Thank you.
If you would be able to, for our viewers, introduce yourself.
I'm George Adam, I'm Paisley's MSP and I'm also the Minister for Parliamentary Business.
So how did you take it all the way back? How did you get involved in the SNP in the first place?
That's a very long time ago. In 1987 I joined the SNP and it was a good year because St Mirren won the Cup, Scottish Cup, and I joined the SNP. And I remember telling that story not so long ago, and someone went and said to me, they went, "George, I've just checked your Wikipedia here, and you said that in May you enjoyed a good night out in Paisley when St Mirren won the Cup. You were only 17. And I went, "Oh, right, So I grasped myself at that point about... no, I joined the SNP then, mainly because it was right in the height of Thatcherism, and I'd seen what had happened to my town and my community in Paisley, and that's what enthused me, and I believed that independence was the only way forward.
And Paisley obviously is such a heart, it's such a community. How have you seen the town and the community change since you joined the party to how it is now?
Well, I think obviously during the independence referendum, Paisley voted yes. It saw the future that it wanted, like a lot of other areas in Scotland. And part of that is you can still see it. It's a local authorities, SNP run, minority council. I've been MSP since 2011. We've got Mary Black and Gavin Newlands as our MPs as well. Basically split down the middle in the Westminster one. And I think there's a confidence in the town now. We've got the Royal National Mod happening in Paisley at the moment. The Gaelic Mod, I was there on Friday night at the Town Hall, which has just been regenerated, and it's effectively a new town hall, so taking these old assets and making it better. So I think there's always been a great pride in the town, and I think it's just a case of focusing that and trying to make things, yes, it's challenging, there's difficult times and there's difficult things we need to do, but it's been positive about Paisley as well, and I tend to try and be positive about most things that we do.
Yeah, no, almost everyone I've ever met from Paisley loves it. Everyone from Paisley is very pro-Paisley, which is quite rare, I would say.
Positive about Paisley.
Rare to be positive about where they're from. So, how are you enjoying the conference?
It's really good. It's been really good. I enjoyed yesterday's debate on independence. Such a core part of what we all believe in, not being scared to actually have there. And what was interesting as well was the fact that was so many people that were not elected members involved in the debate, whether you agreed with their point of view or not was irrelevant. The fact that we had that very public debate is the important thing. And I think from now, it's a case of us now, that's a decision we've made, and we just get on with it and see how we go about delivering it.
Do you think that that will be the case? Obviously, the decision has been made. It's locked in. Do you think that there will still be a little bit of back and forth within the party?
There's always going to be, but I think people, on the whole, most people in the SNP are loyal, and independence is the thing that grabs us, brings us together, and we just focus on that and we get ourselves. The only reason we got to where we were in 2014 was by working together and being disciplined as a political party, and we need to get back to that, and we need to deal with that. My former job as Chief Whip seems to be coming out here at this point. You know, but it's but I think we do need to actually start kind of looking after each other and having each other's back, and it's basically us against the world.
And there was obviously one of the main points of the debate was, should it be a majority of votes or should it be a majority of seats? Obviously, it ended up being a majority of seats. What was your opinion on that?
Well, I voted for that because I thought that was sensible. Why would you possibly give ourselves a different standard from everybody else? Like consecutive UK governments have, if you look at the percentages of how many percentages of vote they've had, people have voted, and they've gone to war, they've done various other things, they've made their policy choices on the back of that mandate. Why would we possibly give ourselves an extra hurdle to make it more difficult? You know, and I think we've come to the sensible decision.
I think the Tory government was formed on something like 36% of the electoral turnouts.
I know.
One of the big discussions was, why are we setting the bar that is high, why are we holding ourselves to a higher standard than everyone else?
We're holding ourselves back. It's not even a higher standard. We're holding ourselves back because we're actually giving ourselves an extra hoop to jump through. Things are going to be difficult enough when you're going up against the might of the British state, and I think you know, why make it more difficult for yourself? Just keep thinking. It's like the message for independence: keep it simple, keep it what you want to do, and let's not complicate things. I think at one point we were getting, it was almost like various route maps to independence was like an American football playbook, and that's complicated enough. And I think we've just got back to basics here.
Yeah. And one of the standout speakers for me, I can't remember his name, but he was on the remit back, and he was saying that we need to make it impossible for England to keep us and make them want to dissolve the active unions. We have to civil disobedience and everything like that.
I think it was a bit over the top, but it shows you how open the debate was. Everybody got their opportunity to say their piece. I didn't agree with that because I thought, you know, that way of doing things is old-fashioned, and it didn't get results. You know, and we are in a completely different place in the SNP that I joined in the 1980s, where that argument might have actually swayed a few people. You know, and the difference is now there's a maturity to the party, and we are within. We can see our goal in the horizon, and so why would you kind of make that again? Why would you make it easier for those that are against your ideals to actually just go down that route? And it makes it too easier for other people that are swithering to say, oh, they're extremists. You know, and it's so I didn't agree with that. It was nice to hear someone say something a wee bit different. You wouldn't get that at any other party conference, so it wasn't stage managed in any shape or form, but I didn't agree with it.
And what do you think it says about the SNP that they're able to have this really open forum for debate on such a hotly charged issue within the party? Do you think that that's something that is seen
It's part of our DNA in the SNP. We had that debate, maybe was it probably about 10 years ago now in NATO, where we had this open debate with senior members of the party with different opinions on whether we should be NATO and join NATO and independent Scotland and be nuclear free still. You know, we had that debate. We've always done it. It's always been part of the SNP being that open and having that discussion. And I think it's the membership that makes the SNP strong. And you can't claim to be Scotland's party without Scotland's party debating Scotland's issues. So, and I think it's one of the things that is just part of the DNA of the SNP.
And do you think going forward in an independent Scotland, do you think that that kind of key focus on debate will be kept within the party and even translated out into...
Well, I would say go out, because obviously as Minister of Parliamentary Business I'm also open government, so citizens' assemblies and all that kind of public participation in government is an important part of what I do in the government, and for me that is probably the way forward. When you engage with people, make sure it's not the usual suspects that are coming forward to these groups, and make sure, like in my constituency, somebody from Ferguson Park that is coming to engage with the government on these issues and kind of getting ideas from everybody and doing it that way. And I think that's something with independence we should encourage. You only need to look at the Republic of Ireland with their citizens' assemblies. They've actually taken some of the big ideas, the difficult ones that the politicians have kicked down the road a wee bit, and they've just asked the citizens' assemblies to talk about it. And then abortion being the classic example. And then they ended up with the citizens' assembly had it, they made a decision and they effectively took it out of the hands of the politicians and they delivered it. You know, and I think these are the kind of public participation like that probably going to be a key part of Independent Scotland.
Yeah, we had one of the conveners for the YSI on the show earlier. How important do you think that youth and direct activism and everything will be going forward, specifically in 2024?
I think it's always been a major part of the SNP, always been a major part of politics. I think when you're a young person, when I was a young person in the SNP, we did a lot of the direct action stuff. I cringe now thinking at some of the things that we got up to back in the day, but it was fun, and it was also you cut your political teeth and you understood there was issues that affected you, and it's always important for older guys like me to actually hear these voices and listen to it. I had one of my colleagues that's standing for a Westminster seat, and he said to me, you know, what I like about you, George, is you're one of these older guys that actually encourages us and helps us. So I've become the dad of a lot of these things, but I don't mind that. That's my role, and I'm quite happy to be the Alex Ferguson of the kind of political world and encourage younger members to be better. You know, I might have not been the best centre forward in the world, but I can tell people how to do it.
Were you ever tempted to go into Westminster politics, or was it Holyrood?
I stood in 2001 for the SNP for Westminster, got absolutely pumped. And I stood in 2003 for MSP and became a councillor in 2007, and then 2011 I became MSP. So it was on the cards at one point to kind of I thought about it. Always wanted to rather be in Holyrood, right enough, because right from my early days in the SNP, it was about trying to create a Scottish Parliament. When I was youngster, there was no Scottish Parliament. You know, there's a whole generation of kids now that were some of the that literally ran up the Royal Mile when the Parliament opened, you know, and they're now working here or working in Parliament and things like that as well. But back in the day it wasn't there, and it's one of these things that, you know, things always change. Definitely something happening.
That is.
Yep. No, that's it.
So, I mean, linking to that, during
Nicola Sturgeon and I is only a year of difference in our age.
Really?
I always used to kid her on that she was older than me. It's the other way around. You know, she actually doesn't know now. She says, which one of us is the older one?
So, yeah, how did you find the campaign? Obviously, it was very hotly political. It was very hotly contested. What was your kind of...
It was difficult. It was difficult, and it's difficult when you see two colleagues, or three, but two that you knew all the two were going to win, and having debating like that. And it was unusual because we've had, obviously we had Alec and then we had Nicola, and it was just kind of, there was not these heated debates. We've not had anything like that since, I think, Alec Neil and John Swinney leadership debate back in, that must have been the late 90s or early noughties, and we've not had that since then. So it was quite difficult, but I think we just need to settle down now and get on with everything, get on with the actual job.
Was there a point during the leadership race that you, because there was a lot of talk in the media about splits, fragments, were you concerned that there would be bridges burned that couldn't be built back?
Well, of course I'm concerned, because I used to be the Chief Whip of the Holyrood Group, and I'm the Minister of Parliamentary Business, and I work with the Chief Whip, my colleague Rhona Mackay. So of course it's an issue for me with the group in general, to make sure, and I'll not lie, it's been difficult over the past couple of months, and I think everyone needs to actually just take a look at themselves in the mirror and remember what they're in this for, and we all need to be pretty mature about it moving forward.
And how have you found Hamza as a leader? How's he grown from when he was first elected to where he is now?
It's really weird, because although Nicola and I are of a similar age, you always knew Nicola Sturgeon was going to go into greatness. You know, Hamza was elected the same time as me in 2011, and it's like your mate getting the keys to Depute House and it's a different dynamic. And sometimes when you're interacting, you've got to remember, you've got to go, First Minister. You've got to remember that he's the First Minister of Scotland as well. But he's still got that kind of friendliness about him as well. But I think we see what's happened, the way his family situation in Palestine, how he's dealt with that. It shows you how there's a couple of issues happened in the past 3 or 4 months that I've just seen him. The leadership has just shone through, and there's a strength there that I think a lot of people, I knew was there, but other people didn't think was there.
And do you think that will push him forward? Obviously he's not up for election next year, but he will obviously be leading a lot of the campaigns next year. How important do you think that this will be?
I think he will be leading from the front. He's always said that, right? He was going to be the first activist as well as First Minister, and I think he'll be leading from the front next year. And he did. He will be doing that, and I think we're going to probably, once we've talked things through, we know what we're going to do. We just get on with the hard work. I'll make sure we return as many MPs as possible next year and take it from there.
Obviously, Mary Black has said that she's not going to be standing for election next year. How obviously that is potential danger ground because she is such a popular politician. How do you think that should be?
Well, if you're looking at locally in Paisley, there's Gavin, there's me. Of course, I'm not one to brag, but I'm the first SNP elected member in Paisley, in Renfrewshire actually, in 2011. But basically there's a solid ground there for whoever becomes the replacement to actually go in and do it. And it's not about complacency, it's about doing the hard work. Gavin does the hard work, I do the hard work, Mary and her team do the hard work as well. And you've got to do the day-to-day stuff of looking after and working with your constituents and never lose that. And again, the 2 candidates I've been talking to, and I've been giving them as much advice because I am that old guy that gives advice to younger, newer candidates.
And okay, so advice for young candidates and young voters. How would you give to young voters who are maybe struggling with disillusionment from politics?
Well, I was going to say, don't give up. One of the things I always say, there's a core belief that I have, fundamental, that innocence from the day I joined the SNP is still there in my heart, and I keep that there because that's what I'm focused on, and that's what's made me kind of keep moving forward. And I would say to any, don't get disheartened. I've been here. It's easy for me to say. We've been here a million times before in these various difficulties and trials that we've had to go through. So I would just say, just don't lose faith. Just stay part of the SNP, get involved and get more active, and together we'll make sure Scotland's independent.
I'd say that's pretty good advice. And what can young people do besides joining the party to further independence? Obviously there's doorstepping, there's direct activism. Is there anything else that viewers who maybe are young?
There's all the traditional stuff. I still think being part of the political party is probably one of the best ways you can do it, because then you get the opportunity to the basic campaigning skills, and and just you get to engage with the public. I love engaging with the public. It's amazing how many politicians don't like people, but I love people, it's just I get, even when we were out in Rutherglen talking to everyone, I was enjoying the by-election. It was good to get back to doing that kind of level of activity again after lockdown and everything else, and I think it's good for everybody to actually have that engagement. So I'd say young people join the party, because the SNP's always been. I remember when I joined the SNP in 1987, there was an old guy called John Murphy, and he literally, when me and my colleagues came in at the same time, he literally took us under his wing, and he made sure that because he said, you guys are the future, and we're just a bunch of daft teenagers. But he made us feel that we were the future, and he kind of showed us what the SNP was all about, and kind of pushed. He was big in Paisley in the SNP. It was a different party, of course, a lot smaller. And I think, join, get involved, be active, because you'll find it a welcoming place for young people to actually get involved in politics. Whether that is you want a future as a councillor, elected member, a parliamentarian or anything like that, or whether you're just wanting to be involved. I think it's a good way it's transferable skills that you can use in work life anyway. I always did when I worked in the real world.
And so that's the end of the question.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
A lot about Paisley, a lot about your amazing career, and it's been a pleasure having you on the
I don't know about amazing, but it's okay.
Just sell yourself short. Thank you so much for joining. Everybody enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's very busy. We are not finished yet. She's going to do a press huddle and she is attending the conference. It's one of the first times that she's been seen publicly within the SNP, within the party apparatus. So yeah, it's very exciting that she's here, hopefully supporting Hamza and all of her colleagues within the SNP. We are just getting things lined up for you, so I hope you are still viewing. Let us know your thoughts on Twitter as to the interviews and what's been going on in the conference so far. The conference hashtag is hashtag SNP23, and you'll be able to follow all of the events and the outcomes, as well as opinions from the conference that have been going on. So yes, get onto Twitter, hashtag SNP23. That's the numbers 23, SNP number 23. So yes, very interesting. And we are not finished yet. We are just getting our next interview lined up. We are making sure it's going to be perfect for you guys at home. We hope you're enjoying the conference so far. The sun is out and it is glorious in Aberdeen today. A little bit of mizzle this morning, but yes, it is lovely. Really interesting speech from the leader of Plaid Cymru, and one of the main focuses was on the fraternity and the shared values between the SNP, Plaid Cymru, an independent Wales and an independent Scotland. So they will be key allies should Scotland become independent. The hall is very busy right now. It's lunchtime. Everyone is excited. There's been lots of fringe breakout rooms. One of particular note was the political attitude survey that's been being conducted about why people should vote for the SNP when they probably more want the Tories out. Why should independence be so high on the priorities list when people are really suffering as a result of 10 years of Tory rule and Tory austerity? And so we have our next guest coming in to the studio to join us. Welcome to Broadcasting Scotland, Peter. So, for our viewers, would you be able to introduce yourself and what your relationship is to the SNP? And did you say Westminster? Yes. So how do you find being an SNP MP in Westminster?
It's a tough gig. I do it as we all do it because we know it's it became obvious from the debate yesterday, for example. We're incredibly there's a process that has to be gone through by winning. And I'll be clear as the rest of the SNP since we all want to single biggest priority in Westminster is to pay to leave and transition to independence. Some of that is public stuff that's in Westminster debates as well. A lot of it is done behind the scenes. A lot of it is because of other organisations, health services and other countries as well as Scottish. I think next time people in Scotland get a chance to choose independence, we see the reaction from our friends and neighbours in Europe, for example, will be much more than last time, and that could be a big difference.
Yes. And so someone spoke earlier and they were talking about how Europe still holds a light for Scotland, and that's something that they said after the Brexit referendum. Is this something that you agree with or that you believe is true? Do you think that an independent Scotland does have a strong chance of being able to join the EU?
I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever. The vast majority of European countries would love to see Scotland independent joining. I think most of them would like to see the United Kingdom. That kind of there's one member or several different member states. Although the way the UK government has been behaving in the last few years, I think a lot of people in Europe are beginning to wonder whether there genuinely is a meeting of ideals and a shared belief with the UK. They have no such doubts about Scotland. They understand
where Scotland is coming from. Those values tie in very, very closely with the ideals that you see from other European nations. And I think that the one thing that has definitely changed since 2014 is that in 2014, I genuinely don't think most other European countries got independence for Scotland. They didn't know what it was about. Even before the Brexit referendum, they'd begun to realise what it was about. Since the referendum, I think it's been made very, very clear to them that we have certainly two governments with very, very different views as to where their country lives in relation to the rest of Europe and to the rest of the world. And the steps that have been taken by the Scottish Government under Nicola Sturgeon, being continued now under Hamza Yousaf, it's very clear to our friends in Europe that we share their values, we share their ambitions, we share their concerns, and we want to back in with them, working together to address those concerns as soon as possible.
And you mentioned how the two governments, obviously Hollywood and West, has very different outlooks on a lot of different issues. Where do you think that kind of civic nature of Scotland has come from? Or do you think
it's always been there, and I should say that I'm not convinced that yes, a typical ordinary person in England has beliefs that are that far apart from most ordinary people in Scotland. The difficulty is that the way that everybody assesses what you think is by how you vote. And I feel for a lot of people in England because they don't have a lot of choice. If you don't have a strong contender candidate from somewhere in the Greens, very often now voters in England go to the polls and they're being asked to pick a hardline Brexiteer candidate from the three main parties, all of whom are now committed to Brexit, none of whom are serious about significant social justice reform. So I can feel for a lot of voters in England who genuinely don't have a great deal of choice. Voters in Scotland will always have that choice. They've always got a choice to vote for a more socially progressive, socially just Scotland, as indeed do people in Wales when there's Plaid Cymru on the ballot paper. But if you judge the direction of a country by the actions and attitudes of its government, then on migration and a treatment of asylum seekers and refugees, for example, I don't think it's possible to find any two countries so close together geographically, but so different in their approach to something that for me is such a basic, fundamental part of who we are as human beings. In Scotland, as in many other countries in the world, we've got a centuries-long tradition of opening the door to the stranger in need. And the policies that we want to follow through now on the welcoming of asylum seekers, of refugees, of other migrants, that's just a continuation of how Scotland has been for hundreds of years. The fact that we've got a Scottish Government that is able to articulate those values is vitally important. And I think we've seen, for example, the successful intervention of the public in Kenmure Street a few years ago. I think it makes it clear that this isn't just Scotland's political leaders talking down to the population. This is our population talking to the political leaders and saying, this is what we want you to do. These are the values that we've got. These refugees and asylum seekers, wherever they've come from, if they land on our shores in need of help, we want to open our doors, make them welcome and help them. That's very different from the attitudes you're getting from the current Prime Minister and Home Secretary.
Incredibly different. So you mentioned about Plaid Cymru. Did you happen to see the speech from Plaid Cymru's leader?
I did, yeah. I thought it was very impressive, and I should say that I've been in for fraternal addresses from a lot of representatives from Plaid, and I've always been very, very impressed with them. I hope the people of Wales appreciate how fortunate they have in having such a strong pool of talented, very, very committed politicians in Westminster, in Senate Cymru, and in a lot of their local authorities as well, because again, Plaid Cymru are not willing to share the common sort of agreement that you get between Labour and the Tories at Westminster and indeed in Wales. They're prepared to break the mould and to say, the consensus that's forming between Labour and the Tories just now is not one that Plaid Cymru will accept. I don't think it's one that the people of Wales want to accept either. And, good luck to Wales. I think we might be independent a wee bit ahead of Wales, just as we've been a wee bit ahead of them in qualifying for the football next year. But I look forward to Wales joining us in both.
Yeah. And one of the main focuses of the speech was obviously the shared values of self-determination, of fairness, and would you say that that's an accurate representation of the alliance or the union between the two?
It certainly is. I mean, culturally, there's a lot of close links between Scotland and Wales. At the same time, we're two very different countries. There will be things that will be important to the people of Wales that are maybe not quite so important to the people of Scotland. But one of the phrases that he used, and I thought it was very, very interesting, he said that we're not interested, Plaid Cymru and by implication the SNP, are not interested in breaking up a family. What we're interested in doing is allowing all the members of that family to grow and succeed on their own terms. And I think that's a very good analogy, because when I left home as a student in my early 20s, nobody thought I was breaking up my family. My mum and dad didn't think I was being disloyal to them. They just recognised that it was better for me and probably better for them if I went out into the world and did my own thing and made my own mistakes. That I think is what the process of an independence can be about for a lot of people. It's about maintaining the good relations with countries that have previously been linked to in a political union, but at the same time each having the absolute right to go in their own directions, to take their own decisions, to have their own priorities. Yes, to make our own mistakes. I want Scotland to be responsible for making its own mistakes and for fixing them, rather than have the Scottish Parliament spending its whole time trying to fix the mistakes that somebody else points on us.
And obviously a big discussion in the conference is for young voters and why they should be voting for the SNP rather than, say, Labour because they want to get rid of the Tories. Especially as a Westminster MP, this is particularly important for you. What would you like young voters to know? Maybe why the SNP is the superior vote?
The first thing to say to a lot of young voters is, I'm sorry you're not allowed to vote for your Member of Parliament, because Westminster elections run under the Tories rules, which is if you're 16 or 17 you don't get a vote, which I think is completely wrong. I think the important thing for young voters and voters of all ages to understand is that a lot of the very difficult questions the Scottish Parliament is having to deal with, and a lot of the decisions the Scottish Parliament is having to take that they don't want to take, are having to be taken because they are so restricted in what they're allowed to do. I know the Tories and Labour will talk about as being the most powerful devolved parliament in the world. That's nonsense. Because I've asked them several times to name a devolved parliament anywhere apart from Wales that is less powerful than Scotland, and I don't think there is one. They haven't been able to come up with one. So when the Scottish Government are taking funding decisions, for example, they're having to work within very, very tight financial controls, whereas the UK Government, as we saw during the COVID pandemic and as we saw during the response to the disaster that was Liz Truss as Prime Minister, they can borrow all the money they want in order to fill financial black holes. The Scottish Government, I don't think would ever want to borrow as recklessly as the UK Government have done, but there's a number of areas, such as investing for a just transition to net zero, for example, where responsible borrowing for the Scottish Government would allow them to do the kind of things that we all want to do. And a lot of that is about investing in the future that our young people are going to enjoy. I mean, I still hope to enjoy 20, 30, 40 years of independence. I'm maybe pushing it for 40 years now because I'm over 60. There's people who are about to vote for the first time who could have 70, 80, 90 years of the benefits of independence, and the ones that follow them will have their entire life. So it's not surprising that young people tend to be more enthusiastic about independence than people of my age, although interestingly, I think the willingness of people over 60 and 65 to at least consider independence is beginning to change. I think that's because, for example, we all know now that the promises that were made in 2014 about vote no to protect your pension, that's gone. The reason that we've got the scandal of the WASPE women, the reason that we've had numerous scandals with the UK government underpaying billions of pounds of people's pensions is because we're not independent. They wouldn't have been allowed to happen if the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish people had been in charge of our pension schemes for that length of time. I think something very topical that is very interesting about the part that young people can play is, I haven't sort of caught up since this morning, but certainly this morning the headlines were that it looks as if the right-wing government in Poland is going to be voted out of office and that Donald Tusk is going to be re-elected. And it looks as if a huge factor in delivering that is that young people, including first-time voters, have turned out to vote in numbers that Poland hasn't seen for decades. And that, I think, is an important message to our young people, because I can understand why a lot of people, and particularly young people who haven't voted all that often, will maybe sometimes think, well, we voted before and didn't get the result we wanted, why should we bother? And I would say to them, always, always, always use your vote. Always use your vote for what you think is going to be the best for you, for your community and for your country. And sometimes we can see things happening in Poland, which is that the direction of Poland may well have been changed for the better. That probably helps to change the direction of Europe for the better, simply because a lot of young people in Poland thought, you know what, this time I'm going to go out and I'm going to bring my pals and my family out and we're all going to vote for a better Poland. Young people in Scotland can do the same to bring their families out to vote for a better Scotland as well.
Yeah, I'd actually not read that. That's really, really interesting about the power of the young vote, because it's something that's been seen in a lot of countries. When you do mobilise, it's very important and it is very, it's hard to connect with them sometimes, especially during like shopping and everything like that. It's hard to engage. But it's something we had the leader of the YSI on earlier about the head of the, young Scots for Independence.
Right.
So she had pretty interesting things to say. So going back to the conference, to get out momentum-wise that you can then take back.
I think yesterday's debate on the independence strategy, first of all, it was brilliant to see people disagreeing without calling each other names and so on, and I think that continues. And you know, there were people who on the platform agreeing with each other who, if you believed what you read in the press, can't even be in speaking terms with each other. So I hope that it's been a difficult time for the SNP. We're beginning to put that behind us. The most important thing, I think, and I'm not sure, certainly the media haven't picked it up, I don't even know how many of our own members have really understood how significant it is, because what we're now talking about is using the next election to ask for a mandate for independence. That's something we haven't done since, 2000 or thereabouts. We've never done it in an election where there was any realistic chance of us winning. We're going into an election now where I still think we've got a realistic chance of winning a majority of seats in Scotland. And we're going to that election with the very first thing in our manifesto effectively saying, we're not asking you to give us a mandate for a referendum now because we've had that mandate before. We're asking for a very clear, unambiguous mandate for Scotland to be independent. And because I've spent a lot of time speaking to representatives from other European countries, for example, as a member of Parliament, I can tell you that whether or not it's an election where the UK government wants to recognise it as being about independence, if the people of Scotland decide this election is about independence and we're going to vote SNP to get independence, if we can persuade people to do that in big enough numbers, the international community will recognise that there is a legitimate demand for independence from the people of Scotland. And it means that, yes, there still have to be discussions with the UK government, there still have to be some very, very difficult questions to be answered. But we will not be negotiating about whether we're allowed to become independent. We will be negotiating about we are going to be independent soon. Can we talk about the terms of the independence settlement so that it can be done in a way that is beneficial to Scotland and that is beneficial to the rest of the United Kingdom as well? Because I actually think in a lot of ways one of the best things that could happen for democracy in England in particular now is for them to see Scotland succeeding as an independent country. And I think that would open a lot of people's eyes in England as to just how blinkered a vision successive governments down there have had for not just for years but for generations. I think that if you look back to the early days of the Scottish Parliament and indeed of Senedd Cymru and the Northern Ireland Assembly, a lot of very progressive social legislation that we now just take for granted was pushed through those parliaments and then it was adopted by the UK Parliament. Things like the right for workers to work in a smoke-free atmosphere. 20 years ago that would have been unheard of. It's now just accepted. The right of access to the countryside, which has never been a huge problem in Scotland. It was a massive problem for walkers and cyclists and so on in England. They've now got that. It was never that the UK Parliament was opposed to these things. It was simply that they couldn't be bothered making time for it to be delivered. The right of freedom of information, so that you're entitled to know what information your council or your health board or your national government is using and what information they've produced. That was piloted through the devolved administrations first, and it's now been adopted in England. Just imagine what new ideas politicians in England and voters in England might have their eyes open to if Scotland or Wales or Northern Ireland had the full powers of a sovereign government, so that we were allowed to put together a completely different kind of taxation system, a completely different kind of welfare system, a completely different kind of pension system, different from what voters in Scotland or elsewhere in the UK had seen. If they see what success Scotland can make as an independent country with those powers at our disposal, I think voters in England will start to ask some very hard questions indeed by the people who have been running their country for the last 100 years.
Amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Thank you. Really interesting to chat to you and hopefully catch you.
Thank you. I'll share.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Fascinating interview. Our first interview with What We're here all the time. Even more fascinating. Very busy. Nicola Sturgeon herself, she turned up to the conference just a short while ago as we were interviewing the MSP for Paisley. So yes, very interesting. Let us know your thoughts. I've learned a lot just from being here in Aberdeen at the moment. I can't say I've ever been to a party conference before. So it's very interesting to be here. The atmosphere is excellent as we anticipated yesterday. Lots of
And we are going to go back to the conference for the afternoon sessions.
And I'm very pleased to continue our afternoon session to welcome to the platform to deliver this afternoon's keynote address our Depute Leader, Keith Brown, MSP.
Thank you very much, Convener. And I know that we have just done this, but for 16 years, I've wanted to tell Nicola Sturgeon to do something and never felt able to get away with it. So just before we thank Nicola, not just for what you've seen on the screen, but for leading this country for 10 years, being an absolutely outstanding leader of our party, the movement and the country. Can I ask Nicola to stand, and then can I ask you to make your voices heard in your appreciation for Nicola Sturgeon, MSP. I forgot how intimidating it is to make a speech with Nicola right in front of you, but there you go. Can I say there was another person on the video that we've just seen, and many people in this hall will know Nicola and John Swinney very well, but I think unless you were in government, I'm sure Mike would confirm this, unless you were in government, you would see about a tenth of the effort and work that they put into the job that we asked them to do. And in relation to John Swinney was absolutely the glue that held the Scottish Government together throughout its 15 years or so before he stood down. So can I ask you to show your appreciation for John Swinney, MSP? We have just mentioned two of the giants, both of our party, of our movement, and of course of politics in Scotland. But there is, in my view, a third giant emerging amongst our ranks. And whether it's because every week he clears the decks with the opposition at First Minister's questions, and I have to say, all right, the opposition's not that great, it's not a huge task. But also whether it's the case as well of the reforms that he's undertaken in the party's commissioned the Governance and Transparency Review, or leading us to yesterday's decision on the strategy for the party, or whether it's emerging as an international statesman in the way that he's spoken with courage, personal experience and conviction and compassion on the situation both in Israel and in Gaza. I think we are now seeing Humza Yousaf emerge onto the international stage to the extent that other international leaders are now following his lead. So let's hear it for Humza Yousaf, our First Minister. You're getting your exercise today, folks. The theme I'm developing is one about the people that we have in our party and our movement and the outstanding quality that we have within our party. And I want to quickly mention, you never know if you get these chances again, so I want to quickly mention two or three other people. First of all, somebody that most people here will know because she was at every by-election for the last 20 years, she was at every conference, always smiling, always gossiping, a lifelong nationalist who lost her battle against cancer earlier this year. Can we hear some appreciation for Irene Hamilton? And I know it's a bit self-indulgent, but I'm going to mention my mum just now. My mum passed away in March this year, but for the first 30-plus years of her life, she wasn't really involved in politics at all. She had the slight excuse of being a widow before she was 30 with 6 children, and then she moved to the southeast of England for 30 years. But she came back to Scotland, ended up delivering leaflets, going on independence marches, all with emphysema and various other conditions as well. And I was reminded of this because when I left the hall yesterday, somebody from Edinburgh Pentlands mentioned the fact he'd been at my mum's funeral back in March. And he mentioned the fact that he'd gone round to her house for leaflets for her and my brother, and the smoky environment of my mum's front room. And I mentioned the fact of the folder she always kept beside her on the settee, which was chock-a-block full with correspondence from the BBC because she refused to pay her BBC licence fee for a number of years. Not endorsing it, just mentioning the fact. And also, again, last bit of self-indulgence, I'm very pleased to welcome my youngest son and his girlfriend along to their first ever conference as well. Welcome, Kieran. And the last person I want to mention just now is somebody who's been through a real tough personal experience over the previous weeks and months. We all know that Rutherglen was a bruising result for us, but one thing we discovered was a shining diamond in the person that stood for our party, who was compassionate, measured, articulate, and a fantastic ambassador for the SNP, Councillor Katie Loudon. And I hope Katie's seen that appreciation that she's had from the party just now. It's always been the case, I think, our party, the people in our party, are our strongest asset. But I think, if you think about some of the people we just mentioned, we should have no doubt about our ability to prevail in the battle for independence if you look at the quality of the people that we have. And we have the people, and thanks to you all, we now have the strategy in place for the next campaign. What we'll now see, and I'm sure you'll expect this, is a bunch of people who for their entire political lives have believed that the highest mark of success in politics is to win a Westminster election, to win the most seats at a Westminster election. What you'll now see is them backtracking, and in that old phrase, except for Scotland. But that is our policy. We win that election, and most international observers would say the same thing. You win the election if you win the most seats, then we will have won that election and we will have gained a mandate. And it is funny to me that, thinking about the current Tory party, she might these days be viewed as a wet liberal. But Margaret Thatcher had a different view on this. Well, I say that because if you think about it, Margaret Thatcher would never have had in her cabinet Enoch Powell, and yet Rishi Sunak has got Suella Braverman in one of the highest offices of state. But the point is, Margaret Thatcher was explicit in recognising the fact that if we win, the SNP win a majority of seats at a Westminster election, that is a mandate for independence. So we have to bear that in mind when we see the people that are about to come forward saying, no, it doesn't count for Scotland. And talking about the Tories, here we are in the sunny uplands of Brexit Britain. Can you just feel the warmth of Brexit Britain? We've got the highest ever debt. We've got the biggest ever drop in living standards. We've got the highest taxes since World War II. We've had billions squandered on mad monetary experiments. All of this to be paid for by pensioners, the poorest in society, paid for by mortgage holders, by businesses, by communities, paid for by public services. The UK under the Tories is in a spiral of economic, political and international decline. They've broken international laws almost as soon as they've made them. Now that sounds an extraordinary statement to make until you realise that Mike Russell's old pal, David Frost, has now admitted they didn't believe in these treaties even before they signed them. So the bad faith that they've shown to all the international community, to the British public, tell them this was the best deal since sliced bread, it was a done deal, when they didn't even believe it themselves. That shows the level to which the UK is currently sinking. So that's how it is under the Tories. But we're told a change is coming. They say Labour are going to make that change. So what is the change that Labour is offering? And how will it be different from Tory austerity? Now, Labour is a party that's not really famed for consistency, certainly not Keir Starmer. But one thing that is consistent is they've ended the last Labour government in the way they anticipate going into, if there is to be a further Labour government, the next Labour government. The last words of the last Labour government was, "There is no money left." Rachel Reeves last week at Labour's conference said, "There is no money left. Austerity will continue." And that means that what we've got is the height of Labour's ambition reaches no higher than the low water mark of the decline under the Tories. And we have to tell the people of Scotland that that's the case. Brexit under Labour is here to stay. Doesn't matter what Scotland says. Austerity is here to stay. The rape clause is here to stay. The two-child cap is here to stay. Child poverty will rise under Labour. Devolved powers, including the employment powers that they themselves promised, will stay at Westminster. The failure to address climate change, started by the Tories, will continue under Labour. And in fact, the sum total of Labour's plans to improve the lives of people in Scotland is net zero. They will do nothing different from the Tories. And we have to get that message across as we go into the next election. And if that is the prospect for people in Scotland, we have to tell them what the alternative to that is. Where is the hope for families, communities and businesses who are now and have for many months been really struggling? Again, as we've said so often, in one of the most energy-rich countries in the world, people that can't afford to put their heating on. This morning on the radio, talking to people that can't afford to have a shower for their children in the morning. So if you want to say what the alternative is, then we could do far worse than, as others have done, point to two other countries, Ireland and Denmark. They are more equal, they are happier, they are more prosperous. In fact, Ireland's been struggling over the last few weeks to think what it's going to do with the billions of pounds of surplus that they can disperse to help the people in their country. The difference, of course, between them and Scotland is that they are independent. And if we want to be out of an isolated, austerity-obsessed Brexit Britain, then the only answer is independence. Now, that won't happen by itself, friends. We have got work to do. The next election in Scotland will be a clear choice between that Westminster control, the ugly twins of dismal futures in Labour and the Tory. But we have to make sure, and this is our task, nobody else's, to make sure that people of Scotland realise that they can escape the chaos of Westminster mismanagement, whether it's the hard right economic destruction of a Tory budget. And let's be honest, we can say in all sincerity, without fear of contradiction, this is an extreme right-wing government that we are dealing with. From the hard right economic destruction of their budget to the lurch to the right from Labour on everything from workers' rights to immigration. Now, with the party united behind the independent strategy which we have agreed, our job is to take the substance of that independence debate to the people, to build and support and then to deliver independence. In conference, our First Minister has committed to a rebuttal unit based in headquarters, to arm you with the facts to rebut some of the most ridiculous claims from the political opposition that we face, and that's both in the political parties and their friends elsewhere. You'll see much more content on the party's website and on social media in the coming months, clearly marked as coming from the rebuttal unit. And it is tempting for me to leave it at that, but I would want to just give you a little taste of what's to come. And I was actually asked this on an interview on Radio 4 this morning about what they said was the crisis of the NHS in Scotland and the underperforming nature of the NHS in Scotland. So let's take a look at some of the research based on one of the most important things to us all, which is the NHS. And we often hear those claims that there are reported in the media that Scotland's NHS faces a funding crisis. You'd be forgiven for thinking the NHS in Scotland gets the worst deal of any health service in the UK. And I made the point in responding by challenging the premise of the question that we are solely responsible for the funding of the NHS in Scotland. The simple fact is, Westminster decides what it wants to spend on the health service, which is less than most comparable countries, and then we get allocated a resource based on that. We do not have complete freedom in terms of the funding of the NHS. And I think we also would have to acknowledge that the NHS has faced considerable challenges, being at the heart of the pandemic response and then in our recovery from the pandemic. Now, I know, and I'm sure we all know individuals, I know two people in this room who had a fantastic service due to contracting cancer during the pandemic from a very overstretched NHS, but it was unstinting. Appointments were made on time. In one example, a consultant who identified the person I know as requiring a gallbladder to be changed in the afternoon said, well, actually, I was asked, how long would it take for the operation? And he said, well, actually, I'm working tonight, so we'll do it tonight. That was the kind of standard of service that we get in the NHS. So don't listen to the Jackie Baileys of this world. But independent research compiled by the SNP rebuttal unit shows a very different picture. In Scotland, your SNP Scottish Government funds frontline NHS services to the tune of £3,377 per person. And Conference, that is 10% higher, £323 higher than Tory run England. And proportionally, this means that almost £1.8 billion more is spent on the frontline services, health services in Scotland compared to England, and almost £405 million more compared to Labour-run Wales. So when you're asked on the doorstep, at the street stalls and over the Christmas dinner table about the state of the NHS, you can offer up the facts, as well, of course, as the fact that our NHS is not subject to strikes by all sorts of NHS workers because our government's done a deal with the NHS trade unions. But friends, once the information like that which I've just mentioned is published by the rebuttal unit, it's going to be over to you. There's no rebuttal unit in the world that can respond to all the stuff that's said about the SNP. And also there are many media outlets that won't respond to us giving out that information anyway. So we have to find our own way to get that information out. So it will be over to you to use the information provided to you by the rebuttal unit to put on leaflets, on social media feeds, and anywhere else you think it might have an impact with the electorate. And I look forward to seeing the work of that rebuttal unit informing the debate. So, Conference, you all know that we have had, I think there's no question, a series of real challenges over recent months. And I think it's no secret to say that we're bound to face other challenges in the future as well. That's been the way it's been for our party and our movement for many, many years. I heard Hamza talking about the last 20 years. Well, next year will be my 40th year in the party. And there is no question that we are in the midst of a series of challenges, but that we've had these challenges before. But we have some really, really good advantages. First of all, of course, none of those challenges, whatever they are, and if you think about Rutherglen, yes, we've lost a by-election after 16 years in government. Labour lost 5 by-elections in government. The Tories lost 11 elections in government. We've been 16 years in government. But none of that, or any of the other challenges, has been able to come close to breaking our unshakable belief that Scotland is best governed by the people who live here. And just a word on self-determination. It was mentioned yesterday by Joanna Cherry, and she was quite right to say that Scotland's claim to self-determination is as strong as any other country in the world. But self-determination doesn't mean that somebody else can tell you when and if you're going to have the right to choose your own future. That's not self-determination. That's the antithesis of self-determination. Self-determination means taking that decision for yourself, and that underlines the strategy that we have agreed yesterday. And also to meet those challenges that we are about to face, including the usual challenges that we face at Westminster election from the media and elsewhere. We should, each of us, remember the advantages that we have, and we should pass that on to both the public and to elsewhere in the party. First of all, we lead the polls. 16 years in, Westminster, Scottish elections, trust in the people in Scotland, the SNP leads the polls after 16 years. We have the Government of Scotland. We have the vast majority of Scottish MP seats. Labour have shouted and shouted about going up to 2 seats. Well, as long as we are getting 40 or more seats, I'm content to let the Labour Party have the 2 seats that they are shouting about just now. So we should bear in mind that's the context in which we're talking. But the other things which are very important, first of all, we have the strategy now. And as you heard from a number of others, Now we've got the strategy, now it's a question of selling that, making sure people in Scotland realise the implications, the benefits that they can get for voting for the SNP at the Westminster election. So we have the strategy. We also have the best political leader in the UK without exception. We also have, in my view, the best people. I mentioned the people at the start, Nicola, John, Ian Blackford sitting in the front here. What a fantastic job Ian Blackford did in at Westminster. Yes. And that's just because you're a Hibs fan, Ian. So we have the best political leader. We have got a fantastic group of elected representatives across the different tiers of government. But we have the people in our party, people like Irene Hamilton, Katie Loudon, Nicola Sturgeon, John Swinney, and so many more, some of whom we've lost in recent months. But friends, having the right strategy, the right leader, and the right people also means that we have to have the right campaign. And that campaign, I know we hear it all the time, but it starts in earnest and it starts now. And we have to convince people, the point that's been made about listening to what people say. I've been a councillor for 11 years before I was an MSP. And in fact, in 2026, that'll be 30 years as an elected representative. And the thing that sticks with me more than anything else, thank you. The thing that sticks with me more than anything else is the fact when I was elected as a councillor in a by-election by the almighty majority of 4, I realised that the community that I represented was split in that respect, and many people were not SNP supporters. Now, I don't have any more powers of persuasion than certainly Nicola Sturgeon or many others, but over that time, I think my majority at parliamentary level is about 7,000 or 8,000 now. And that, I think, is as much to do with the fact that when people came to see me, even if I wasn't their choice as elected representative, I listened to what they had to say. Listening is just so important. Even if you cannot resolve the issue that they've got, the fact that they feel they've been listened to, I think is very important. And I would bear that in mind when we go onto the doorsteps and we talk to people. So if we have, as we have, the right people, the right leader, the right campaign, then we can win. Strategy, of course, is important. Leader's important. The vision is very important as well. And I just say this last point here, which is so important, that people are really down. I mean, they're facing some terrible decisions in their lives, facing real hardship of a kind that we thought had passed with the post-war years. That's what they're facing, many people now. And in that circumstance, I think people want to hear a bit of hope and inspiration. And we alone of the parties can offer that. So try and make it about that. Don't do as I've just done, have a go at the other parties if you can avoid it. I find it very hard to avoid that. But if you can, talk about the vision that we have. The way it can be, the way it is for people in Denmark and Ireland and other countries as the UK continues to sink down the league. The way things can change for them and their families, that's the most important thing. So we have all those things in place. We have that vision as well. And working together with the people, if the people in this hall and the people in the party can convince the people of Scotland, then we'll be on our way to independence. Thank you very much, Conrad.
Thank you so much, Keith, for that keynote address. And delegates, that now takes us to the next of our resolutions. The next resolution we will deal with is resolution number 9, which is entitled Wastewater Monitoring. Please welcome to the platform to move resolution number 9, Councillor Dawn Black from Stonehaven and Mearns Branch, and Dawn will be followed by Ewan Lang from Aberdeen Central.
Thank you, Convener. I'm here today speaking on behalf of my colleague and friend, Councillor Anouk Lockhart, who has COVID and is not well enough to attend today. Get well soon, Anouk. Conference. Media have reported that during 2022 there were at least 14,000 sewage spills directly into Scotland's rivers, lochs and seas, which is extremely concerning. Furthermore, the number of recorded sewage spills in Scotland has increased by 40% in recent years, while, as highlighted by the Marine Conservation Society, Scottish Water monitors just 3% of Scotland's storm overflows. They also note the particularly high levels of sewage-related litter on Scotland's beaches, saying that their volunteer data from 2022 showed beach litter surveys found at least one sewage-related item like wet wipes or sanitary products. Scotland's beaches were polluted with flush litter, noting that over 30,000 wipes were found, mainly around the Firths of Forth and Clyde. Systems designed for another era are groaning with the strain of an urban growing population. Sewers are being blocked by wet wipes, cooking fat and other debris. Additionally, when there are heavy rains, in many places untreated sewage gushes out into rivers along with the wipes and the other debris, being carried downstream to affect wildlife such as otters and beavers, and the birds like osprey, heron and our sea bird life, which live off the fish in these waters. There are frequently tide lines of wipes and sanitary products beyond overflows simply because there was a huge amount of rain. It is shocking that the discharge of untreated sewage during heavy rains is a normal practice within the current system. Also affected are wild water swimmers. Samples taken from Iowerth last July measured over 1,000 CFU per 100 millilitres of E. coli and 2,100 of intestinal enterococci. According to the 2006 EU Water Directive, such levels of these sewage-related bacteria are deemed to be of high risk to bathers. It is, however, at this point important to acknowledge that SEPA's most recent data does show that 66% of Scotland's water bodies are in good ecological condition, with the Scottish Government committing to increase this to 81% by 2027. Our Scottish water quality is significantly better also than that in our neighbour England, where only 16% of water bodies meet this level. However, we cannot rest on our laurels based just on this kind of a comparison. It is absolutely vital that we commit to raising our standards still further. Scottish Water has plans to invest a further £500 million in system upgrades by 2027 and has undertaken a programme of monitoring and modelling which will be used to inform further action, as well as committing to installing 1,000 sewage overflow monitors across the whole system, and this is to be commended. This monitoring of storm overflows is crucial to improving the sewage situation in Scotland, but without data on the problem, the Scottish Government cannot hold those responsible accountable and cannot see where the worst affected areas are. With this resolution, we are simply asking Conference to commit the SNP and the Scottish Government to investing further in the monitoring and modelling by Scottish Water by making more data available to SEPA, and ask for even more sewage overflow monitors and increased capacity in SEPA to react on spillages, which by the way, often will happen over the weekend when SEPA may not have full staffing complements to attend to spillages to take those samples that are required. We need our waters to be clean for the sake of the environment, for the sake of our wildlife, and for the sake of an independent Scotland where clean waters will be essential for our health and wellbeing economy. So, Conference, I just ask you, please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Conference, please welcome to second Resolution 9, Ewan Lang from Aberdeen Central Branch, and Ewan is a first-time speaker at Conference, and he will be followed by Alan Brown MP. Welcome, Ewan.
Hello, Conference. Yes, I am a first-time speaker. I'm actually pretty nervous. About this time yesterday, I found out my jumper was inside out, so that's the kind of level we're dealing with here. But what I want to say is rivers, I think, are a special place for many of us. And during the worst of lockdown, my sanctioned outdoor time was spent mainly walking along the River Dee within Aberdeen. And it was quite amazing to me, the variety of wildlife that is supported just within the city and the River Dee. I saw foxes, herons, otters, seals, goosanders, And nobody believes me, but I think I saw a squid hunting. I don't know if that's possible, but that's what I saw. And so, you know, the D was a place that became good for my soul, and it was my daily dose of nature after a hard day during a difficult time. And I'm sure I'm not alone, Conference, in having such an attachment to a special place in nature. And so it was actually quite distressing when, after a storm one day, the entire area was covered in sewage. And it was quite clearly human waste from the littering of associated detritus that had been flushed and was now strewn around the riverbanks and pathways. I reported this to SEPA at the time. So waste pollution is actually, in our rivers and waterways, is a big problem. I've heard that along the River Iowerth, local residents have encountered waste many times. Incidents are reported to SEPA, but often by the time an officer gets there, well, it being a river, it's been washed away. Scottish Water reports that 47,000 Olympic-sized pools of waste have been discharged since 2016, stating that larger sewers alone cannot solve this issue. The Improving Urban Water Route Map, published in 2021 by Scottish Water, aims to enhance water quality, increase monitoring and reporting of overflows, reduce environmental debris, and decrease sewer system spills. The improved reporting of data is the first step towards improved monitoring. However, as mentioned in the previous speech, last year there was spills into our lochs and rivers at least 14,000 times. Stormwater and waste are released into our seas and rivers through nearly 4,000 combined overflows, but in fact only 4% of these are monitored. Now, we don't need to monitor everywhere all the time, but we certainly need more monitoring, more targeted monitoring. This resolution asks the Scottish Government to make clean water in Scotland an absolute priority and to increase data collection by Scottish Water, and so that this can be made available to SEPA. With this, we can pinpoint more waste hotspots. And to achieve all this will require prioritising and increasing the capacity of both these organisations, being Scottish Water and SEPA, and providing them with the necessary investment. And finally, climate change may well result in more storms, which means more incidents and more damage to our precious natural environment. Conference friends, please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ewan. And the final speaker in resolution number 9 is...
Away, and soon I'll be knocking down the doors of Pacific Keys in Glasgow.
Absolutely. Take over.
But yeah.
Take over.
Oh, okay. Welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. We are incredibly joined by the leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iowerth. Welcome to Broadcasting Scotland.
Good to be with you.
It was amazing watching your speech earlier. For our viewers, would you just give us a little summary about the fraternity and the bond between the SNP and Plaid Cymru?
Yeah, I mean, it was about explaining how far back this bond goes and how important it is for us as parties, but more importantly, so that we as parties can work better on behalf of the people of Scotland and Wales. So back to when the first MPs were voted in the 1960s, Gwynfor Evans and Winnie Ewing, we have developed that bond that allows us to sort of learn from each other, have each other's backs, support each other in pushing forwards our agendas as nations. Distinct parties, distinct countries, but so much that we have in common.
Yeah, and you spoke a little bit about how Wales initially voted against devolution, and obviously Scotland has voted against independence. How do you think the lesson that Wales can teach Scotland about maybe going back on decisions?
I mean, it's been an interesting dynamic between Plaid Cymru and the SNP over the years. first MP was a Plaid MP, and then came the SNP, and then in devolution referenda, Scotland voted more strongly for yes. Actually, in the first devolved elections, Plaid Cymru outperformed the SNP, and then, of course, the SNP has gone from strength to strength. What that tells me is that we sort of push and pull each other, encouraging each other. You know, we have distinct agendas in many ways, but it's finding those sort of golden threads that bind us together, the common cause of believing that if we're really to reach our potential as nations, we have to, grasp those levers of change ourselves. And, I admire so much of what the SNP's done in government and the way it's pushed the independence agenda. We learn from each other.
And obviously one of the big topics of the conference is general election next year. Obviously, Tories and Labour dominate in England, and the SNP and Plaid are very much pushing for their own agendas in the kind of sub-regions and the national bodies. How is Plaid going to kind of use the momentum in the upcoming general election?
Yeah, it's a tough election for us in many ways. Boundary changes haven't been kind to us. But also you have this polarising of politics, in Wales, between red and blue. Make your choice. Are you them or them? And what I wanted to say in my speech today, and it's a message that we take out to the people of Wales at all times, is that there is an alternative, and that we in Plaid Cymru and the SNP in Scotland are the parties that do offer that alternative. A different kind of vision, for a different kind of politics, a different and a higher level of ambition for our nations, but also parties that will stand up for the people of our nations and hold to account Westminster government, whoever that Westminster government is, Labour or Conservative. And the fact that we might every now and then have a less bad government at Westminster doesn't, make up for the fact that Westminster will never ever prioritise Scotland or prioritise Wales. Plaid Cymru always will put Wales first. We don't have party bosses in London sort of keeping us in check and making sure that we say the right things. We will act in Wales's interests always, and that's why I'm in politics.
Yeah, and you are obviously almost freshly elected, much like Hamza Yousaf. What are you going to change about Plaid Cymru? And then also, on the flip side, what are you going to keep the same as when you picked it up?
And I think that's very, very important, and I'm sure Hamza's feeling the same. These values that we have as parties are values that have guided us for many, many years, and it's in many ways finding new ways of re-emphasising and pushing forward those values, those principles, putting them into practice through innovative policies. For me in Plaid Cymru, it's always about looking at the tone of how we take those arguments forward, how we persuade people that there is a different way of doing things, being really positive in that vision that we put forward. I firmly believe in acting positively in politics. It's kind of the only way that I feel comfortable doing it, because if you believe that you can change things through politics, that we can create a different kind of future for our nations, that's the most positive energy that you could possibly have.
Yeah, and something especially for young voters. I mean, I barely remember a time where the Conservatives haven't been in power. Yep. It's been a very, very long 10 years plus. How are you going to bring in young voters and kind of reinvigorize them and kind of get away from the disillusionment that a lot of young people do face in politics?
Yeah, it certainly has been an excruciatingly long time, and it feels like one of those change elections. But what's key, I think, for a young person is, what is the change that excites us? I talk to young people in Wales about sort of what I want, but what their desires are for Wales. And I genuinely believe that, in our parties, in the SNP and Plaid Cymru, through our youth movements, we do have a platform through which the young people of my country can speak out. It's very easy to become disillusioned with politics when you have lived through years that we have had under this sort of cruel Conservative government. But you have to be always putting forward a different kind of vision. And the energy brought by young people in taking that vision forward is vitally, vitally important.
And how do you, with Plaid Cymru, how do you balance the kind of direct activism with the party political?
I mean, they're one and the same to me. You know, I'm a parliamentarian sitting, as I have done for a decade, in the Welsh Parliament because I'm a part of a movement, you know, a national movement in Wales that has this vision for what we could be. They're one and the same. We as parliamentarians have to reflect the party that we're a part of. I sincerely hope that we do. Without the activism, in our communities, we're not going to go anywhere. That's how we win the debates. That's how we take our nations forward. It's a key priority, obviously, for me as a party leader to grow and enthuse that activism base.
Yeah. And we were talking a little bit before the interview about there's a lot of issues that echo true in Wales and in Scotland. Second homes is a big one, issues with rural, issues with transport. If the two nations become independent, how do you think that they will conjoin to kind of tackle these issues?
You're right. I've been listening in this conference to debates that sound very similar to some of the debates that we would have at a Plaid Cymru conference. Strong believer in small countries like ours working together. It's why I'm a very, very proud European, because I think the European Union is a great way to bring countries together, learning from each other, supporting each other. I have no doubts that working closely together we can learn from each other's successes, we can learn from each other's mistakes too, as we build a nation and build all those services that need to come together to make them the nations we want them to be.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Anna. I hope you've enjoyed your time in Aberdeen, in Scotland, and I'm sure this isn't the last that we'll be seeing you on Broadcasting Scotland. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So that was our interview with Plaid Cymru. Thank you once again for joining us. We will be returning back to the live stream of the conference shortly. Yeah, and we're back. And we're out.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure to
Thanks
meet
for the
you.
chat.
Ooh, it's stuck. Did you say your flag?
Was to deliver the powers to actually help our communities and enhance connectivity across our islands. But right now we can actually look at laying the foundations for that, look to ourselves, use the tools at our own disposal. Because I believe, Conference, that our rural and island communities have a great future ahead of them, as we have discussed already this morning. But, Conference, we must invest, and we must invest now in their connectivity. And as a final point, I would very much encourage you to support the amendment from my friends in the Western Isles. As you can tell, I don't quite have a London accent. So, please, thank you, and please support the resolution amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Delegates, please welcome to the platform to second resolution number 10, Robert Leslie from Orkney branch, and Robert will be followed by Susan Thompson.
Conference, for some reason, ferries have become almost a taboo subject in Scotland. But we can turn this around and sail into much calmer waters. While astronomical price tags for ferry replacements are bandied about by some parties, there are cheaper, more efficient and environmentally sustainable solutions on the horizon. Orkney's already loaned its best catamaran to the Western Isles, and I'm hearing that they're thankful for her when she's running. Orkney resident Professor Alf Baird tells us that many more Alfreds could be built for the cost of monohulls being finished just now. As part of this plan for island connectivity, catamarans surely have a place. But it's not just ferries. Orkney's Churchill barriers already prove that fixed links keep communities alive. Looking further north, we can see that tunnels may also play a part in ensuring our islands thrive rather than merely survive. Shetland already has plans to link some of its islands with tunnels, and I applaud Shetland Islands Council for presenting their vision and engaging positively with the Scottish and UK governments on this. I spoke yesterday on what drives rural and island depopulation. Among them are fuel poverty, which is inextricably linked to transport costs in our areas. This resolution and amendment would be crucial in stemming and reversing this trend. I look forward to Orkney being able to engage in that regional forum to share ideas and best practices on connectivity, and have pleasure in seconding this resolution.
Thank you very much, Robert. Our next speaker speaking in favour of the resolution is Susan Thompson from the Helan and Yar branch. And I beg your pardon, Susan is speaking for the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, Conference. Robust, reliable transport links other than ferries will be vital to island communities if we are to address the challenges that we face. The bright lights of big cities have long held sway for our young islanders, but the islands have remained vibrant, attractive places to live, to return, to move to raise families. That's changing though. Conference, our demographics and the projections for us are grim reading. In the Western Isles, we've been in the news too much recently because of the problems that we face with our ferries, and we continue to face with our ferries. The new ferries, when they arrive, when they come into service, will be a huge improvement to our connectivity. But ferries in isolation won't solve the problems of our island communities. We all know that the weather is changing, that extreme weather events are becoming increasingly normal. This is impacting maritime industry around the world, and our island communities are not immune to that. What it means for us is more ferry cancellation and delays, longer journey times with ferries unable to berth because of higher tides or swell, all the while burning more fuel, exacerbating the climate crisis. Without lived experience, it can be hard to imagine the impact on daily life of a cancelled ferry over and above the inconvenience. But let me assure you, when you live in an island, these connections are lifelines. When a ferry's cancelled, food doesn't get delivered, either to us or to the mainland, and we are world famous for much of our food and drink. Hospital appointments are missed and treatments are delayed. Doctors running diagnostic clinics are unable to get to us or to get back, and this impacts patient care and waiting times in an already stretched National Health Service. Tourists either can't get to us or can't get home, and that makes us a much less attractive destination in future. Local businesses miss out on trade, and we miss out on mainland experiences, holidays, theatre and family visits, because travel can just be too uncertain in the wintertime. All of this affects our ability to attract workers and families, and this impacts service delivery in every sector throughout the islands. Conference, we live a slightly different life in the islands. We need and will continue to need our ferry service, but they have a limited capacity, the reliability is constrained by the changing climate. Our island communities need the infrastructure investment to ensure our potential is realised. Please, Conference, support the resolution and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And our next speaker seconding the amendment is Francis Murray from the Helan and Yar branch, to be followed speaking for the resolution by Councillor Tracy Little. So welcome to Francis.
Conference, thank you. That's a long walk and a poor shoe choice. We who choose to make our homes in Scotland's islands do so in the knowledge that there are certain aspects of our lives, as my colleague Susan has just said, which will be more restricted, more difficult or more challenging. However, we also believe that there are blessings and benefits which come with our territory and which outweigh these problems. However, it is incumbent upon this party and this government to address the fact that depopulation in our islands is the single biggest threat to the continuing well-being of our communities, in common with other rural mainland areas, as Marie Todd and Lucy Beattie outlined this morning. Significant support for island and rural connectivity and transport must include tunnels, as our friends in the Faroes and Norway and Shetland have done so successfully or are looking at doing so. And as we've already heard from previous speakers about these benefits, let's also look to tunnels as convenient conduits for potential future energy infrastructure and be really bold. Incidentally, as I scribbled some notes last night in the handy blank pages at the back of the agenda, I read on Twitter the words of a sneering and increasingly irrelevant Scottish newspaper editor who seemed to think it was some kind of metaphor for our party. Quite apart from the oddness of a journalist who doesn't take notes, I would point out to Mr Hutchin that at this conference we are encouraged to discuss and debate and even disagree. Perhaps there was no need to take notes at last week's stage-managed policy light but U-turn heavy event in Liverpool, but this is a party which is capable of a mature and important debate like yesterday's, and we need to take notes, and these blank pages, therefore, are extremely handy. Conference, we thank the movers of the resolution for their acceptance of our amendment and ask you to support the amendment and the resolution wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. And our final speaker speaking for resolution number 10 is Councillor Tracy Little, another first-time speaker at conference.
Good afternoon, conference, friends, delegates, colleagues. I wholeheartedly support and welcome this resolution. Transport connectivity, or the lack of in some regions, is a massive issue in our rural communities. So I welcome the proposed delivery of the Islands Connectivity Plan and for the next Rural Parliament and for the mentioned measures to improve rural and island transport connectivity. But I ask conference, when considering strategies for the Highlands and Islands, do not forget the lowlands when seeking solutions. I'm a born and raised Doonhamer, a councillor for Dumfries and Galloway Council, and now the proud Westminster candidate for that amazing, beautiful region. Currently Alistair Jack's seat. And I know that he does not appreciate and respect Dumfries and Galloway as I do. His absence is proof of that, his continued absence. But it is a region that very often feels forgotten. And please do not forget us regarding transport improvements. Using the ScotGov's Place Standard tool, in 2018 and again 2023, Dumfries and Galloway Youth Work Services undertook a project capturing the voices of over 10,000 young people in the region, aged between 10 and 25. High on the priority list for our local young people were the concerns about transport. Now, we celebrate, rightly so, the free travel for young people under 22, right across Scotland. But the uptake in my constituency is very low because there's simply no buses. In fact, the bus network in Dumfries and Galloway is collapsing before our eyes. We struggle to retain our young people, and a better infrastructure would go a long way to address this. Now, 98.8% of my region's businesses are micro or small and rely on the infrastructure needed to improve connectivity, to help people access what they need in their community, revitalise places and attract people to live, work, visit and invest in our towns and villages. Now, these small businesses desperately need an efficient transport network that enables staff to get to work easily, that allows supplies to be brought in from far afield and permits finished products to be moved to market cheaply and quickly. Conference, we need this to survive. Now, a couple of years ago, a solution was brought to conference from a young branch member from Stranraer to reinstate the Dumfries to Stranraer railway line, which was backed and, well, this railway line was closed in the 1960s, and this was to the detriment of our region. But it was supported by conference and passed, but to date has never been progressed. So I ask that this is looked at again and indeed progressed. Now, to sum up, I support and welcome this resolution and thank the London branch. Our rural regions and communities need transport and infrastructure overhaul, that's for sure. But when considering the measures required, please add Dumfries and Galloway to the list of priority rural regions. And come visit us. We're actually quite nice down there. One of those blues you think. You might not want to go, you might not want to leave. Well, that's the end of my tourist information broadcast bit. But thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Conference, there are no cards in against on resolution number 10. So we'll move on to voting. Voting firstly on the amendment and then on the resolution. So if I can ask on the amendment firstly, all those in favour to please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. Cards down. All those against. The amendment passes overwhelmingly. Thank you. And if we can now move on resolution number 10 to voting on the resolution as amended. If I can ask all those in favour, please raise your cards now. Thank you very much. Cards down. All those against, please raise your cards. The resolution as amended passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So, Conference, that takes us now on to resolution number 11, which is entitled Protect Our NHS and Public Services. And to move resolution number 11, please welcome Councillor Glenn Reynolds from Deeside and Upper Donside, and he will be followed by David Curry, also of Deeside and Upper Donside branch. Welcome, Glenn.
Good afternoon, Conference. Conference, it's a great privilege for me to suggest that we approve the resolution put forward by Deeside and Donside branch. And I do so not least because Deeside and Donside branch also sits within a constituency of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, which I will take back from the Tories next year in the general election and remove Andrew Bowie as the shameful Tory MP whose shadow casts little light in that area. Conference. There is a stark contrast, is there not, between Scottish Government's approach to the NHS as a publicly owned and operated service and that of the UK Government, whose privatisation agenda in England is growing ever more pronounced and damaging. Michael Matheson, in a session earlier this morning, and Keith Brown just now, alluded to this fact, which is at the substance of this resolution. The reality of Westminster's health privatisation plans was made stark, colleagues, was it not, in light of the implementation plan of the Elective Recovery Task Force, announced in August by the Westminster Government, and whilst these plans directly relate to NHS England only, indirectly, the changes will inevitably lead to changes in our own funding settlement, and therein lies the rub, friends, not just in terms of health, but privatisation across public services. Privatisation in England has an impact on Scotland. Now, we know that independence is the only way to protect the Scottish NHS. Devolved since 1999, and the Scottish Government has developed or maintained distinctive policies, but while devolution has allowed us to mitigate and protect Scotland's health and public services from the destructive policies of Westminster, as long as Scotland's finances are tied to those Westminster decisions, then every cut made to services and resources through privatisation in England has a direct impact on the budget available to the Scottish Government. That is something that we really need to deliver at the doorsteps. It will impact on supply chain activity in Scotland, may have implications upon our Scotland-based resources and assets and staffing, our infrastructure and its maintenance. This resolution conference asks the Scottish Government to consider how it can address the impact of Westminster privatisation in many public policy areas now, and how it can reverse through legislation or otherwise the damage undoubtedly caused by privatisation in England in an independent Scotland when we have the powers to do so. Friends, health is a good example to use. While Scotland has control over devolved healthcare policy, the UK government, as Keith Brown alluded to, still controls the purse strings. Cuts in funding have a real and tangible impact on both the provision of healthcare and the lives of people in Scotland as a result of measures in England. Also, as alluded to both by Michael Matheson and by Keith earlier, an investigation into the impact of austerity found that Tory cuts to the NHS led to just under 20,000 excess deaths in Scotland between 2012 and 2019. Additionally, meanwhile, the UK's new Internal Market Act would give Westminster the power to set up healthcare services and providers based on market access principles, without the consent of the Scottish Government. In theory, friends, this bill is designed to make trade between the four nations that make up the UK easier after Brexit. In practice, it's a power grab that allows Westminster to bypass devolved legislation. Devolution alone cannot protect access to free health provision in Scotland. As long as the UK has control over budgeting and overall legislation, it basically has free rein to do whatever it wants. It's only independence that will change this. The only way, colleagues, that we can continue to protect our NHS in the future is to put Scotland's resources in Scotland's hands, and only independence will deliver that. It's what will protect Scotland's NHS and keep serving the needs of patients in Scotland for generations to come. To some extent, you could argue that the UK government controls how much the Scottish government spends on its National Health Service, and Keith mentioned this. To some extent, that may be the intention. The more they run down NHS England with more privatisation, the less is allocated to Scotland as a consequential under Barnett. That is what this resolution is all about, and taking measures to address that. Friends, I know I'm teaching people to suck eggs here, but the Barnett formula, as we know, works by increasing the amount given to devolved governments when the UK government decides to increase spending on services that don't affect the whole of the UK on a population basis. But the Westminster approach is that to use empty or spare capacity for the private sector not only lines the pockets of shareholders, but comes at a heavy price to the NHS in England and in Scotland. Conference, in conclusion, this resolution is asking that the Scottish Government mitigates and considers, where appropriate, legislation that will protect now and reverse following independence consequentials to any Scottish resources and assets that we shall see following privatisation of health and public service provision in England, not least following the implementation plan of the Elective Recovery Task Force. Friends, please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. And our second and final speaker seconding Resolution 11 is David Curry of Deeside and Upper Donside Branch. And David is a first-time speaker at conference. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon, conference. Glenn has made a very eloquent defence of this resolution, and it needs little further to be said. I'm a retired NHS neurosurgeon. I've also been a patient of the NHS myself. I can tell you that I have never in my life set a foot inside the private sector. But I'd like to tell you a story which I think illustrates what's at the core of the National Health Service. When I was training, I worked in a great London teaching hospital. And I had to go in the middle of the night to intensive care to see a patient of mine. When I'd done that and was about to leave, I noticed a group of doctors and nurses round another patient's bed. And I recognized some of the doctors as the young senior trainees in various medical specialties. These were the creme de la creme of the young physicians in London at the time. And I stopped to say hello, and I looked at the patient, who was an old man with a straggly beard, long hair, crusty skin, bruises. From the end of the bed, you'd have probably said that he was a vagrant, he was possibly an alcoholic, he was probably homeless. And I asked what they were doing, and they said, well, he's a diabetic, and he's got ischemic heart disease, and his kidney function's packing up, and his chest's not too good. And I looked at this man and thought, this is a man who, by society's reckoning, is probably worth very little. A man of no great importance. He had the best young doctors and nurses that the NHS in London could afford. And he was a man of no account. And that, to me, is what the NHS means. That's at the centre of it. That man would not get a glimpse inside the private sector, but nor would many of our other citizens, the very old, people with chronic diseases, people with addictions, the disabled, people with chronic mental illness. They're not attractive to a business. What business is going to throw complex and expensive equipment at somebody who hasn't got the means to pay for it? But the NHS is not a business. The NHS exists to spend money, and the private sector exists to make money. That's the difference. Now, the Tories, as we know, are ideologically committed to the privatisation of everything that moves, particularly to public services and utilities. This is a party that has privatised gas, electricity, air traffic control, the railways, the post office, and the most basic utility that we all require, the supply of water, for God's sake, privatised. So it's not a surprise it's not far-fetched to suggest that the NHS is facing exactly the same treatment. In Thatcher's time, the cunning plan was to divide the NHS up into providers and purchasers. The purchasers were the GPs and private health insurance companies. The providers were the hospitals. They created an internal market which we all had to participate in. That continues in England. The Labour Party continued it when they came into government in Scotland. The Scottish National Party, in its first government, under its two excellent health secretaries, one Nicola Sturgeon and Shona Robertson, abolished the internal market. But we're not safe from the changes that Glenn has alluded to. So it is vitally important that we pass this resolution, that we set obstacles to the further privatisation of the NHS in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Delegates, David was our final speaker on resolution number 11. We have no cards in against, and I wonder if I can therefore take it that this is passed by acclaim. Thank you very much, delegates. Conference, we spoke earlier on about standing on the shoulders of giants, and I wonder if we can come together now to remember some of those who've left us over the last year. Thank you very much, delegates. We'll move now on to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon, which is our topical and emergency resolutions. We have two topical resolutions. The first is entitled Extension of Residency Permits for Displaced Ukrainians, and the second is entitled Asylum Process. You can see the text of both of these resolutions on the website, and as they are discussed, you will see them at the side of the hall. So, for topical resolution number 1, extension of residency permits for displaced Ukrainians, please welcome to move the resolution Councillor Stephen Carr.
Thank you. Delegates.
I'm going to ask that the Speaker continues while cleverer people than me beaver away behind the scenes to try and resolve that. So thank you for drawing that to my attention. I'm sure it is possible, and if you bear with us for 1 second, we will get that organised. So hold your fire, please, Stephen, and we will get that read out as well as at the side. So thank you for that. I think that was a very helpful suggestion. So, topical resolution number 1, extension of residency permits for displaced Ukrainians. And the text reads, Conference notes that the situation in Israel and Palestine will have a direct impact on further extending the war in Ukraine as Russia and the US are pulled into both conflicts in opposition. This will have a direct impact on the displaced Ukrainians in Scotland whose resident permits are due to expire in 2024. Conference acknowledges the excellent work of the Scottish Government with its support of displaced Ukrainians through the Super Sponsor Scheme and the Welcome Hubs, but that the situation with residency permits needs to be resolved to provide displaced Ukrainians welcomed into Scotland with a level of security around their future here. Conference believes that in order for displaced Ukrainians to continue to integrate into Scottish life and make longer-term decisions around their work, accommodation and their children's education, that there needs to be an immediate extension to their residence permit. Conference seeks to push for confirmation of that extension from both the Scottish and UK governments. And again, welcome to Councillor Stephen Carr to move the resolution.
Thank you. Delegates, friends, we're all aware of what happened in February 2022. Many Ukrainians were forced to flee their homes due to Russian aggression. In March 2022, the Scottish Government launched the Super Sponsor Scheme to provide a safe sanctuary for Ukrainians fleeing that war. Once again, Scotland led the way, with a scheme that allowed Ukrainians fleeing the devastation of that Russian aggression to immediately come to Scotland. Not to wait in a war-torn country while a UK government tried to match them up with a host, but to immediately come to a country that was open and welcoming. And Ukrainians came, and they were welcomed, and they were promised a safe haven until it was safe for them to return to Ukraine. I speak to Ukrainians every week. They are grateful for that warm welcome. They are grateful for the support they have received. But friends, most importantly of all, they love Scotland. They love the country, they love the people, they love Scotland. They have homes to live in, they have jobs and they work alongside us. Their children go to school and study, with many of those children already achieving Scottish qualifications. But we have a problem. The resident permit they received upon entering Scotland runs out in 2024. There's no doubt that what's happening in Israel and Palestine will have an effect on the war in Ukraine. As Russia and the US go head-to-head, it's only going to lengthen the war in Ukraine. And unfortunately, That's also going to affect those Ukrainians that we have welcomed into Scotland. How can you make plans around your home, around your work, around your children's education, your future, knowing that next year you may be asked to leave the country? The answer is you can't. I know of parents of school leavers that are worried about having to make the decision of they're going into further education in Scotland or whether they need to return to a country still gripped in war for that further education. That's a decision they shouldn't be having to make. Ukrainians in this country need clarity around their futures. They know they're welcome here, but they need to know whether they're able to stay or whether a UK government will ask them to leave. Delegates, let's get them that clarity. Please support this resolution. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And to second topical resolution number 1, please welcome Councillor Graham Campbell.
Apologies, Conference. I wasn't expected to be called to second the motion, but I'm certainly expected to come and support the motion, so I will do that. First of all, thank you to Councillor Carr, whose work is well known to all of you, also many of you, in terms of the work of the Dnipro kids. So first of all, some massive applause for that, and for the solidarity he's given to the Ukrainian people over many years. But I have to say, for many of you, you'll know that from the communities that you've now played host to, and many of you I've spoken to today at the conference store, you've opened your homes, you opened your hearts to Ukrainians for some clear, understandable reasons. But it's important that we name check and recognise the situation in Israel-Palestine, that the question of welcoming refugees needs to be equal. Any refugee from any war-torn country should be welcome in Scotland. We have no differentiation between a life threatened or lost in one conflict and from another. So let's hope that we also open our hearts and our homes to Palestinian refugees, unfortunately, when that time comes too. Now, I have to say this one. I want to just make a quick correction. There has been, we are speaking at a fringe meeting on tomorrow afternoon at lunchtime from the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, and we exist basically to make that voice of the Ukrainian trade unionists and social movement organizer, lesbian and gay pride organizers, women's organization. We want to bring their voices in because there is also a struggle of Ukrainian people for democracy, for human rights, for freedoms that we all take for granted. That war is about the survival of the nation. We all understand that. But in that process, unfortunately, our British government is advising the government in Ukraine to remove rights of workers at the same time as obviously trying to survive as a country. We hope that the advice that they're giving them around how to deal with trade unions is not taken, and that actually the Ukrainian trade unionists are listened to. And I hope that you'll be able to have our meeting here tomorrow from that perspective and from the voices of the people of Ukraine. Please note that it's incorrectly printed in the brochure. On page 96 it says that we're the Scottish Police Federation's event. It's not. We are our own event. So please make sure that you come to us and hear our speakers, which will include Councillor Carr. We also have speakers from Another Europe is Possible, which is the Europe-wide campaign against Brexit and for freedom and self-determination against authoritarian global imperialism, wherever it comes from, whether it's Russian or whoever else is. I want to finally say this, that the question of status, obviously this is one reason more, if we have not got millions of other reasons, that Scotland needs to be an independent country so that we can decide these questions for ourselves. Until we control our borders, we will be the ones who will decide who comes. The UK is going to be deciding to have the Fortress Europe to stop people coming. We want the opposite of that. We want our country to be a welcoming global citizen that takes responsibility for our imprint on whether it's climate change, whether it's war, whether it's division across the world. If our economics have caused that, then we need to take responsibility for the human consequences, and that includes Ukrainians, it includes Palestinians, it includes everybody else. But let's show solidarity with our Ukrainian friends. Let's give them a warm welcome and make sure that they can make decisions about their lives. So please support this resolution.
Thank you very much, Graham. Delegates, Graham was our final speaker on topical resolution number 1, and with no cards in against the resolution, can I ask if this is passed by acclaim? Thank you very much. We now move on to topical resolution number 2, which is entitled the asylum process. This will be moved by Councillor Susan Aitken and seconded by Councillor Alan Casey. While Susan makes her way to the platform, you will see the text at the screens at the side, and I will read over the text before we begin. So, topical resolution number 2, asylum process. Conference is proud of Scotland's long history of welcoming refugees and asylum seekers from all over the world, including those fleeing conflict in Syria, Afghanistan and Ukraine, and particularly notes the positive impact of Glasgow's role as an asylum dispersal city for more than 20 years. Conference agrees that the contribution of our refugee communities over successive generations has helped make Glasgow and Scotland the successfully diverse places they are today. Conference condemns harsh and punitive asylum policies pursued by successive Westminster governments, both Tory and Labour, and in particular the hostile environment policies promoted by Tory Home Secretaries in recent years, and agrees that sending those seeking asylum to Rwanda to await a decision is cruel even by the standards of this current UK government. Conference is deeply concerned about new Home Office plans for a so-called streamlined asylum process, which would see 2,500 batch asylum decisions made by the end of this calendar year, leading in effect to forced homelessness for over 1,000 asylum seekers in Glasgow and destitution for those denied recourse to public funds following refusal of their applications. Conference is appalled that the UK Government has stated they won't provide a single penny in support to local authorities, and understands that this will mean a cost of over £50 million to Glasgow's homelessness and housing services, which are already facing unprecedented pressure as a consequence of the Tory cost of living crisis. Conference believes that this would cause a humanitarian catastrophe, not only for affected asylum seekers and refugees, but also for other vulnerable people in Glasgow who rely on these vital services. Conference understands that Glasgow City Council's SNP-led administration has urged the Home Office to immediately pause its plans and work with Council and Health and Social Care Partnership to put in place a planned, phased and properly resourced process which would avert the unacceptable human and financial cost of their plans. Conference further understands, however, that this suggestion has been rejected and is therefore forced to conclude that this is a deliberate political strategy by the UK Tories to make the asylum system appear unmanageable and unworkable and falsely portray asylum seekers as a threat to communities. Conference deplores the UK Government's plans as an unwarranted attack on the well-being and welfare of asylum seekers, refugees and all people experiencing homelessness, supports Glasgow's SNP administration in its efforts to force the UK Government to urgently change course and pause its damaging plans in favour of a properly managed and humane asylum decision process, and fully backs calls for the immediate provision of adequate resources to asylum dispersal authorities across these islands. And to speak in favour of that resolution, moving the resolution, is Councillor Susan Aitken. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, Conference. Conference, last Thursday evening, I attended a service of solidarity at Giffnock and Newton Mearns Synagogue to join with Glasgow's Jewish community to support them in their time of grief. And I heard and saw our First Minister there provide comfort and succour to that community, to share their burden of grief for their lost loved ones murdered by Hamas, even as he and Nadia were living in terror for their own family in Gaza. Hamza showed compassion and empathy that the leaders of the UK parties have not even come close to touching, Conference, and I am extremely proud that he is our party leader and our First Minister. Conference, compassion and empathy have long been Scotland's values when it comes to welcoming asylum seekers and refugees to our country. And nowhere has that been more evident than in the city of Glasgow. For more than 20 years, Glaswegian communities have hosted now many, many thousands of asylum seekers and refugees, Congolese, Tamil, Kurdish, Eritrean, Afghan, Iranian, Syrian, Ukrainian, and many, many more. And they are Glaswegians now, our neighbours, our friends, our colleagues, and I'm very proud indeed that two of my fellow Glasgow SNP councillors come from our refugee communities, Councillor Abdul Bastani and Councillor Rosa Saleh. And it's in no small part down to the contribution of those refugee communities that Glasgow is the vibrant, diverse, truly global city that we know today. Saoirse Healey, the director of the Scottish Refugee Council, has rightly described Glasgow as a beacon of integration. But that successful integration conference has been despite the regressive and blatantly cruel asylum policies of successive Westminster governments, Labour as well as Tory. And their latest planned assault on the human rights of asylum seekers and refugees might be their worst yet. Many have been waiting for years for their asylum claims to be processed, thanks to Westminster government incompetence. And now, to clear the huge backlog that they've let build up, the Home Office plans to mass process thousands of claims across the UK, 2,500 in Glasgow alone, in the coming weeks. That's not the bad bit, Conference. We want people to get decisions, and we want them to get positive decisions at that. The appalling part is that the Tories intend to make those people homeless, en masse. They'll be thrown out of their asylum accommodation, and Glasgow City Council will have to find homes for thousands of people potentially in the space of weeks. Even worse, hundreds more could have their asylum decisions refused, and because we are prevented by law, a law put in place by Tony Blair's government, from providing them with any support whatsoever, they could be forced into destitution and onto the streets of Glasgow. It is an appalling way to treat people, Conference, and it is completely unnecessary. The UK government could simply allow people to remain in their asylum accommodation until the council is able to source them a permanent home. That is what we want them to do. It's certainly what we would do if we were in control of asylum accommodation in the city. But asylum accommodation was privatised by the Tories. The provider wants to keep making its profits, and the Tories want to clear more asylum seekers out of the south of England, where their voters are, and dump them not just in Glasgow, but across the UK, leaving us to pick up the pieces of shattered and traumatised lives without a single extra penny of help from Westminster. And because Glasgow is the biggest asylum authority in the UK by some distance, we will be hit harder than anyone. Conference, Glasgow's history shows it's more than possible to support asylum seekers and refugees to successful integration into their new community. But the Tories don't want that. For them, asylum seekers are just weapons in the right-wing culture war. They don't care about the damage they'll cause to people's lives or to public services. But we do care. We say it is utterly unacceptable to force people into homelessness. It is unconscionable to deliberately cause a humanitarian crisis, and it must be stopped. Conference, the SNP administration at Glasgow City Council will do everything that we can to fight this. We would really appreciate your support. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Susan. In Conference, to second our topical resolution number 2, please welcome Councillor Alan Casey.
Thanks, Convener. Good afternoon, Conference, and firstly, thank you to the Conferences Committee for accepting this emergency motion, because I know that we did discuss an asylum motion yesterday, but I do think it's really important that we do discuss this very emergency situation that we have facing us in Glasgow and indeed up and down the country. Colleagues, my friend, Councillor Susan Aitken, has outlined the very serious issue that we are facing in Glasgow, and of course we know we will not be alone in this. Up to 2,500 people at risk of immediate homelessness in Glasgow in a matter of weeks due to the deliberate decisions of the UK Government. 700 of those potentially destitute with no recourse to public funds. What a callous policy that is as well. This has the real potential to be a humanitarian catastrophe in towns and cities up and down the country. Now, of course, this is no accident. This politically driven disaster could be completely avoided if only the UK Government were compassionate enough to hear our calls and stop this chaos immediately. However, as we all know, this UK Government are devoid of any compassion whatsoever, and of course have told us that it will plough on regardless, despite the severe consequences their political choices will cause. The situation is stark. We're in real danger of having to commandeer sports and leisure centres and set up emergency type accommodation, something that you only really see as considered during a natural disaster like a flood or fire, etc. That's the stark reality that we're facing in Glasgow. Another factor that we're currently grappling with is the huge cost that this will have on our already stretched finances. I know that local authorities up and down the country are already struggling, and the estimated cost of this fiasco to Glasgow alone is up to £50 million. That is just honestly impossible for us and would decimate other services. We have asked the UK Government to provide additional resource for this. Have they agreed to fund it? Of course they haven't. They've told us we will receive not a penny to cope with this situation. What an utter shower they are. This move is politically driven from the heart of this right-wing Conservative government and just another poisonous symptom of their hostile environment towards asylum seekers and their desperate stop-the-boats agenda. They should absolutely hang their heads in shame. Conference, Glasgow does have a proud history of over more than 20 years of supporting both asylum seekers and refugees and our receiving communities to achieve successful integration outcomes. But the recklessness of this Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, could leave that proud record in tatters. Now, despite this deliberate attempt from the UK Government to cause this chaos, we in Glasgow and indeed Scotland simply won't stand for it. This right-wing government clearly haven't learned their lessons from Kenmure Street, when Glasgow proudly stood behind our neighbours and told them under no uncertain terms where to go. And I'm certain that the spirit of Kenmure Street will live on and will tell them where to go once again. Friends, I hope we can support this motion today and send a clear message to the UK Government that this devastating plan must stop immediately. They must listen to everyone's desperate calls and get round the table with towns and cities up and down the country and pause these damaging plans at once. They must work with us on implementing a humane approach to the asylum decision-making process, which also must come with the adequate resources to enable us to properly manage this dire situation. Friends, I hope we can support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alan. Delegates, there were no cards in to speak against resolution number 2, and I wonder if I can therefore take it that topical resolution 2 is passed by acclaim. Thank you very much, Conference. That takes us into our internal session. So before we kick off with our internal session, I want to just give a minute or two for any external visitors to vacate the room. So just bear with us. We will pause and recommence very shortly.
Busy day up here in Aberdeen, and we're not finished yet. I have the pleasure of introducing Keith Brown, the Deputy Leader of the SNP, with us on the show. Keith, how are you?
I'm fine, always more relaxed after you've given a speech than beforehand, so quite relaxed and enjoying conference.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up, we'll go on, straight on to the speech. How many speeches have you done at conference? How was the experience of giving the speech as the Deputy Leader?
I've done quite a few before, but what was unnerving about today was having to do it right in front of Nicola Sturgeon. Very unusual to see Nicola in the audience rather than on the stage, but it made it all the more special, so I really enjoyed the speech and having Nicola there as well.
And of course, the main body of the speech was about how Westminster is a shackle to Scotland. Could you expand, just for our viewers, a little bit on the main body of the interview and, you know, just the key points?
The main point is people are extremely concerned by what they're seeing as a decline economically, in terms of politics and the international standing of the UK. There's a real decline, which has been accelerated by Brexit. And the point I was making is that is not going to change under the Labour Party. The Labour Party finished its last term in government by saying there is no money left. Those are the last words of the last Labour government, written on a note from the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. And they are going into this election saying there is no money left. So if they're not going to change Brexit, and they're not, doesn't matter what people in Scotland say, they're going to ignore that. If they're not going to change the austerity policies of the Tory, then what's the point in them? And for people in Scotland, many families really struggling just now, some to heat their houses, some, as we heard on the radio this morning, even to provide showers and cleaning facilities for their children because they can't afford the energy, and also for businesses, for mortgage payers. Where is the prospect of change? And there is no prospect of change with Labour. So in that circumstance, the one hope, the vision that we have is for independence, is the one thing that can change that. And I gave the comparisons of Ireland and Denmark. Ireland, where they're struggling to find out how to deal with a surplus in their budget, giving away billions to help people through these tough times. And the reverse situation in Scotland and the UK, where we've got record debt, record taxation levels, the biggest fall in living standards for a generation. So it really was about making clear to the people of Scotland that is the best choice they can make at the next election.
And one of the key parts of yesterday was, of course, the debate on the strategy for independence, on whether it should be the votes or whether it should be the share of seats. Were you happy with the outcome of that resolution that was passed with the seats?
What I'm really pleased about is we've now settled the question. So we will stand on the ticket of winning a majority of seats will provide us with a mandate. I did say in my speech that what I now expect to see are people in the Labour and Conservative parties that for years have said that the measure of success is winning a majority of seats at Westminster, now reversing that position and saying it doesn't apply to Scotland. And I did mention the fact that even Margaret Thatcher acknowledged that a majority of seats for the SNP in Scotland meant Scotland had the right to be independent. And that's the contrast with the current Conservative Party and the Labour Party. So that is good that we've settled that question. Nothing to stop us campaigning to get a majority of votes, of course, but a majority of seats. We have said, we've agreed, and we'll move forward on the basis of that providing us with a mandate to start independence negotiations.
And there's a huge buzz and a huge bubble in the conference at the moment. It seems like there's a really high amount of energy and optimism. How do you think that the party is going to be able to translate that back to the electorate after the conference?
I think you're right, and I think it's been interesting to see other journalists, not broadcasting Scotland, but others quite surprised about how positive things are. But you're right, we have to make sure that people in Scotland feel that as well, which is not an easy thing to do given the challenges that people face in their homes and their businesses and their jobs. But we have to get out there because we can't rely on a mainstream media that's going to give us a fair crack of the whip. So we have to get out there as individuals, still the biggest party in Scotland, still the most popular party in Scotland, even after 16 years in government. And we have to motivate our activists to get out there and explain to people this is the future we can have. And then explain that we are currently in, apparently, the sunny uplands of Brexit, and yet who feels there's been a benefit from that? So we have to change that, and it's down to us to do that.
Yeah, and you mentioned a bit about activism. How important do you think direct activism will be in campaigning for the big election next year?
Well, for the reasons I've just mentioned, we don't have the access that, say, the Conservatives have to the media. We have had 16 years of the Express and the Mail and various other publications every day attacking the SNP for any purpose. And I think, given that, our activists are our best weapon. And I made a lot of the fact, whether it was Nicola Sturgeon, John Swinney, Katie Loudon, who did a fantastic job in the by-election, disappointing though the result was. Our strength is our people, and we have got some of the best people putting forward the SNP's case. But we all have to take a responsibility to do that. And if we do that, if we mobilise that huge phalanx of people, then just as in 2007, against all the odds, we won that election, we can win next year's election as well.
And what would you say to voters who are younger or completely disaffected from politics at the moment? How would you bring them back into the fold, or what kind of encouragement would you give them that politics can work?
Well, I think I can understand why they might be disappointed, at the very least, with the two larger parties, especially when you've seen, for example, Keir Starmer reverse Labour's intentions in terms of climate change, which is very important, both the young people and others. And I did say that the sum total of Labour's policies, sticking to austerity, sticking to Tory spending plans, sticking with the rape clause, sticking with the two-child cap, these things are things which young people feel very strongly about, and it's not going to change under Labour. Now, independence is not an immediate thing. We would move into independence negotiations if we win the election, but that does represent our best prospect of doing things such as in Denmark and Ireland, much more equal countries, much happier countries, more prosperous countries. So I'm saying to people, if you want to make a big change in these things, it's not going to happen with Labour or with the Tories. This is our chance to do it for ourselves. Not necessarily SNP after the election, but we have to get that independence first, and for that reason, urging people to support SNP.
Yeah, one interesting thing is, what could the political system in Scotland look like post-independence? Though naturally might be quite a proliferation of political parties. How do you hope that it would pan out?
Well, I suppose I'm unusual. I'm the deputy leader of the SNP, so I'm going to say I want to see the SNP carrying all before it in independent Scotland. But the fact is, that is the whole purpose of independence, to allow people to have that chance. And you might actually see a more relevant Conservative party than they are just now in Scotland, because they'd be talking about a Scottish context, about Scottish businesses. Currently, whatever horrendous attack there is in the economy, like Liz Truss or the Tories with Brexit, the Scottish Tories will just accept that and promote that, no matter how damaging it is to Scotland. So it might free up even a right of centre party that's, if they would like to call themselves pro-business, to be a different kind of party from that which is currently there. So I think you're right, you'll see a different landscape, but that is really for the people of Scotland to decide at that point.
And obviously there's been a huge personnel change in the SNP. How important, going into 2024 and then eventually 2026, will that change from Nicola Sturgeon to Humza Yousaf be? And, you know, do you think that Humza will have the right momentum at the right time?
It's a good question, because I think the same questions were raised when Nicola took over from Alex Salmond. You know, how do you follow an act like that? And yet she was stunningly successful and equal to the task in every particular. Humza faces those questions, but I think, especially in this last week, he has made huge inroads, and making sure he, if you like, seals the deal with the party. The party now sees him very much as their leader, and I think internationally, especially given what he's had to say on Gaza and Israel, I think he's led opinion in that respect. I mean, obviously informed partly by his own personal circumstances. So I think you've seen other world leaders following the things which Humza has said, and I think that really is showing him. I said today that we paid tribute to two giants in Nicola Sturgeon and John Swinney, and I think we are seeing the emergence of a third giant in the movement, and that's Humza Yousaf.
Yeah.
And I think if we can make sure that happens, then, because people do look at a party's leader to get an idea of the party's values, and I think we're in very safe hands with Humza.
Yeah, and obviously the SNP at the moment are in government with the Green Party. Going forward, are you going to continue the kind of coalition? Are you going to continue to share work, to work together collaboratively, or will we see a bit of a divergence in the party policy?
There's always been a dynamic nature to the Depute House Agreement. The discussions go on all the time, especially within government. I'm no longer in government since March this year, but I know that discussions over all sorts of policies continue. What I would say is the people that are talking about the Greens as extremists, in a context when you've got someone like Suella Braverman in a cabinet, I don't think they understand what extremism actually means. I made the point again in my speech that even Margaret Thatcher wouldn't have put Enoch Powell in her cabinet, and yet Rishi Sunak's put Suella Braverman in their cabinet. So the Depute House Agreement has been voted on by the SNP, its members, and hugely supportive. It's vitally important to get a programme for government through the Scottish Parliament, and we want to have the support of the Greens in doing that, where we share views. So I think whilst it's always going to be dynamic, there'll always be discussions, I hope it will continue into the future.
Yeah. And so we've got one more day left of the conference. Coming into tomorrow, what are you hoping to see?
Well, first of all, is the speech from Hamza. His first chance to address conference. He's spoken to the convention we had in Dundee, but to hear him at the convention, at the conference tomorrow, and to hear what he has to say. I think the other thing is there's a resolution on the agenda about Scots Asians who fought in the Second World War, who do not get the recognition that they deserved, and I've done a number of things during my time as Veterans Minister to try and help with that. So if I get the chance to try and speak in that debate, and those are the things I'm looking forward to most.
Amazing. And so we'll go back. We'll take it away from the conference. What drew you into politics in the first place? What made you join the SNP? Even earlier than that, what sparked the interest in politics for you?
It's a question you get asked all the time by school groups. You know, why did you get involved in politics? And I often say that when I was 17, there was a referendum in Scotland which was for a devolved assembly, and I didn't know much about politics. I can't remember having an interest in politics, but I remember wanting to vote in that election, or that referendum, and I asked my mother, who was ill at the time, if I could use her poll card, and she said no, it was illegal, so I didn't vote. So I must have had some interest, and then I went and joined the forces for 3 years, and when I came out I was very interested in politics at that stage, and joined the campaign for a Scottish Assembly in 1983, ran a marathon to raise funds for them, and then went to university, and I thought I'm going to join a political party, and the SNP was a natural choice. So that was the path I took in. It's much harder to remember exactly what you were thinking at that age, but that's the path I took to get involved in politics.
And so you've obviously spoken to the younger voter, but say there's someone watching who thinks, I could go into politics in the future. What advice would you give them? Would you encourage it? Or
Well, I think politics is very different now to when I first got involved. It can be quite a bleak place, especially through social media. It can be quite abusive. I'm no different from most of my colleagues who've had death threats and horrendous threats through social media and elsewhere, and now having to have burglar alarms and all sorts. And that's a real sad commentary on where politics is. So my answer when I'm asked, and I am frequently asked by young people, is, of course, if you want to get involved in politics, do that. And they usually mean party politics. But if you do, make sure you believe in something very strongly, whether it's in the environment, independence, social justice, whatever it is, because you'll need that to keep you going when it gets quite tough, as it will do. If you believe in something very strongly, there's nothing more rewarding than being involved in devoting yourself to that and to the idea of public service.
And there's been a lot of kind of discourse recently about bipartisanship within politics. And obviously it's very different in the UK to the US, but should we gain independence, there will obviously be a division between the SNP and pro-independence and anti-independence. How will the SNP kind of try to build bridges and bring people along who maybe aren't pro-independence in the first place?
I think there's two things. One is how you conduct the independence campaign in the first place. And again, going back to the speech, I mentioned the fact that we have to listen. There is no route by which Scotland becomes independent that does not involve convincing some people that previously voted no to vote yes. So to do that, we have to listen to what they have to say, genuine concerns. And also, if independence is to be achieved, then we have to make sure that following independence, we have the consent of those who didn't want independence, that they feel they've had their chance to have their say. And as we did in 2014, they've lost out in the referendum, that Scotland is still their Scotland. We have to make sure that it includes everybody. Easier said than done, but maybe helped by what you've mentioned in terms of the possibilities of a different political landscape taking place at that time. So I think it's all about listening and trying to have a civil debate where possible.
Would you say that that lacks in Westminster?
Yeah, I think there's no room for it in Westminster. And unfortunately, we've had a few folk from Westminster come to the Scottish Parliament try to replicate that binary, bipartisan, not bipartisan in terms of agreement between the parties, but two points of view that can never be reconciled. And I think post a successful independence vote, I think people will realise this is our future, so let's all make it work together. And I have to say the example I use for that is Ireland, who managed to come across all different parties when they have something they want to pursue in the national interest, whether it's in the European Parliament or elsewhere. They pick their fights internationally, they make friends internationally, and they prosper internationally. Look at how Ireland has prospered, especially since the Maastricht Agreement. But before that, both economically and in terms of international influence that we've had. The UK, by contrast, seems to take delight in offending everybody, all our EU partners, and not building those relationships, relying on the post-war settlement of being in the Security Council and stuff like that. So I would say, let's look to see how others do it and come together as a country.
Yeah. And speaking of Westminster, Mary Black has said, obviously, she's not going to be running for in the next election. She's not going to be rerunning for her seat. How do you prevent that kind of toxic Westminster environment from spreading up north? You obviously said some people have tried to bring it up, but what are the kind of practicalities of not allowing that kind of toxic work environment in Hollywood?
I think we have to try and avoid getting into the worst excesses of Westminster. Some of the boorishness, and that's not just the Conservatives, I have to say. There are others, some would say even I have been involved in that. We have to try and limit that kind of behaviour, try and make it a bit more consensual, and it's more difficult in advance of an election, I appreciate that, but to try and make sure that we keep it civil, because many people observe that and they look at it and think, I don't want to be involved in that, I couldn't take that kind of abuse and so on. So I think we have to try our best, but the most effective way of making sure that the atmosphere at Westminster doesn't encroach into Scotland is through independence, in my view.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Keith Brown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was one of our final interviews for the day. Thank you so much to Keith Brown for joining us. A very fascinating interview. So that concludes our are going to shift to a live camera for some extra coverage of the conference today. I hope everyone has enjoyed all of the interviews that we have had. Thank you so much to all of our contributors. Some really fascinating input from everybody. So we've got one day left of the conference, and as Keith was saying, it's a big one because Hamza Yusuf is giving an address to Holyrood. Not to Holyrood, sorry. My apologies. Hamza Yusuf is giving his first address to conference. He spoke at the Dundee Convention. Spoke at the Dundee Convention a few months ago, but he has never addressed, in his capacity as leader, the SNP party conference. So it will be very interesting to see what the vibes are going to be. And obviously, as soon as we know, you will also know. Apologies for a couple of technical issues there, but we are still here. We prevail, as always, at Broadcasting Scotland. Yeah, I hope so the rest of the conference will be on Twitter and will be live streamed from us, as you've heard me say so many times. So hashtag SNP23 from Aberdeen. And who knows who we'll have to interview tomorrow. We've had fabulous show regulars such as Watson, a regular host, and Mary Watt as well, another show regular, as well as some high-profile figures, the leader of Plaid Cymru, the deputy leader of the SNP. So we're really hitting it big time. I hope, you never know who will get to be on our show, and that is the wonders of Broadcasting Scotland. You never know what you're going to get, but you do know that we will be here and we will bring you high quality independent journalism live from political events. Yes, so fabulous coverage from us as always. And thank you so much for watching. We are going to be coming back to me at some point soon. We're going to go live for some on-the-road coverage on a different camera. And welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. After a little interlude, we have our final guest of the day, our penultimate guest of the day. The fabulous, I'll introduce you to our fabulous guest. If you could introduce yourself to our viewers.
Yeah, of course. Hello, I am Dion Hossack, and I am part of the Hamilton branch. I work a wee bit in politics, study it, and I'm a possible candidate for the election next year for Hamilton Clyde Valley. And I've been at conference all weekend, so it's been good.
Very exciting. So, potential candidate, how did that come about? How did you get involved in the first place?
So, I mean, I've been involved in politics for a long time. I mean, people probably take aback at that because I'm quite young, but so the independence referendum obviously happened. I was about 12 or 13 at the time. It's like, oh, what's this? Got involved in politics. Then later on I joined the party itself. And, you know, I've been so lucky to grow up in a time where, I've only ever really known the Scottish Parliament to exist rather than not exist. And, you know, I've seen some really fantastic, female leaders take the stage. You know, we've got our own, Nicola Sturgeon, you know, Christina McKelvey, Manny McCallan, Mary Black, Angela Crawley. We've got, Amy Callaghan. There's countless amounts of, young women that I've grew up and witnessed and seen do fantastic work. And I think, you know, especially in the times that we are and with a lot of challenging issues that we're dealing with, it's really important to have really good representation of the population, because at the end of the day that's how we can make the best decisions. And the opportunity came about. Angela Crawley's decided to step down, and I just, you know, I care a lot about communities, and I think, you know, I've done a lot of volunteering as well, and I've done grassroots volunteering as well, so I think, you know, I've noticed the importance of community work and taking that forward, and I think this was just sort of the next step for myself, and to sort of be a voice for people that might not be able to have one, or whose voice is silenced. So that's one of my main reasons for doing it.
So you're a potential candidate.
Yes.
How does one go from potential candidate to candidate? What's the next steps for you?
So this is actually something that I kind of wanted to do a little bit of education on, because I didn't really know the process myself. So even just up till now, you go through the vetting process. So that's, you hand in your papers, it's a lot of competency-based questions. Then if you pass that, you have a candidate assessment, so it's a group interview basically. You get different tasks to do and complete. And then after that, you have an individual interview, so it's 40, 50 minutes just talking. You have to seek nomination from the Westminster Campaign Committee for myself for this election. So it's basically all the branches within the area setting up a committee, and then you stand on behalf of the committee and put your case forward. They can ask you questions, and then you're on air. If there's more than one candidate, it's a selection process. If you pass that and you're the sole candidate, you are then going to be the SNP candidate going in. So we're still in a selection process for myself. It closes on the 26th of October, so we've got a wee bit of time to go, but it's been really good and it's really interesting. I've learned so much. I've got a really good sort of support network around me, and even the person I'm going up against, we've got a good relationship, and it's been really interesting but really eye-opening, and just amazing. It's been a really good experience.
So it's a two-horse race?
Yes, there's two of us, yeah. So it's been really good. It's, you know, it's something quite new for myself. This is the first time I've ever sort of went for anything like this. But I've got sort of lots of experience. I work in the NHS. I work for Christina McKelvey. I'm also, you know, I've done massive amounts of volunteering in my life. So I've got a lot of experience behind me to sort of take that next step, and I've been really lucky. I count my blessings every day for how far I've even came this, to get to where I am. So we'll take it from there. But
so as a young woman looking to enter Westminster, what in particular are you anxious about? What do you want to change? Obviously I mean, as a young woman in Westminster, it's scary, it's intimidating. So what are your kind of hopes and also your anxieties with that?
I think, you know, I actually got asked this when I was in my nomination meeting, and someone was sort of, you know, the environment down there and stuff like that, and people have been really open about their experience. You know, Mary Black, obviously, when she resigned, was very open about how it's the word she used was toxic, and it's really sad actually to see someone as strong as her in regards to you know, someone that I've looked up to my full life sort of leaving that environment for particular reasons relating to that, and I'm very much a believer that, you know, you need to be in the system to change the system. Unfortunately, that's just how it is, and especially then with that added thing of being a woman, it's hard, and people like to sort of, even though we have came so far, there's still sort of restrictions and certain things, and people have unconscious bias just in the world as well, not even just in politics in general. So for me, it's sort of, a slight bit of, you know, taking that down. And I don't think it's going to be easy. I'm not naive. I know it's not going to be easy. But I'm very, like, I've grew up in social housing my full life. I've grew up in schemes. Like, I'm ready for it. Bring it on, and I'll, you know, deal with it as it comes. And we need, you know, I don't want to just be there and be happy. I want to be disruptive. I want to cause some noise, because, you know, you're reflecting 70,000+ people that you represent, and people are going through really tough times now, and I don't think anything can let that slip. And to have, you know, a near enough billionaire telling you to just like, hold on, you're in a cost of living crisis, doesn't really sit well with me. So yeah, I've got quite a few things I want to say.
Yeah, amazing. Well, we had the convener of the YSI,
yeah.
And you know, she was talking about how important it is for like youth to engage, young people to engage, about activism, about getting involved in party politics. And I guess you're kind of like a manifestation of that. You are a young person, you want to get involved with the party politics. Did you do much with the YSI? You mentioned you've done a lot of volunteering before.
Yes, I've done like some work with the YSI. I've been on their NEC this year. Just unfortunately due to work, I've not been able to do as much as I had hoped. But you know, like I really like to pride myself in having outside experience, because I get that, you know, naturally people get put off by a young person being involved in politics in the first place, never mind, you know, going for an elected role. And it's like, I'm 21, so you know, it is really young for people. When it's, you know, I understand why, but it's because it's not been the norm. You know what I mean? And I think for me, it's about, you know, the spaces are there to get taken up by people who care about their communities and care about change, and that's what I've strived to do through, like, you know, my volunteering work, working in the NHS. And I've learned the significance of like small roles as well. You know, working like through the pandemic, I was a cleaner in a hospital. I was domestic in a hospital, and you never like sort of when you take on the job role. I was just like, you know, you never say you're just something. You're never just a cleaner. You're never just a nurse. You're never just anything. But it's sort of almost like, again, an unconscious barrier here when you say it. And then during the pandemic, like, I came out really appreciating my role and like appreciating the work that everyone else around me was doing, because you had to become part of a team. So yeah, I think, you know, I've got loads of experience in that regard, but you know, young people we're here, we exist, and I work mainly in a care of the elderly hospital, so I really appreciate like learning from people as well, because you know, the older generation has so much knowledge and understanding of like just things in general, just things you wouldn't even think about. So we need to learn from each other, and a big thing about me is education, talking to each other, communication, because at the end of the day, that's one, how the world goes round, but two, it's the only way you can learn. And you know, we need to have different opinions, we need to learn from each other, because if you ever ask someone or someone tells you something, it either makes you more certain in your answer, or it makes you question it, and I think they're both really good things to sort of, because it'll make then your answer stronger, or it'll make you go, oh, actually maybe I'm on the right or wrong side, or you want to change how you think about things. So yeah, so
amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Scotland, and good luck with the rest of your campaign.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So thank you so much to Dion for joining us with that really fascinating interview, and definitely a new perspective on what it means to be a young woman in the party political system. And so we have one last guest this afternoon, or this evening or this afternoon. So one massive thank you to all of our guests who've been on so far. Thank you in advance to our next guest, and thank you so much to you watching. I hope that you have found this whole session as interesting and as gratifying as I have. It's certainly been incredible to be able to speak to so many different people within the SNP party political structure, both within the party and without, or looking in. And so we are joined by Simon Barrow. Welcome to Broadcasting Scotland.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
So, Simon, you are the head of the... Introduce yourself and your role to our viewers.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It's been a long day for all of us, hasn't it?
Something to do with the trade unions.
Yes, I am the National Secretary of the SNP Trade Union Group, which is the party's largest affiliate body with around 13,000 members at the moment. And so we've been enjoying and actively involved in this defining conference, I think.
Yeah. What makes you say it's a defining conference?
Well, I think because it has enabled us to move forward on the question of independence strategy. And I think that's really important. From our point of view, we are absolutely delighted that one of the amendments proposed by Tommy Shepherd and supported by us and others was passed, which means that after, hopefully, the next general election, we are going to be going to the UK government, making demands not just about the right of the people of Scotland to choose, which incidentally is something that's supported by the Scottish TUC and by trade unions in Scotland. They might not agree about the constitutional question, but they agree about Scotland's right to choose. To link that to the demand for powers coming back to Scotland over things like, well, there'll be elements of tax policy, there'll be corporate profits and windfall taxes and how we do that, there'll be employment legislation, etc. And the reason that's important, even though we expect to be stonewalled by the UK government at the next stage, it's an ongoing struggle, the reason it's important is it makes the absolutely clear link between independence and the powers to transform Scotland economically and socially and environmentally. So we're very pleased about that. That's a step forward. We're talking about strategy. In fact, we're looking at tactics at the moment. I like to say we're in a kind of chess game politically. We don't know what the end moves are going to be, and I know some people would really like that, but what we do know is the next things we have to do. That's one of them. Another one, of course, is Constitutional Convention, which was also passed. And from our point of view, we're delighted that our amendment to an energy motion calling for local public ownership and nationalisation of Scotland's energy resources was also passed. So big wins as far as we're concerned.
Very big wins for the trade unions. And so there's obviously been a lot of conversation about going into the election next year.
Right.
What's the role of the trade unions within the SNP structure and within the campaigning and politics? Where does the trade union fall within an election year?
Well, I mean, obviously, trade unions represent their members, and it is true that quite a number of trade unions across these islands have strong historic links with the Labour Party. But at the moment, Labour seems to be in a position of betraying all the promises that were made in Keir Starmer's election campaign as leader of the party. And, very disappointing. They also appear now not to be fully behind employment law coming back to Scotland, for example, which they had moved on. So actually, one of the things in the election that's going to be very important is that the SNP has the opportunity to make it clear that it's a party of defence of public services, that it's a party of a green industrial strategy and of economic transformation, and that within Westminster, it will do the job it's always tried to do, which is to hold government to account. If that's a Labour government, there will be a lot of work to be done in that. But it's also about saying that these struggles at Westminster and the deficiencies of Westminster and really the chaos of Westminster is why we need independence and the powers that come from independence in order to bring about that transformation. So I think what we want as a trade union group is to make the conversation about independence not kind of are you yes or are you no? It's like another game of chess where people know what moves they're going to make or they're bored by it or whatever. But where should power lie? Who should be in control of power in order to bring these transformations?
And this past year and the year before, we have seen record numbers of strikes, particularly in England.
Yeah.
What has the Scottish Trade Union and the Scottish Government been doing differently to avoid the absolutely debilitating strikes that have been happening in the UK?
Well, I think,
in England.
Indeed. I mean, I think our colleagues and comrades in the trade unions, would want to continue to press the Scottish Government on a range of issues, and we sympathise with that, and that's their job to do that. But they will also, many turn around to you and say that the Scottish Government is prepared to engage in a way that the UK Government simply isn't. The UK Government is dead against trade unions. It's passed the most disgraceful minimum strike bill, which will make a lot of industrial action illegal. So we've done a lot better in Scotland in health and so on. However, we should note that today Unison have had to take the decision, supported by 89% of its members who voted, well over half, that they're going to be taking further industrial action for fair and decent pay for staff in schools. The Fire Brigades Union joined Unison in coming to our fringe meeting yesterday, our SNP Trade Union Group fringe meeting, and set out a very, very strong case for defence of their services. Their pay claims are one thing, but actually they're also concerned to defend what are absolutely vital services. So What we're saying is that we think there is more that our SNP-led Scottish Government can do, and in fact the party has passed motions in that direction. There's particularly more that we need to do on taxation. We have to reform local government finance. This is absolutely vital. So there are things that we can do which are really important, and we can work with trade unions on those kind of things. They will always be critical friends to any government. That's really important. But, you know, I think it's a different kind of industrial landscape in Scotland. We face real challenges and real problems, not least because of austerity, which of course also comes as a result of UK policies. But we need to build a model of real solidarity and partnership with trade unions and working people across Scotland. 600,000 trade unionists across Scotland, all of them in communities that are badly affected by the cost of living crisis, all of them in communities where people will have to decide at some point Scotland's future and perceive those kind of links between those issues.
And what would you say to the argument that a lot of the issues that the Scottish Government face in regards to what they want to be able to do for the trade unions versus what they can practically do for the trade unions comes from the fact that they're not an independent country? Do you think that these issues will dissipate when Scotland becomes independent, or do you think that there's going to be a lot more work put in?
Right. Well, I think there are two sides to this coin. The first thing is that the SNP and the Greens and others who favour independence have to be clear that if we want to persuade people that the powers of independence are necessary, we have to be using what powers we have at the moment in the best way possible to do that. We think there is more progress that can be made, really. So there are two sides of that coin. On the one hand, we think, along with the Scottish TUC, who produced a very interesting economic report, that more can be done in terms of revenue generation and so on. Undoubtedly, the powers of devolution are limited, and really at the moment, with the cost of living crisis and with inflation at a very high level, you know, realistically, everybody needs to understand what kind of pressure the Scottish Government is under. So that's partly about priorities, it's partly about looking more creatively at the use of powers and making the link between that and the additional powers that we need to demand back from Westminster now as part of the path towards independence, because it's full economic powers that will actually enable us to deliver a transformed Scotland. Because, you know, independence isn't just about political decision-making in government, though that's obviously the key part of it. It's also about who owns Scotland, who decides on those key economic issues, and we need to do that. We do desperately need to avoid a situation such as unfortunately happened with ScotWind, for example, where more resources are actually going into the hands of international, transnational corporations. We need those powers to decide economically in Scotland. So big challenge.
To change course a little bit, you are obviously a journalist by trade. And one thing that has been talked a little bit about in the conference is the struggles that the SNP has had and probably will have going into the next election and in 2026 with the mainstream media. How do you think that the SNP are going, like, what's going to be the best course of action for the Scottish National Party when trying to get a positive spin in the media?
Well, yes, I mean, I'm obviously at this conference as an SNP member and as secretary of the trade union group, so I definitely have a horse in this race, if you can say. But I'm also a journalist and think tank director who tries to stand back and work in a cross-party kind of way and think more broadly. So I think, you know, the issue of honesty in politics is one that is really crucial. And I think actually people spot spin, people spot your attempt to wheedle one way or the other. So I think a direct, clear message, and one that actually starts by addressing the issues people are concerned about. This is a challenge for the SNP, because although support for independence, you know, has grown since 2014 and is quite high, getting over the 50% mark has been difficult. There are a lot more people we need to win over in elections and in broader political campaigning. But when you ask people immediately what's of concern to them, independence slips down the agenda to between 5 and 18, 19, 20%. Because what people are concerned about is health, is public services, is jobs, is the cost of living crisis, is housing. And so I think it's extremely important that supporters of independence don't just wave that flag, but understand that it's the powers that can deliver change on those fronts that's important. And so the messaging of the party needs to start with what people are most concerned about and what is impacting them now, and what can be done to challenge at Westminster and to govern at Holyrood.
It's not an easy job.
It isn't an easy job. No, it really, really isn't. And we need to be realistic about that. But we also need to be ambitious. We also need to be imaginative. We also need to build those partnerships with trade unions and others in order to create the momentum for change, the landscape on which change is possible.
Yeah. And do you think that the current leadership, do you think that Humza's got the stuff to do it?
I think Humza, particularly I think everyone's heart is going out to Humza this week with the situation of his family, and he's discharged himself with enormous dignity. I think the fact that there was a very decisive majority for the amended resolution that went through yesterday puts him in a good position and strengthens his message of trying to build party unity and to get that positive message we've just been talking about across. That's going to be a big challenge at the general election. But as I say, Labour is vacating a lot of space that the SNP needs to move into during that election. I think it was a good thing that we have pulled back from talk about de facto elections and so on in relation to referendum. I don't think that's a helpful way to go. We've kept the option open for the Scottish Parliament election, but I think what we now need is a political strategy to see how opinion can be shifted by gearing independence towards those key transformational issues that I've been talking about.
And how important do you think it's going to be to build bridges between the SNP and people who maybe feel a little bit disillusioned with politics at the moment?
Well, I think the important thing is that politics shouldn't just belong to political parties and to politicians. And really, I think the difficulty, particularly for a party that's been governing for 16 years and is undoubtedly preoccupied with what happens at Holyrood, is that you lose a little bit of sight as to what's happening in the broader political environment. So I think it's up to local SNP branches, to SNP trade unionists, to SNP activists involved in civic movements, in the Yes movement and so on, to make those connections, to really be listening and to seek to draw other people into the process, particularly of policy making. People should make policy, not just pundits. And so I think those are some of the things. We need to widen and broaden our horizons, I would say.
And how do you think that the SNP is going to be able to continue this, the energy and the enthusiasm that's kind of been sitting in this little bubble in Aberdeen? Do you think that they'll be able to kind of translate that to the electorate and keep the kind of momentum going?
Well, I think the main thing I have to say to that question is that we should all avoid the idea that it's someone else's responsibility to do that. For those of us who are involved in the party, and I am involved in the party, but I'm also involved in broader political struggles, in the trade union movement, in the left more generally in Scotland and beyond. And I think it's our duty to try and understand that we really need to change. If we're going to talk about changing Scotland, we have to be able to demonstrate that we can change ourselves. Anyone that's been in a position of government for 16 years is going to face that challenge. So we really do need a reset, and I hope that at least part of that path has been negotiated, over this conference, and that thought and commitment will continue into the future as we go out and campaign.
Well, that's a perfect sentiment to finish on. John Barrow, thank you so much for joining us on Broadcasting Scotland.
Thanks very much indeed.
So that concludes our day 2 of coverage of the Scottish National Party Conference 2023. It has been a long day. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for bearing with us. I hope you've enjoyed a lot of the interviews. I've certainly enjoyed conducting them. It's fascinating to speak to so many different people from across the Scottish National Party. Don't forget, we will be back tomorrow at 10:30, broadcasting the final day of the conference. You can keep up with everything going on Twitter using the hashtag SNP23. So that's everything from us at Broadcasting Scotland. Thank you and good night.